When a duel meant to end Voldemort tears through time itself, Harry Potter is thrown into a world stranger than death, the halls of Nevermore Academy. Haunted by loss, bound by destiny, he meets Wednesday Addams, whose dark logic might just save what's left of his soul. But as their fates intertwine, the line between salvation and ruin begins to fade. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry YouTube channel, and today we are exploring a brand new What If, where Harry will be lost at Nevermore, and will build relationship with Wednesday Addams. Please subscribe, also join my Patreon for early access. Now let's begin. Ash rode the wind like snow at Godric's Hollow, only it burned when it touched Harry's skin. The cottage he had once imagined as a cradle of safety was a jagged mouth, coughing sparks into the night. Voldemort stood at the far end of the garden path, as if framed in a broken picture, robes untouched by soot, wand angled like a needle meant for the heart. Still running back to graves, Harry. Voldemort's voice slipped over the flames. How loyal, how tediously sentimental. Funny, Harry said, tasting iron. I was about to say the same about you. A slash of green answered him. He didn't think, he moved. Prodigo! The shield bloomed and shattered in the same breath, the killing curse knifing past his cheek and blistering the brick behind him. He dove, rolled over blackened grass, and hurled. Confringo! The explosion tore the fence in two, showering splinters. Voldemort did not bother to duck. He raised a lazy ward and the force buckled around him like water around a stone. Harry forced his breathing into order. In out, the world narrowed to wand, tip and the line between them. He could feel the cottage timbers moaning as flames chewed through the roof. He could smell damp soil turning to mud under stray jets of boiling magic. Crucio, Voldemort whispered. Red lightning flashed. Harry threw himself sideways. The curse clipped his ribs, not enough for agony, enough for pain to bloom and keep blooming. He used it. Stupefy! Stupefy! Expulso. Scarlet needles stitched the night. One struck, slid, another glanced off a ghost, thin shield. The third burst at Voldemort's feet and sent a ripple through his robe hem. Childish, Voldemort said. You fight like a boy who learned war from school essays. Maybe? Harry said, hand shaking. But I passed my practicals. Fiendfire. No shout, just a hum from the maw of the wand, mischievously soft. Then the garden's air caught and writhed. A crawling thing of flame shouldered out of nothing. All fanged heads and hungry ribs. The heat so sudden it popped the moisture out of Harry's eyes. He slammed his palm to the cracked paving and barked, Protego Maxima! The dome erupted around him, a glass bell hammered out of will. The fiendfire slammed it, climbed, coiled, testing for seams. The shield sang like struck crystal. Harry's arm vibrated. His teeth did too. He smelled his own hair crisping. Hogwarts taught you this. Voldemort mused, strolling nearer, the fire parting on either side of him like trained wolves. So careful with your barricades. So in love with surviving. Do you know what comes next? After surviving, Harry. It is not living. Harry let the shield drink his fear and set his jaw. Reducto. The paving burst beneath Voldemort's feet, a geyser of stone shards. For a flicker, Voldemort vanished in dust and spark. Harry dropped the dome, slashed his wand, and the fiendfire convulsed at a sharp killing angle behind him. Harry pivoted it with a wordless shove, threading it away, steering the serpents long enough to sprint toward the shadow in the dust. Expelliarmus! The red beam flew straight and righteous. It smacked Voldemort's wand hand. The U did not leave his fingers. The dust sheeted away with a contemptuous twitch of his robe. He smiled without lips. You never tire of that. Tiring isn't the point, Harry said, and drove a cutting curse at his throat. Voldemort caught it between two spells as if pinching a bug and flicked it back. Harry spun the reflected slash into a hedge post. It scissored the wood cleanly, which toppled like a guillotine neck. The cottage roof caved with a wet roar. Sparks whirled into the sky, a new constellation over a ruined street. Somewhere in the back of his mind, another night cracked open, screaming, green light, a door blown in, and he shoved the memory down hard. Not now. Not ever, if he could help it. Avada Kedavra. The world went white, green. Harry flung himself behind the fallen post. The curse sheared it in half, hit the ground, and raced as a serpent of light along the path. Soil heaved. He felt the heat of death brush his ankle, like cold air from a crypt. His heart stumbled and then refused to beat altogether, for 3 terrifying counts before slamming back. "Still you dodge," Voldemort said as if bored. "You've never learned to accept an ending with grace." "Teach me after you get one right," Harry said, and ripped a chain of spells into the air. "Bombarda! Incarcerus! Fulminus!" Thunder clapped close enough to shake ash out of the hedges. Ropes snared and burned in the same breath. Voldemort batted aside the storm like gnats. The shockwaves lifted Harry and slammed him into the garden wall. Stone bit his shoulder. His wand nearly slipped. Pain ran down his arm like hot water. Breathe, find angles, think. He sold a fake, wobbled, showed his ribs, and let his wand droop for a heartbeat. Voldemort blinked into him on silent feet, close enough that Harry saw the fine cracks in his chalk skin. "You are tired, Harry. You have always been tired. Children of prophecy burn out early. Not if they pass the fire along." Harry said through his teeth and drove his wand into the earth. "Prutego Diabolica!" Blue fire belled outward from the hole, a witch blue ring skittering to life. It wasn't pure, it wasn't safe. And he didn't care. Anything that tried to cross it would burn unless he wanted it to live. The ring snapped shut around them, a dueling pit cut from the night. The fiend fire hissed at its edge and recoiled. The cottage, hewn blaze, leaned back like wheat in wind. Voldemort looked down at the blue flames licking his shoe and smiled, genuinely pleased. "Sliver." "I nicked it," Harry said. "Seems to be a theme with you and me." They moved then. No talk, no thought, only the vicious grammar of war. Spells hammered, ricocheted, shields flowered and shattered. The ring glowed white where killing curses kissed it. Harry felt his magic as a burn from shoulder to wrist, as if the wand were fused to bone. He counted beats between Voldemort's breaths, watched how his left foot slid when he pivoted, how his shoulders rolled a fraction before he lifted the wand for certain charms. Pattern. Everyone had one. Harry feinted low and sent a needle of light high. Voldemort swatted. Harry spun the miss into a whip of force that cracked at his knee. Voldemort stepped through it and sent a slicing hex that sang so close to Harry's ear he felt the hair split. There was a second, just one, where Harry saw at Voldemort's eyes flicking to the ruined cottage, contempt, habit, and then back. A rhythm he could cut. Expulso! He slammed at the ground in front of Voldemort's toes, not to hit but to force a weight shift. Voldemort rocked back half a shoe length. Harry whipped left, Levicorpus, and followed with a split second, Accio you. Useless because you couldn't call another wizard's wand, but it made Voldemort tilt, just a hair, to guard. Harry fired. Confringo. The blast took Voldemort across the chest and hurled him into the skeletal remains of a lilac bush. For a breath, Harry tasted victory like rain. Green. He did not see the curse. He felt it coming. A hole opening in the world where his blood wanted to go. He snapped a shield, and the green went through the side of it like a spear through paper, and kept going. Harry flung himself down again. His cheek split against rock. Warmth slid from his skin to the ground. Predictable. Voldemort said softly, "So eager to live you've forgotten why." Harry's hand shook. Not fear. Not entirely. Fury bright and useless. Why? Because Ron's laugh had been a door out of a cupboard. Because Hermione's hand on his arm could stop him from jumping over cliffs. Because a stag stood at the end of the path. Not James's, not a Patronus. This was not a memory wearing the shape of hope. It stood where the smoke thinned, antlers crowned with ash, hide a white that did not reflect fire, but made the fire bow. The stag's hooves did not disturb the cinders. It looked at Harry, and sound left the night. The fiendfire's hiss went mute. The crack of burning timber died. Even his heartbeat seemed to fold its wings and go still. Voldemort's face changed. Not fear, annoyance, as if the universe had interrupted him mid-sentence. "What trinket is this?" Harry's mouth opened. No words came. The stag turned its head, and the shadow of its rack swept the garden. Where it passed, the air rippled like heat above a road. Time bent. The flames hung mid-leap, ember. Sparks froze in a red constellation an arm's length from his face. The shattered fence suspended in a dozen airborne splinters. The stag stepped forward. "Enough," Voldemort said. His wand rose. Green light built, slow as sunrise. Harry moved on reflex, knowing no shield would hold, wanting to move anyway, because that was all he could do. Always all he could do. He aimed not at Voldemort, but at the earth again, and slammed power down. The path split. The stag's hooves struck the crack and light bloomed out of it in a circle. Thin as a blade, then wider, wider, until the garden was not a garden, but the edge of a whirlpool carved from the night. The portal did not surge up, it slid sideways. A door cut on a slant, pulling wind and ash, and the last breath in his lungs toward it. Voldemort's curse released. The green touched the circle and curved. Drawn, bent like river, water around a stone. It hallowed the stag's antlers and vanished into the rip. Harry reached for ground and found only motion. The world tilted. His stomach yanked. The howl that left him was silent because there was no sound here, no time to carry it, only the smear of light and the blunt weight of his own body. He fell. Darkness was not absence but texture. He tumbled through it as if through cold silk, the pressure a hand over his mouth, over his eyes. There were moments, if moments existed, when he saw again a map of stars strewn like salt across black glass, a corridor made of his own nightmares, doors shuddering as something old paced behind them, a street, lamp in little winging blinking like a tired eye. He reached for none of it. He didn't have hands to reach with. He only had falling. When the world spat him out, it did it without ceremony. He slammed into earth that found his shoulder, always the same one, and rolled him until a tree stopped the roll with the steady gentleness of a hammer. Air returned in a tearing gasp. Sounds rushed after it. The creak of bobs, a drip somewhere, an insect's thin electric saw. Smell followed damp soil, mushrooms, something green crushed under his back. The dark here was different layered, alive. A violet sheen lay over everything as if the sky had swallowed a storm and was chewing the lightning slowly. Harry lay still and checked. Toes. Fingers. Wand his hand clenched. It was there. He didn't remember keeping hold of it. He never remembered. He always did. He pushed himself upright. All the little pains collected into one big one, and then scattered again. His scar behaved badly, a wasp under skin, then a knife turning, then a magnet tugging toward a direction the forest did not acknowledge. "Okay," he said aloud because his voice proved he still existed. "Okay." He stood. The trees were tall and old, their trunks the color of dried blood in the violet light. Filaments of pale fungus threaded the bark like veins and winked when his shadow passed. Somewhere in the canopy, ravens muttered. The forest looked as if it had decided on a style and committed to it theatrical, menacing, a bit pleased with itself. He picked a direction, not at random. There, the air felt thinner, touched by something worked, like the inside of wards. He started walking. Limping, really. The Crucio Greys had left his right side hot and stupid. His shoulder had gone from complaint to sulk. He held the wand low, and the tip drew a faint skein of light that the ground drank. No footprints marked his passing. The leaves shifted as if they'd been told to pretend he wasn't there. Time did its elastic trick. Minutes stretched, popped, resumed. Once he stopped because the smell of smoke threaded the air again. Old, not fresh, as if smoke had been here a week and decided to stay. He swallowed. His mouth tasted like the bottom of a kettle. Lumos. Light gathered politely and then thought better of it. Smudged by the fog that hung waist high, he sent the beam narrower and let it run along trunks and root knots. Symbols cut themselves out of shadow, a carved eye on one tree, a spiral on another, a pattern of nails hammered into a third. He did not like the nails. Not Hogwarts, he muttered. His mind tried to help with a picture of Hogwarts anyway. Warm hall, light on stone flags, the hum of voices, plates chiming as forks found them, a friend's shoulder bumping his. He told his mind to shut it and keep its coins for when he could buy something with them. The slope changed. The trees peeled back. Downhill, beyond a skirt of thorn bushes, the forest broke off to a field gone to blue weeds and silver grass. In the middle of the field rose a building that would have made the Addams family clap towers like thorns. Windows like narrowed eyes, stone the color of an old bruise. Its roofline bristled with ironwork that was less decoration and more promise. Beyond it, a gate reared, wrought in an intricate lattice, ravens, roses. A hand holding a quill that might have been a knife, if you looked at it too long. Relief hit him so hard his knees briefly forgot their job. Civilization did not always mean safety, but it usually meant water and a door to lean against. He cut through the thorns, which did not quite move aside, but decided to tangle less, and pushed down the hill. Closer, the place sharpened. A sign hung crookedly from a stone pillar, Nevermore Academy. The letters had been carved deeply and repainted often enough that they held a history of hands. The gate's iron work glinted like wet ink. Lanterns hung in pairs, their glass stained violet, which explained something about the sky's mood. The light they bled made his skin look like a stranger's. A shape moved along the fence line, a thing with too many joints and a gardener's patience. Harry pointed his wand before his eyes had caught up. The shape became a hedge sculpted into a griffin, and the movement was only the wind disagreeing with it. "Merlin," he said softly, "you're jumpy." He reached the gate. Up close, the iron birds were not ravens, but all sorts of outcast wings owls with two wide eyes, bats grinning, something that might have been a crow if crows wore jewelry made of teeth. He put his hand to the cold metal and felt it hum under his palm, as if it were listening. As if it had been asked to care who touched it. "Open," he said, and felt ridiculous. The gate did not open. He licked dry lips. He could shout. He could bang the bars and bring teachers and questions and the kind of attention that made you explain things you were not ready to say aloud. No. He could also lie down here and let the nice ornamental grass make a grave-sized nest. His scar spasmed, so suddenly his vision whitened. He grabbed the bars and wrote it out, jaw clenched so hard he thought a molar might go. When the pain retreated, the world came back in slices. He swallowed bile. "Hi," he said to the gate, because talking to something was better than drowning in your own head. "My name is Harry. I'm lost, not the normal kind, the kind where you fell out of your world and into a forest that smells like mushrooms and secrets. I didn't mean to come here, but I could use." The word help stuck like a fishbone. He coughed it free, quietly. "Help." A light went on in the far left tower. Another two blinked awake along a lower corridor, like eyes opening. Somewhere beyond the wall, he heard feet, or thought he did a rush. A hush, the click of a latch. Wind calmed through the iron and played it like a harp made of knives. He leaned his head against the cold bar and shut his eyes. Just for a second. Just enough to let the world stop spinning. Tomorrow, if there was a tomorrow, he would figure out if witches existed here, if wands did, if he was the only freak who could tear the air with a word. He would hide his wand. He would lie well enough to buy time. He would breathe. Guilt found the gap anyway, as it always did. The shape of a ruined school spooled behind his eyelids, faces turned toward him, and waiting, names he could not say without feeling like he was breaking his teeth on glass. He should have died in that garden. He should have. He didn't. The unfairness of it pressed down, not as a thought, but as a weight. Harry opened his eyes. The violet lamps made halos on the gate. His hand slid. He tried to pull it back. Muscles argued and refused. The bars felt comfortable. That was worrying. Stay awake, he told himself, like an order on a battlefield. The gate hummed again, deeper this time, almost soothing. In the dull plate of iron, he saw a shape behind him. He turned too slow. The stag stood at the tree line, small at this distance, white as frost. It did not step closer. It did not need to. It only stood, and the night around it stilled in respect. Harry exhaled, something between a laugh and a sob. "So we're not done," he whispered. His legs chose that moment to dissolve their contract with him. The ground came up in a polite rush. He caught the last slice of the world, the ironwork birds, the waiting lights, the white deer watching, and let the black close over him. Harry Potter collapsed at Nevermore's gates. He came up through sound iron, singing in the wind, a woman's clipped voice, shoes scuffing stone. A cool hand tapped his cheek, not gently. "Open your eyes," the voice said, slowly. Harry did. The world resolved into bars and a face on the other side, tall, silver, blonde hair set in stately waves. Eyes like polished glass under a brim of authority. Behind her, the gate he'd collapsed against towered, its ravens and knives cut out of the violet night. Someone else hovered at her shoulder, wrapped in a shawl the color of old parchment, carrying a case that smelled like antiseptic and eucalyptus. Pulses steady. The shawled woman murmured, 2 fingers at his wrist. "Bruising, probable concussion, dehydration. He's been through something." The blonde's gaze flicked to his, weighing, pinning. "Something," she repeated, tone precise. "What's your name?" His mouth was full of copper. He swallowed it. "Harry," he said. His throat rasped. "Harry Evans." It came easy, Lily's name like a bridge he could walk without thinking. "Harry Evans." The principal repeated, as if trying the syllables on for temperament. "I am Principal Larissa Weems. This is Matron Alice Rowan. You were found unconscious at the academy gate. Do you recall how you arrived here?" Harry's heart flickered. The stag, the green, the world cracking like an eggshell. He blinked and let his eyes soften into a disoriented glaze. "I don't remember," he said, and let the word unhook itself and fall. "I'm sorry." Matron Rowan slipped a hand beneath his head and eased a waterskin to his lips. Small sips. "Don't be a hero." He drank. The water was shockingly cold, tasting like stone and a hint of mint. His shoulder protested when he shifted. The ache from the Crucio graze hummed along his ribs. He kept his right hand close to his side, where his wand was strapped beneath his shirt with a makeshift band of torn lining. Not lost. Not surrendered. Weems watched him over the rim of a measured silence. "Do you know where you are?" He let his eyes flick to the ironwork and the bruised stone silhouette beyond. A school. He guessed. Honestly, they hadn't tried to hide it. Nevermore Academy. He read it off the stone pillar, which felt like cheating and also necessary. He could not afford cleverness that made the wrong person curious. Principal Weems gave a single fractional nod, as if rewarding a student for correctly identifying the obvious. Nevermore is a refuge for those who don't fit comfortably in what you might call the ordinary world. We're a community. We have rules. She crouched to bring herself level with him. Her perfume a faint citrus that leaned expensive, but not sweet. "Do you have family we should contact?" He let the question pass through him like wind through an open window. "No," he said. "I can't think of anyone." It was true in more ways than he could count. Matron Rowan's hand was kind without being soft. "What can ask more questions after he's warm and upright?" she said in a tone that allowed no argument. "Concussion checks on the hour. Principal." Weems unfolded from her crouch and signaled someone he couldn't see. The gate creaked. "Hinge," voices sang. As they eased Harry through, he looked back once on reflex. The tree line held its breath. The deer was gone, as if it had never been. Matron Rowan's infirmary smelled of witch hazel tea and something metallic note, perfect to hospital corridors. Bed, curtains the shade of dried lavender, cut the lamplight into soft squares. Harry blinked grit from his eyes and let himself be propped against pillows. While the matron's hands did work, he recognized check pupils, track finger, test squeeze, count breaths. She was brisk but careful, the way Madame Pomfrey had been, and the memory slid a blade under his ribs in a way he did not allow to show on his face. "Headache?" she asked. "Like someone slammed a door behind my eyes." She grunted, approving the metaphor. "No bleeding that I can find. Your shoulder's taken a beating, bruise reaching across the scapula there." She pressed with the heel of her palm. He swallowed a hiss. "Bane's shin, too." "Nothing we can't sort." Weems stood at the foot of the bed as if presiding over a hearing. "You claim not to recall where you came from, Mr. Evans." Harry's eyes cut to her, then back to Matron Rowan's hands. He let uncertainty pool in his expression, careful to keep it from curdling into fear. "There are flashes," he said slowly. "Trees. Fire." He paused then, because the memory filled his mouth with ash. Mostly it's blank. Weems's face did not change, but the room's temperature seemed to tilt a degree. "We'll need to know more than blank to keep you here. This is not a hostel for the wayward." Matron Rowan snorted softly. "Hush, Larissa, he's concussed. The mind protects itself. He has a name. He'll have the rest when his brain lets go of it." Weems did not answer at once. Her gaze moved over the side table, the water glass, the folded blankets, the neat stack of patient charts. When she looked at Harry again, the glass in her eyes had warmed by a degree. "You'll be under observation. If you wish to remain at Nevermore, you will attend classes, obey staff, and refrain from alarming the townsfolk." Her voice slid the last word into place like a chess piece. "Why exist in a delicate ecosystem?" "What kind of school is this?" Harry asked, letting the question trip, as if he were a boy trying to be brave under strangeness, and not a boy who had walked through a dozen strange doors and lived to walk out again. "I mean, it looks..." He searched for the right word and let a small, uncertain smile touch his mouth. "Gothic." For the first time, something like amusement ghosted Weems's mouth. "We prefer historic, but your word serves." She lifted her chin. "Rest. I'll return in the morning." When she left, the floorboards barely spoke under her heels. Matron Rowan fussed, which meant she worked efficiently while making mutter noises at the universe. She painted something cool across the bruise on his shoulder that took the heat out of it, set a cup of bitter tea in his hand, and produced a bundle of clean-clothes dark trousers, a shirt too stiff to be comfortable, a vest with a subtle black, on black pattern that would hide anything it needed to hide. "If you have anything sharp tucked where I can't see it," she said conversationally, "now would be a good time to tell me before the laundry staff find it the hard way." Harry almost laughed. No, I'm fine." He slid a hand under the sheet and pressed it to the band of fabric holding his wand under his ribs. Close enough to count as part of him. He wouldn't be surrendering it to a laundry basket. Matron Rowan watched him not quite move and said nothing. "Drink your tea. If nightmares come, you wake yourself. Yes, don't drift down into them. Yank on the rope." He looked up. "What rope?" Her mouth quirked. "The one you tie to yourself before you go diving." She tapped his cup. "Drink." He drank. Sleep came in layers, thick and thin. When it was kind, it was only dark. When it was not, it was the wrong light. He woke twice with his hand halfway to his wand, and the taste of the killing curse ironing the back of his tongue. Each time, he breathed like he'd learned in a cupboard, quiet, shallow, survivable, and counted the bars of the infirmary bed until the numbers steadied him. At dawn, Nevermore's bells tolled an hour in a key that made the windows shiver. Matron Rowan returned with porridge and a judgment that he could stand without falling over. "Walk before you run," she said. "I'll fetch your schedule." She eyed his clothes. "We have a tailoress for the uniform. You'll make do for today." He swung his legs off the bed. The floorboards were cold enough to bite. He dressed with slow movements to keep his shoulder from shouting. He rewrapped the band that held his wand, and then thought better of it. If anyone here noticed the shape under his shirt, he glanced at the nightstand's carved drawer, at the slit between mattress and frame, at the seam in his boot's heel. The boot would keep it on him, the heel, if he could manage it. He palmed the wand, felt the familiar weight settle into the groove between fingers and bone, and in one practiced motion, he charmed the inner heel to part like a mouth. The leather peeled back just enough to admit the wand. He slid it in and whispered, "Finite." The seam resealed, leaving only a faint ripple that fingers would miss unless fingers had been taught by panic. "Sliver," Matron Rowan said from the doorway. Harry's hand twitched toward the heel, too late. The matron's face did not carry judgment, only long experience. "Boys come here with knives sewn into hems," she said. "Girls with lockpicks and hair ribbons. Secrets don't scare me. Just," she tilted her head, "make sure your secret doesn't injure my floors or my students." He looked at her, and after a breath, gave a small nod. "Yes, matron. Good." She handed him a folded sheet of paper. "You've been placed in generalized studies pending assessment. History of occult peoples at 10, monstrous biology after luncheon, and," she squinted, "occult languages with Professor Varma at 3. You'll need to see the quartermaster for books." He took the schedule. His name, Harry Evans, sat at the top in a neat script he did not recognize. The letters looked like Lily's name had rewritten something in ink he'd never be able to wash out. "Any rules I should know?" he asked. "Don't sneak into the crypt without a staff escort," she said, ticking on fingers. "Don't trade charms with townies for cash. Don't climb the West Tower in storms, unless you want to meet the lightning personally. And don't swagger." Her eyes crinkled. "We don't do swagger well here. We do persistence." "I can do persistence," he said, and was surprised by how true it sounded. Nevermore's halls appeared designed to haunt even on mornings with well-behaved weather. The windows made their own twilight. Stained glass sipped the sun and returned it sullenly in purple and blue. Gargoyles tucked themselves into corners, pretending to be drains. Portraits watched lawfully, with the sort of attention that counted buttons and counted back. The floorboards had learned to gossip. Harry walked quietly and let the place tell him what it wanted him to know. Students moved in small packs from breakfast. He guessed, carrying books bound in cracked leather and binders with stickers that said things like Pew Eat Seep She Shampiomes or CRYPTCLEM, UPCUREW. He clocked horns, scales, gills, claws, and, more often, normal limbs carrying old strangeness like a family heirloom worn under a jacket. A boy with hair like a spilled bottle of ink flicked a wink at him, and then checked his own reflection in a suit of armor. A girl with a half-shaved head and a lattice of silver piercings scanned him with sharp, calm eyes. A trio of students glided past, with their feet not quite touching the floor. He kept his shoulders square and his eyes moving without the jerky vigilance of prey. Gawking was the wrong choice. So was fear. He settled for professional interest. He had walked into Slytherin common room and lived to exit politely. This would be no worse. New guy. A voice popped at his elbow, bright enough to set the gloom vibrating. He turned. The girl was sunshine that had decided to try black eyeliner. Blonde hair streaked with pink, smile easy and unembarrassed. Sweater a dangerous texture against the dress code. A button on her lapel read E&D in glitter paint. "Harry," he said. "Evans." "Enid Sinclair," she said. Handshake offered without any of the wariness he expected. Her nails were painted with tiny crescent moons. "Welcome to Nevermore, where the coffee is bad and the trauma is excellent." She said it with so much cheer, he almost believed it was an orientation slogan. "You're in my tower." "North Dorm. We're neighbors-ish." He nodded, cataloging the obvious. Her canines were a little too sharp. Her pupils flexed oddly at the edges when the light shifted. Werewolf, then, per the literature that had been hammered into his skull by a world that loved categories. He pictured Greyback and forced the image back into its box. People were not the worst version of the thing that had once hurt you. He knew that. His body did not. "Thanks," he said. "Still trying to figure out where to put my feet." "On the floor helps," Enid said gravely, then grinned. "You got Weems last night. She loves a dramatic gate rescue. Did she do the eyebrow thing?" He blinked. "The eyebrow?" Enid lifted both eyebrows into a perfect arch that communicated contempt for liars, criminals, and people who put milk in tea before hot water. Harry snorted before he could stop himself. "That's the one," Enid said, satisfied. "You'll be fine. First day's always weird." "Is there a bookstore?" he asked, lifting the quartermaster's slip like a flag of truce. "I've got classes and zero equipment." Quartermaster's 3 doors past the trophy case with the arrow holes. Enid said, pointing. "Tell Mr. Cobbins you're a new placement, and he'll pretend to grumble while actually being helpful. He used to be a smuggler." She looked at his face and added, "Of antiques?" "Good to know." He hesitated, something like warmth stubbing a toe against his ribs. "Thanks, Enid." "No problem." She made a finger, gun, and then looked at her hand, reconsidered, and turned it into a wave. "See you in hall." She bounced away, leaving Jasmine and Werewolf at the edge of his senses. Harry watched her go and told his shoulders to come down half an inch. He did not believe in safe places. He did, however, make notes about safer people. Quartermaster Cobbins had the demeanor of a bookshop cat in a man's body, starchy, whisker eyeing everyone, ready to nap on the most expensive thing if you didn't stop him. He measured Harry with a tape that clearly had opinions. He stacked books that looked calculated to dislocate a shoulder, a notebook bound in something that called itself leather with a shrug, and a stubby fountain pen that took ink like it had been starved. "Sign here," he said. "Promise to return everything unmutilated." Harry signed. The E of Evans came out so like lilies that he had to look away. Cobbins harumphed in a way that contained several meanings, most of them not Harry's problem. History of occult peoples met in a room that had been a chapel at least 2 renovations ago. Sunblood purple through saints that looked miffed to have been assigned to this post. Professor Morel Duvert, short, precise, hair shaved to a fuzz that took the light like velvet, taught from a lectern with iron handles. "We do not begin with your gifts," she said, sliding eyes across the room without apology. "We'll begin with the people who wrote about you. Their stories told towns to burn you and kings to hire you. Learn who set your image in the world before you sharpen the image yourself." Harry sat at the back, not to hide, but to watch the door and the windows. Habits were not rules, they were survival shorthand. He opened the notebook, held the pen like it might try to bite him, and let Professor Duvert's voice wash him in names and dates, ancient treaties, secret enclaves, towns built around wells that sang when the moon was wrong. He did not take everything in. That wasn't the point. The rhythm of a classroom itself was a balm: people, chairs, paper, moderately terrible jokes, the scrape of a pen, the soft war between those who leaned forward and those who drifted. At break, a boy with dark curls and a nervous habit of tilting his head so his hair fell over his eyes slid into the seat in front of him and spun around. "Hey," he said. "I'm Ajax? Petropolis?" "Harry," he said. "Vans." Ajax nodded too fast. "You look, normie." He lifted both hands. "Which is fine. I'm not that I care." He blinked. "I mean, I do care, but in a good way. Sorry, I'm, Gorgon." "Right," Harry said, and let his mouth pull into something friendly. "I won't borrow your hat." Ajax barked a relieved laugh. "You can! It's clean. Just, don't look me in the eyes if I'm stressed. Or do. I mean, no. Don't." "Got it," Harry said, and his smile went real, because there was something so honest in the boy's panic that it made Harry's own vanish for a breath. Monstrous biology smelled like salt and formaldehyde, and a teacher who spritzed himself with cologne precisely 3 times and never 4. Dr. Rupert Blackwood wore a tie pin shaped like a tooth and gestures like a man who had considered the inside of too many creatures. "Classification is power," he announced, sketching a rough taxonomy on the board. "Know the shapes venom takes, know what it cannot do. Know the difference between a werewolf's bite and a lamia's kiss. Misdiagnosis kills." Harry's stomach clenched at bite. He flipped a page and made his handwriting neat. If he kept his letters tidy, his thoughts pretended to be. Halfway through the lecture, Blackwood unscrewed a jar. The smell of preserved blood stepped out of it like a ghost. It wasn't the worst scent he'd ever met. It wasn't even on the list. But it met a smell inside him he'd been ignoring since Godric's Hollow. Charred hair, brick dust, the sweetness of cooked wood. The timber of a collapsing roof sang again behind his ears, and his scar bloomed in pain so bright it painted his vision white. "Vans," someone said as if from the far end of a tunnel. His hand had been a fist. His nails had marked his palm hard enough to raise half moons. He opened his fingers, very deliberately, and inhaled slow. "Fine," he said, voice careful. "Just a headache." Blackwood's eyes were a precise gray that tracked detail for a living. They rested on Harry 1 second too long. "If you faint, try not to land on the mandrake. It screams." A few people laughed. Harry pretended to smile and marked his breath in counts of 4. How he'd learned when the cupboard air went stale. By occult languages, his head had settled into a dull H. He could file away as background. Professor Varma taught like a musician, and a mathematician had shaken hands and written grammar together. Sigils formed from curves and count, vowel clusters that changed meaning when sung instead of spoken, alphabets that drew blood if you wrote without permission. "We do not steal language," she said, tapping her chalk against the board rhythmically. "We borrow respectfully from the dead. They were here first. They have long memories." Her smile took some sting out of it. "We also return it on time." When class ended, she caught him as he was packing his books. "Mr. Evans." Harry looked up, alarm prepped and hidden. "You switch pens between note sets," she said. "Why?" He blinked. "Excuse me. You used the stub for Dr. Blackwood's lecture. You swapped to the fountain in mine." "Why?" "Your chalk squeaks," he said, then realized how that sounded and amended quickly, in a way that makes the nib feel better on the paper. A slow smile. "People who notice textures survive better than people who don't notice cliffs," she said. "Welcome to my class." He nodded and escaped before his relief could look like anything else. Between classes, Nevermore breathed. Halls exhaled students and inhaled them. Windows remembered how to be light. The cafeteria's refectory, his mind supplied, used to Hogwarts, seemed the smells of burnt toast and coffee, of cinnamon, and the faint metallic tang of magical discharge. Harry's tray became a shield and a stage. He chose a corner with a wall at his back and took stock. A siren, he guessed from the shimmer under her irises, and the way sound sharpened around her. when she spoke, commanded a jabal, like a general. That would be Bianca, if the gossip clotted along the wall was accurate. She laughed with her head tipsily thrown back in a way that read like strategy. The boy next to her adjusted himself to fit into her space without her looking. Power wore beautiful masks when it needed to. On the opposite side, a cluster of boys in fencing whites heckled a video on a phone the size of a brick. A tall one with careful hair. Xavier, someone whispered, which made Enid's earlier, I know everyone energy makes sense, twirled a pencil between long fingers and watched people instead of the screen. Artists watched like that. So did predators. You learn to tell the difference by getting it wrong. Harry, Enid slid into the seat across from him with a tray loaded, as if she were feeding a small army. How's the tour of horrors? Educational, he said. Your cafeteria has better bread than mine did. I'll make sure it hears that. She leaned in. Okay, quick primer. Don't stare at Bianca. Stare near her. She'll take near as a challenge, and that's a game you'll lose. Xavier is Xavier. He sketches better than anyone I've ever met and sulks like a weather system. He's mostly harmless until he isn't, and by then you've made friends with his eyebrows and it's tricky. Harry followed near stare rules and took a bite of bread. Also, Enid went on, if a boy named Kent asks to see your cool thing, say no. He means your cool thing. I wish I were joking. She stabbed a strawberry like it had committed a crime. What's your thing, anyway? Harry kept his face blank. Being new. Riveting. She popped the strawberry into her mouth and talked around it with the skill of a professional. You'll get an assessment with the counselor to see where you fit on the mosaic. Some people get assigned, some people, like sirens and whirs, come with a label sewn on. Labels can be fun until they cut off your circulation. He filed that under things said like a joke, because if you don't laugh, you'll howl. You've been here long. 3rd year, she said. I used to think I'd live on the Poe Cup trophy by now. But apparently you have to practice, not just pontificate. She glanced past his shoulder and brightened into a shape Harry did not recognize. A nid. Principal Weems's presence moved like a tide, elegant and unignorable. Mr. Evans. A word. Harry rose because he had been taught manners, and because not rising in front of authority sometimes made fights he didn't have energy to fight. Weems looked him over, as if checking whether last night's charity case had turned into this morning's liability. Walk with me? They paced the corridor where stained glass laid colored bands across the floor like cells in a notebook. We don't typically accept transfer students mid-term, she said. Even less so from nowhere. But the headmistress before me believed in what she called the covenant of sanctuary. Sounds religious? Harry said, cutting dry even though he hadn't planned to. It was pragmatic. Weems corrected. Lost children grow into dangerous adults if you leave them in forests. A beat. Matron Rowan wrote in your file that you are overly vigilant and under-rested. That combination tends to make enemies out of acquaintances. Find sleep. Make acquaintances. He had to admire how she weaponized concern. Yes, Principal. They stopped before a glass case full of trophies and photographs of grim, gleeful teenagers in striped blazers. Poe, a plaque read over a gleaming boat carved out of black wood. The next photograph overshowed faces painted in team colors, one girl blurring at the edge where she jumped at the last second. Harry felt something unclench in his throat. He didn't want to examine. Weems's reflection watched him from the glass. Tell me something true, Mr. Evans, she said. He caught his own reflection's eyes, drawn, older than his age, stubbornly alive. I don't want to be in anyone's way, he said. It wasn't a lie. Weems studied the trophy case. It told her nothing about him. Then keep up. We don't slow down for ghosts. She turned. Conversation dismissed and completed in the same breath. Your dorm assignment is posted. collect a key from Cobbins. And, Mr. Evans? She looked back over her shoulder. If anyone offers to help you remember, decline. People are often attached to the pasts they invent for you. He watched her go, until the glass returned to being only glass. The North Dorm stairwell had steps that knew how to creak in exactly the right places to warn you about people above and below. His room, small, clean, window looking onto the courtyard where a raven thought about the meaning of its life, was empty except for a bed, a wardrobe, a writing desk, and a poster left by a previous occupant that said "Don't trusthe" to WNSFLK in handwriting far too cheerful for the sentiment. Harry set his books in a stack, wrapped his hand in a sock, and ran it along the top of the wardrobe for dust. None. Then tested the windows stuck, but with a promise to unstick if asked with care. He took off his boot, worked the heel loose, with a muttered charm and heart that beat unreasonably fast, for a boy in his own room, and slid the wand out into his palm. Warmth. The particular, private kind that had nothing to do with temperature, and everything to do with home. He sat on the edge of the bed and let the wand rest across his knees, as if it were a living thing that needed reassurance that he hadn't abandoned it to a new world's customs. The door rattled. He had the wand half up his sleeve before he said, evenly, "Come in." Cobbins stuck his head through, looking pleased to be interrupting at an inconvenient time. "Kay," he said, tossing a ring. "And your—" he wiggled fingers. "Allocation for incidentals. Don't burn it on sweets. Or do. I'm not your uncle." "Noted," Harry said, catching the key one-handed and feeling like a boy in a Quidditch match for the first time. Everything too fast and too bright, and also right. Because his body remembered how to do things his mind didn't have to narrate. After Cobbins left, Harry locked the door, set the wand on the desk, and stood looking at it as if it might explain itself. He knew better. The wand was the one thing in his life that did not perform unless asked to, and then it was ferociously loyal. He slid it into the hollow beneath the desk's drawer, jimmied the panel until it hugged the wood flush, and whispered a word under his breath. A thin web that would sting his palm if anyone disturbed it. He washed his face at the tiny sink in the corner. The water ran violet for a second, because this place liked its moods consistent, then clear. He looked like he always did after war, and sleep eyes rimmed red, hair doing its own famous interpretation of electricity, jaw set in a line that pretended it didn't shake if you looked at it too long. "Harry Evans," he said to the mirror softly, training his mouth to make the new shape of the truth. The mirror, being a piece of glass, and not the mirror he had once known, did not answer with advice. The day acquired edges. He learned which stairs sulked, the second flight on the west side, which classroom doorknobs had a sense of humor, the occult languages, knob-tickled palms, and which staff members moved like predators, as Coach Sato, the fencing instructor, gliding in shoes that never told secrets. He acquired a uniform jacket that fit well enough and a tie that refused to be tamed. He collected the particular form of fatigue that came from watching everything, which had kept him alive and would also, if he wasn't careful, burn him down. The first significant trigger hit between classes without warning. A ward somewhere in the building reset with a soft pop like a bubble of sap breaking on a winter branch. Harmless, probably. The sound should have been nothing, but it reached into him and tripped a lever he didn't know was exposed. The corridor dissolved. He was in the garden again, the shields singing under fiendfire, the pop, and then the roar as the roof came down. His breath cut off mid-step. His hand went to his chest, searching for a hole that wasn't there. A boy shouldered past, muttered, "Watch it," not unkindly. Harry found the wall, put his palm flat against cold stone, and let that be a fact. Stone. Cold. Here. The wall did not collapse, and the fire, when he told it to, stayed in its memory. He counted 4 in, hold 4 out, hold, when his vision returned to a hall instead of a ruin. He pushed away and walked before anyone turned his stillness into a story. At the end of the day, the school counselor waited with a clipboard that had seen too many people's secrets. Dr. Sarah Anand had hair threaded with silver and wrists stacked with bangles that sounded like gentle rain when she moved. Her office held a couch that had purposefully failed to be intimidating and a bowl of hard candies that had seen wars. "Harry Evans," she said warmly. "Sit, wherever makes your shoulders lift the least." He chose a chair with its back to the window, and both hands visible to himself. She noticed. She noticed everything he suspected. "Principal Weems tells me you've had a shock," she began. She would not call it that. She would deploy something like event or incident. "I prefer shock. It acknowledges that your body learned something without asking your permission." He looked at the candy bowl. "A lot of your metaphors are smuggling small knives." Dr. Anand smiled. "I grew up in a house with too many siblings. Words were the safest weapons." She glanced down at the clipboard, but did not write, "Not yet. Do you remember how you came here?" "No," he said. And yes, he met her gaze. "I remember enough to know I don't want to remember the rest yet." "That's an honest answer," she said. "Would you like tools to help your hands and breath not run away from you in corridors?" He hesitated, because the boy he had been when he was smaller still held jokes to his chest like stones. He could throw at adults who wanted him tidy. "Yes," he said, because the man he was knew better. She taught him a grounding thing with his fingers: thumb touches index, middle, ring, little, naming 5 small items in the room: chair leg, rug fringe, window latch, book spine, hairpin. She taught him a breath trick that played keep away with the panic, in on 4, out on 6. Because the longer out told the body it wasn't running. She asked 3 questions he didn't want to answer and accepted 3 answers that were not lies, even if they were narrow. When he left, she handed him a card with her office hours written in a script that looped calmly. "One more thing," she said. "If anyone offers you a quick fix, a charm for memory, a song to unlock what you've locked, say no. Memory forced is memory mangled." "I'm good at saying no," he said. It came out more ragged than prideful. "I believe you," she said gently. At dusk, the courtyard gathered the last of the sun like a rumor. Lights woke in the windows one by one. A raven slipped along the roofline like someone running a finger along the spine of a book. Harry took the long way back to the dorms. He walked under arches carved with vines and birds, past a statue of a poet whose eyes had been rubbed shiny by bored students, along a hedge that farted softly, indelicately. When you brushed it, clearly a prank no one had bothered to undo. He let the place speak and tried to hear something in it beyond danger. A group of younger students spilled out of a doorway, shouting and laughing. A girl with gills faintly visible at her neck tossed a water balloon at a boy with antlers. It burst in a halo that smelled like salt and peppermint. He ducked and grinned. Harry's chest did an odd thing, the kind of H that didn't come from injury, but from a sudden, sharp reminder that life, elsewhere, went on. "Evans." The voice landed behind him, cool, assessing. He turned. Bianca Barclay walked toward him, as if the courtyard had decided to improve itself by hosting her. 2 other girls flanked her like parentheses. Up close, the shimmer under her irises was unmistakable. She studied him, interest obvious and unembarrassed. "You're new," she said. Not a question, an observation weighed for worth. And confused. "Not a terrible combination. It gives you an excuse for a week." "Good to know," he said. Her mouth edged into something that wasn't quite a smile. "I'm Bianca. I can help you avoid the common mistakes. People will try tricks on you, tell you the gargoyles bite, sell you a map that leads you into the boiler room. Boring. If you want a map that leads to something interesting, ask me. I'll keep that in mind, he said, neutral. She tipped her head. The world leaned closer to hear what she would say next. Also, she said, as if it were nothing. If you're lying to Weems, do it well. She likes strays, but she hates being fooled. A muscle under Harry's eye jumped. Bianca saw it. Her smile became real for one blink, there and gone. Welcome to Nevermore, Harry Evans, she said, and drifted away, leaving the air taste faintly of sea. He stood where he was until the dark edged violet into black. He let his pulse settle. The urge to draw his wand sang low and insistent in his bones, a homing call and a warning both. He did not. Night put a soft lid over the dorm. Doors murmured. Lauder thinned. He sat at his desk with the window cracked 1 inch to let in clean cold. He sorted the day into stacks, facts, faces, dangers, maybe friends. He polished his shoes because that was a thing he could make neat when nothing else was. He thought about Weems's eyes and how they liked truths said plainly. He thought about Bianca's warning and how a siren might use one truth to fish for 5 lies. He thought about Enid's easy kindness and how she'd said labels cut off circulation and smiled when she said it. He pulled the desk's hidden panel with his nail and slid the wand into his palm. The wood tasted of summer and survival. He held it against his sternum, where the ache had reduced to a resident discomfort, and let the thrum of it steady his hand. Wednesday Addams sat like a verdict, straight spine, hands folded, eyes a precise, weaponized calm, when Professor Duvert said, "Partners, as assigned, Mr. Evans with Miss Addams. Topic psychopomps and thresholds, their role in outcast folklore and the ethics of interference." A ripple went through the room. Not fear, appetite. People always leaned in for a sharper knife. Harry kept his expression level. "Evans," he said when Wednesday's gaze landed. "Harry, I can read a roster," Wednesday said. "And your posture." Her eyes moved, cataloging. "You stand like a door that remembers being kicked in." "Good morning to you, too." "I don't do mornings," Wednesday said, rising. "Nor partners. But I do projects. Follow me?" The library at Nevermore had opinions. The doors sighed in disapproval. The lamps approved of nothing. And the stacks arranged themselves like a maze built by someone who liked watching people get lost. Wednesday chose a table under a stained glass panel of a raven swallowing the moon. She spread a sheet of paper down the middle like a demilitarized zone. "Boundaries," she said. "Do not trespass." Harry set his notebook on his side. "Is this where I confess I'm a chronic boundary trespasser, or is that later in the trust fall portion?" Wednesday didn't smile. Her eyes sharpened. "Humor is a deflection, typically learned young. If it becomes tedious, I'll tell you." "Please do." He drew his pen. "Psychopomps and thresholds. You volunteered for this." "I selected it," Wednesday said. "Volunteerism implies cheered. I prefer inevitability." She began to list headings in a blocky, decisive hand: white stag, black dog, Charon, Vielalva, sirens C non-maritime. "You will take cross-cultural equivalencies and dates. I will take primary accounts and autopsy reports. Autopsy reports of thresholds. People who crossed them," she said. "And those who tried." He glanced up. "Cheery. I didn't choose Poe Cup a retrospective." Wednesday tilted her head, studying him as if he were a puzzle that might try to bite. "You are not normie. Wasn't aware there was an entrance exam." "There is," she said. "Life. You're still here. That's suspicious." Harry met her look evenly. "I have a concussion and a bad sense of humor. That's all you get on day 1. "I don't want your trauma," Wednesday said, arranging books with surgical neatness. "I want your data." When Professor Duvert said ethics of interference, her eyes lingered on you. Either she's prescient or you radiate interference. "I didn't bring a radiation suit," he said, "but I can take notes." "Do so." Wednesday slid a stack toward him without looking. Her black nail polish was scuffed. He liked that more than he meant to. Start with the white stag. Its earliest mentions are Celtic. It appears at moments of moral decision, punishes the greedy, and occasionally relocates men who mistake themselves for gods. His stomach went cold and then hot. He glanced down, pretending the index needed him. Sounds familiar. Don't project. Wednesday's voice stayed clinical. If a thing hunts you, you learn its habits. If it saved you, you learn them faster. Harry's pulse stuttered. He wrote white deer liminal. Messenger, not domesticable, appears at crisis. He underlined liminal twice and slid his pen into the margin so his hand had something to do besides shake. Wednesday watched the pen. Your grip is wrong for a left-hander. You're not left-handed. You're writing left-handed. A beat. Your right shoulder is injured. Good observational skills. Good lying skills. She opened a tome so large it had gravity. Don't patronize me, Evans. If I wanted a normie to nod at me, I'd go to town. I don't nod, he said, and he didn't. He read instead, grateful for words that were not eyes. The text smelled of dust and anise. White stag as boundary warden. His scar tingled, warning, not pain. He breathed through it. Silence soaked in. Other students passed a siren humming under her breath. A boy with antlers ducking door frames. The lamps hummed like captive bees. When Harry reached for the next book, it was just beyond his fingertips. Don't stand, Wednesday said. You're listing. You'll fall. I've stood before. Then you'll do it again when I'm not calculating how much blood the carpet will absorb. She didn't move. He nodded, reached again, and, without thinking, without wanting to show, flicked 2 fingers under the table. The book slid the last inch into his hand. Wednesday's gaze didn't so much lift as snap. Again. Harry kept his face empty. Again what? Retrieve the blue ledger on the 3rd shelf, 2 left of the mummified bird. He stalled. I don't see a mummified bird. You don't get to be cute. She widened her eyes by a dangerous fraction. Do it. Harry weighed choices. If he refused, she'd catalog that. If he did it like a parlor trick, same problem. He let his breath settle, set his palm under the table edge, where the wand lay snug along his forearm under his jacket sleeve, and thought the motion a nudge, a beckon. The blue ledger whispered off its stand, floated level with the shelf as if reconsidering gravity, then drifted in a clean line to the table. It landed with a precise thud. Wednesday didn't blink. That was how he knew she was interested. No incantation, no overt gesture, no visible focus. She leaned, scanning his sleeves, his hands, his face. Not telekinesis. Too controlled. Not siren. No acoustic vector. Not hedgery. Too clean. Her voice thinned with concentration. Wandless. Harry let the ghost of a shrug pass. I'm motivated. Motivation is not a discipline. Wednesday said. If it were, the football team would be gods. She glanced at the ledger as if it might confess. Do it again. No. Why? Because this is a library, and I've already broken 3 rules I don't know yet. He met her eyes, and because I don't know you. Something micro shifted in Wednesday's mouth. Not approval, respect adjacent. A correct boundary. Put it on my side of the paper, he said, nodding at the line she'd drawn down the table. Label it. Wednesday uncapped her pen. On his side, she wrote neatly anomaly. He huffed a laugh. Creative. I name things what they are, she said. It saves time later. She placed the ledger between them and flipped to a plate illustration of a stag with star. Pricked antlers stepping through a circle. 1 liminal entities alter time, pauses, stutters, impartial rewinds. Witnesses report silence that isn't absence, only pressure. Did you? Wednesday. A bright voice cut in. Enid materialized, tray of contraband pastries balanced on one hand. We still on for? Ho. She grinned at Harry like a sunrise that black nail polish couldn't dim. Hi. Room hall neighbor. Enid. Wednesday said without looking up. If you have come to feed him, he bites. I feed all strays. Enid said, sliding a paper bag toward Harry. Sugar helps with concussion brain. Science. She lowered her voice. Also, Xavier is 2 stacks over pretending to look for charcoal paper, while actually dying of curiosity. If you 2 start a fire, try not to do it near the S section. I need sirens of the second estuary for homework. I don't start fires, Wednesday said. Harry lifted the bag's corner. What am I supposed to do with 6 shortbread bats? Eat 2, offer 1 to Wednesday, and hide 3 for emergencies. Go away, Wednesday said without heat. Enid saluted, bounced, and called over her shoulder. If you make a new friend, use coasters! Then she was gone, a moving sunbeam that even the library couldn't dim. Wednesday's eyes returned to Harry like a scalpel returning to the table. Telekinetic events of that precision are uncommon in first years, she said, as if Enid hadn't spoken. You are not a first year. You also react to sudden pops as if they're artillery. Some of us didn't grow up with gentle noises, Harry said. Some of us made them gentler by force. Wednesday did not blink. Do you want me to pretend I didn't see that? She flicked a glance at the ledger. Yes. No. She slid the shortbread back toward him. Eat. Then we bargain. He ate 1 bite because arguing would be a tell. The shortbread was buttery and too sweet. He didn't hate it. Wednesday tapped the stag plate with her pen. Threshold keepers obey rules. They do not appear at random. They do not act without accounting. Her gaze flicked to his scar and away with surgical restraint. If you crossed, something invited you. If you survived, something else paid. Or I didn't, he said lightly. Maybe I'm dead, and this is a very niche afterlife. If you were dead, Wednesday said, the cafeteria would be better. She flipped a page. The white stag recurs across cultures when a person approaches a decision that will turn them into something worse or better than they were. It does not arrive for cowards. It does not linger for the indecisive. You wrote that, he said. It's not in the text. It will be when I publish. Her eyes did the small cutting thing again. I do not do hero worship, Mr. Evans, but I do respect clean anomalies. You are one. You will let me study it? Hard no. You may have misheard me. Wednesday folded her hands. I wasn't asking. You may have misread me. Harry said, very even. I wasn't inviting. Silence took a seat. The stained glass colored their hands. Somewhere beyond the stacks, a librarian shushed a sneeze. Wednesday broke first, by an inch. Then bargain, she said. On terms that involve me collecting data, and you not vomiting in a corridor. You think I'm gonna vomit? You go gray around your mouth when you hear metal break. You also check your exits twice, 3 times if a door shuts hard. The last boy I saw do that had a father who threw plates. Harry stared at the table because eye contact would betray too much. When he looked up, his voice was dry. We're not doing parallel childhood trauma. Good, Wednesday said. Bored already. She capped her pen. Hypothesis you are not from here. Harry blinked. Hair as in Nevermore. Hair as in this set of rules. She counted on black, tipped fingers. Your hand seeks a focus that is not customary for outcasts. You do not smell of a school system, I know. You hide tools like a boy whose learned institutions confiscate them. You do not ask what we are. You file us into a taxonomy you learned elsewhere and despise yourself for using. He kept his breath slow. You're very good at making people feel interesting and threatened at once. It keeps interviews short. Wednesday leaned forward. I will not expose you. I will not help you open up. I will not sing you to sleep. In return, you will let me design tests that measure your anomaly. She wrote protocol under anomaly on his side of the paper, very straight letters. Non-invasive. Mostly? Mostly. I won't draw blood, she said as if granting a boon. At least not initially. I want Baseline's reaction times, range without incantation, environmental influence, any correlation with pain spikes. She glanced, once, at his scar. We'll use empty rooms and late hours. Harry sat back. Why? Because I want to know, Wednesday said simply. And because something hunted you here, or chased you, or saved you, and I have no patience for waiting to learn which. A beat. And because the only way to keep secrets is to know them better than anyone else. He thought of Weems's warning about invented pasts. He thought of Bianca's casual knife. If you're lying to Weems, do it well. He thought of Enid's bright concern, and Dr. Anand's quiet tools, and how this place worked like Hogwarts and not. Constants and traps, crowds and corners, laughter and knives. I don't trust you, he said. Good, Wednesday said. Trust is for children and cults. We will have rules. She numbered them, clean. 1. You do not ask about my family. 2. I do not ask about yours. 3. If I say stop, you stop. 4. If you feel your heart alter, you say it. My heart, rat, she clarified, impatient. Rhythm. Palms. I'm not interested in romance, Mr. Evans. I'm interested in constants and anomalies. You are both. He let out a breath he hadn't labeled. My rules: 1. No third parties. Not Enid, not Bianca, not anyone. 2. No recordings. Notes by hand only. 3. If I say no, it's no. I won't argue it. Agreed, Wednesday said immediately. We begin tonight. 11. I have a curfew. I don't, Wednesday said, deadpan. And you're with me? He snorted. Immunity by proximity? Close enough? She gathered the books. The crypt. It's quiet. The acoustics are honest. And if you explode, I won't have to explain scorch marks to Coach Sato. I don't explode, he said. She pointed at the stag plate. Everyone explodes if you pull the right pin. A pause. A Vans. You said where I'm from earlier. He replayed the conversation he had. Once. Careless. Figure of speech, he said. Lies are useful when you can drink them yourself. Wednesday's chin lifted half a degree. Yours is trying to poison you. Be careful which ones you keep. Harry held her stare and said nothing, because anything he said would spill more than it plugged. Wednesday packed with brisk economy. I'll procure blueprints of the chapel. You find me primary sightings of white stags that align with battlefield accounts. You're assuming a battlefield. Everyone is fighting something, she said. Some of us learned to win. Wednesday paused, eyes tightening with an emotion that might have been curiosity, or its colder cousin. And bring your tool, he blinked. What tool? The one you think no one sees. She moved, and for the first time in the hour her voice softened by 1 grain. I see it. He wanted to deny it, or make a joke, or tell her to mind her own deadly business. Instead he nodded because pretending would be dumber than honesty. 11, she said, turning away. Wednesday, he said. She looked back. Yes, I don't want to be your experiment. You aren't, she said. You're my collaborator. A razor-thin smile. It's worse. She left. The lamps approved of nothing. Harry sat with the ledger and his heartbeat, which had finally decided on a speed, and let his shoulders unhook from his ears. 2 stacks over a sketchbook rasp. Harry didn't turn. He didn't need to. The hair on neck prickle wasn't danger. Exactly. It was attention. He stood, collected his notes, and let the observing eyes have a view of a boy who did not look back. At 11:03, the crypt under the old chapel smelled like stone, wax, and humidity long accustomed to secrets. Wednesday had a pocket watch on a chain, an ink-black notebook, and a measuring tape. You're late, she said. 3 minutes. I counted. She circled him once, clinical. No visible devices. Show me your hands. He lifted them, then rolled cuffs, then spread fingers. Satisfied. Rarely. Wednesday drew a chalk circle on the floor with slow, exact movements. Stand inside. It isn't a binding circle. It's a measurement. I'll mark distance from center to any object you move. She flicked her eyes at his sleeve. Bring your tool into a position where you'll use it if you panic. He set the wand against his forearm under his jacket. Flesh to wood. the way it felt like a pulse becoming a second pulse. Wednesday's gaze never quite dropped. He appreciated the restraint. "Test 1, she said. "No incantation. Retrieve the brass coin from the lectern." He looked. The coin was a thin, dull glint 30 feet away. He breathed and reached, not with arm, with intent. The wand hummed against bone. The coin hopped, rolled, skittered, paused as if deciding whether to be seen, then slid in a neat line until it reached the chalk. Wednesday dropped a string, measured, jotted. "Test 2, she said. "Close your eyes." "Repeat." He did. The coin came slower. His scar ticked like a bad clock. Wednesday's pen scratched. "Noted." "Noted what?" "Your breath changes when you're blind." She moved a candle 2 feet. "Test 3, deny the impulse. Let it come to you. If it doesn't, don't force it." He tried. The coin stayed. The want rose, the ache to do, to not be passive again, to never be the boy who waited for a door to open or a letter to arrive. He let the want crest and pass. The coin didn't move. "Noted," Wednesday said, softer. "Control exists." "Barely. Barely is a cliff you can choose not to jump from," she said. "Test 4, pain correlation." Her eyes flicked. "What hurts when you do it? Shoulder? Scar?" He wasn't going to lie, it would be stupid here. The scar always sings a little. Sometimes it screams. Scale of 1 to 10. Today, 2. Yesterday, 8. "Don't do 8 without me," she said. "Tone matter, of fact, not tender." Test 5. Line of sight. She stepped behind a pillar with the coin. "Now." He pulled. The coin paused, stuck, then came like a reluctant dog on ice. Wednesday stepped out. Conclusion not line, of sight dependent, but improved by it. Likely auditory or spatial mapping aids. She wrote quickly, the ink so black it looked like small knights on paper. Test 6. What about living tissue? No. Correct. She drew a firm line through something. Not tonight. He laughed once, short. There's a tonight in which that's not a hard no. If we're dying and I need you to pull a artery clamp across a room, I'd like to know whether you can. A pause. But I won't begin there. They worked. Coins, chalk, a quill, a book, heavy. He let it come slow to keep the spine from crying. Harry's hands shook once. He stopped. Wednesday marked the moment esto pd wo hen sakianji like it was a victory. At midnight, the chapel clock groaned a note so low it felt like the floor remembered earthquakes. Enough, Wednesday said. She closed the notebook and looked at him the way surgeons look at X-rays that make a new theory click. Data your anomaly is real, controlled, aided by focus, and limited by either pain or fear, likely both. It is not siren in nature, not Gorgon, not hydrokinesis, not telekinesis in the way we categorize it. It is. She searched for a word and rejected 4. Other. Harry swallowed. And now? Now we study it, Wednesday said. Together. He hesitated. Why together? You don't do together. I do answers. Wednesday's mouth moved half a millimeter toward what other people would call a smile. You are a walking question. My favorite kind. He didn't trust her. He respected her. Those were not the same thing. Sometimes they were adjacent. He looked at the chalk circle, the coin, the careful notebook, the way she had not once touched him without cause. Okay, he said. We study? Good. Wednesday snapped the notebook shut. Bring your tool to every session. Conceal it better. You telegraph when you adjust your sleeve. I'll work on my tells. Please do. It would be a shame to lose you to a bored security guard. She turned to go, then paused. Evans? Yes. If you are not from here, Wednesday said, you don't have to tell me. But don't lie to yourself about it. It wastes time. She started up the stairs. 11 tomorrow. Same rules. New variables. He stood in the chalk circle until the candle guttered and the chapel remembered itself. He rolled his sleeve down, felt the wand settle against bone, and let out a breath that didn't taste like ash. They had an agreement. It wasn't trust. It was sharp and narrow and exactly survivable. They would study. The anomaly, his word, her delight. And for now, in a school that hummed with strange music and quiet knives, it was enough. Not here, he told himself. Not yet. He pictured the green light in Godric's Hollow, bending around the stag's antlers like a river forced to choose a different course. He pictured the portal, the falling, the forest that smelled like wet iron and mushrooms. He pictured the gate, the lights waking like eyes. He pictured Wednesday in nothing but the shape of a hypothesis, a name on a roster he hadn't seen, a sharpness in the air that would come later like a knife wrapped in paper. He made a place in his head for that sharpness and locked the door around it. Tomorrow. He slid the wand back into its hollow, pressed the panel flush, and set his palms flat on the desk as if swearing an oath on wood. I will keep my mouth shut, he said aloud into the quiet. I will keep my wand hidden. I will lie well enough to buy time. I will not trust what sings. I will not tell them where I came from. His reflection in the window said nothing. The raven on the roof cocked its head like it had opinions. Harry turned off the lamp. Darkness found him, and for once, sat beside him without trying to take anything. He lay on his back and felt the shape of the day fit into his body, like a bruise finding its own outline. Sleep came like a cautious ally, watching his hands first to make sure they weren't making fists. At the edge of it, as if called by his vow, or in spite of it, his scar prickled, a message not yet written. He breathed through the impulse to reach for the wand. He let the ache fade. In the room, where no one knew his true name, Harry Evans closed his eyes and did not dream of green light. He dreamed of a gate humming like a throat that had chosen not to sing. And, before the dream let him go, he repeated the only promise that made any sense in a place of barbed beauty and careful lies. No one here will know who I am. The crypt kept its own weather-cool stone, a patient damp, and that beeswax smell old candles give off when they've burned through other people's nights. Wednesday had already chalked her clean circle on the floor and set 2 candles at the compass points. Her watch lay open on the lectern, ticking like a careful heart. Ground rule, Harry said, shrugging off his jacket. If I tell you everything, it stays between us. Add unless disclosing prevents immediate death. Wednesday replied, matter of fact. I don't let people die because I'm a stickler for boundaries. Fair. She opened her black notebook, wrote confession protocol, and glanced up. I don't do gossip. It wastes narrative tension. Speak. Harry stood inside the chalk circle, sleeves pushed to his forearms, hands visible. There's no fun way to ease into this. I dislike fun. Wednesday said, begin with your enemy. Names have weight. He exhaled. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Calls himself Voldemort. He let the name land. The crypt didn't flinch, neither did Wednesday. Old. Brilliant. Cruel. Broke himself trying to avoid death, and then broke the rest of us for practice. Where I'm from, we... Stop. Wednesday said softly, pen hovering. Where you're from. Not here. Not here. Harry agreed. The word felt like a door clicking shut, and that helped. There's a school, Hogwarts. There was a war. I was a target from the night I was born. I survived something I shouldn't have, Avada Kedavra, the killing curse, because my mother died to stop it. That survival made me a symbol I never bought into and a soldier I never wanted to be. I fought him. He kept finding ways to come back. Ritual resurrection. Wednesday asked, all surgeons focus. Worse. He rubbed his scar once, more habit than need. He split his soul. Anchored the pieces to objects, Horcruxes. Wednesday wrote the word, underlined it, and didn't pretend she didn't know the Latin. Abomination. Efficient. Buth. Harry swallowed. We found them. We destroyed them. It took years. People died who shouldn't have. The night I fell out of my world, I thought I could end it. Finally end it, if I took the fight back to where it started. Godric's Hollow. Where you lost your parents, Wednesday said. Not a question, an incision. He nodded. He was there. Waiting. We fought longer than is good for any human body. He used fiend fire. I used shields I shouldn't have been able to hold that long. Then Harry stopped, breathed, forced the spiral tighter so it didn't spin him. I cast the killing curse. I moved. Something else moved faster. The deer. Wednesday said softly, eyes like two clean knives. White. Wrong light. Time bent. Harry's mouth twitched. You do read quickly? I listen. She corrected. Say it anyway. It makes it yours. It was a stag, he said. Not a patronus. Not magic I knew. It stepped into the garden and the night went quiet, like someone put their hand over sound. Voldemort's curse should have killed me. The deer deflected it, or made the world a shape where the curse couldn't hit me. The ground split. I fell. Threshold. Wednesday murmured, Psychopomp as Dorman. I woke in your woods. He finished simply. Walked here. Collapsed at your gate. Everything after that, you know. Wednesday let the silence breathe, then set her pen down and laced her fingers on the lectern. Thank you for choosing precision over poetry. It suits you. Now I reciprocate. You don't have to. I don't do what I have to, she said drily. I do what aligns with the desired outcome. My visions are not sentimental. They are data I did not consent to receive. Since childhood, they've arrived with touch or during transitions, sickness, sleep, the border between pain and relief. They are black and white, mostly, with color where blood or fire demand it. They do not tell me how to feel. They tell me what will make other people feel. That's bleak. It's accurate. Wednesday stepped down from the lectern and crossed to one of the vault niches where an iron reliquary sat, raven motif, silver filigree like frost around bone. This belonged to one of the school's founders. We don't display it for the students. Too many of them touch first and regret it second. Sounds like a school, Harry muttered. She tugged a glove off with her teeth and hovered her bare fingertips a breath over the filigree without touching. When I touch old things, the past leaks, sometimes the future. When I touch the right things, it pours. She glanced at him. You'll stand where I can see you. If I seize, you stop me from cracking my skull. If I go too far, you say my name twice. He hesitated. Does that bring you back? No, Wednesday said. But it annoys me and I respond to irritation. She touched the relic. Her shoulders stiffened at once, a small, contained quake. Harry moved closer, ready without crowding. The candlelight silvered her profile. Her pupils blew wide as if the dark had moved inside her eyes to watch. Her voice, when it came, was flat and fast, stripped of anything unnecessary. Stone, she said. Not this stone. Warmer, newer. Voices, too many. The air tastes like coins. The bells are wrong. The courtyard lights are out except, no, green. Not natural green. Not gas, not aurora. Spell light. It fills the windows. Someone is laughing without humor. Red eyes. Her hand twitched. Not metaphor. Literal. Paint on fingers. Charcoal under the nails. A line drawn in the wrong place on a blueprint. And then she jerked like a puppet whose strings had been yanked, and her palm slammed against the reliquary. Her breath left her in a hiss. Sweat beaded at her hairline. Harry stepped in, caught her elbow, didn't say her name. Not yet. Flame, Wednesday whispered. Not fiendfire. Smarter, colder, green like a surgical sheet. It crawls, it decides. The wards. Her lip curled. Rely on singing. Siren resonance. They shatter like glass when someone sings the wrong note on purpose. Harry felt his mouth go dry. Bianca, or one of her mother's acolytes, Wednesday said, still in that clinical distance, or someone who hates Bianca enough to tune the knife to her pitch. Her fingers convulsed on iron. Hinges. Doors that only open from the inside. An artist's mistake that isn't a mistake. Red eyes watching from a window that looks like a mirror. Because the night makes it so. And the screaming stops when the green reaches it. Wednesday. He said it once. The candle flame warped, a slender tongue stretched thin. "Not done," she bit out. "I see," Weems, angry in the wrong direction. Enid Moon, bright, teeth bared. The deer. A thread of wonder entered and left her voice like a needle. "Here, impossibly, where it shouldn't be, where cows and saints and sensible physics say it won't come. It touches the threshold with its hoof and time bruises." She changed then, for 2 heartbeats, no color in her face, the severity stripped back to bare bone. Harry slid his hand from elbow to wrist. Her pulse rabbiting under skin told him more than anything she said. He said her name a second time. Wednesday. Her fingers loosened. She blinked, and he watched the world come back into her eyes in neat layers stone. Candle, his sleeve, her wrist in his hand on her pulse. She drew in a measured breath and reclaimed herself with visible, almost audible focus. "Release," she said. The word not cruel, just chosen. He let go at once. She stepped back, pulled the glove on like sealing a wound, and reached for the notebook. "Don't," Harry said. He didn't know why he said it until he heard how thin his own voice sounded. "Just 1 minute." Wednesday's head tilted. Her gaze ran over him, shoulders tight, jaw locked, then returned to clinically calm. "It's not my pain," she said. "It's whether that touches my face. But I will not pretend the forecast isn't bad." She set the notebook down. "Fine. 1 minute for your nervous system to stop behaving like a burglar alarm." He exhaled and, because he'd asked for it, used it. 4 in, 6 out. The crypt's edges returned, solid and unburning. He had been in rooms where fire made walls into brittle paper shadows. This was not that room. He made himself notice candle drip freezing mid-fall, a hairline crack in the lectern. Wednesday's watch still ticking. She broke the truce first, because someone had to. "He's coming," she said. "Or he has instructed something clever to precede him." Harry rubbed his scar once, briefly. It stung as if it wanted to be agreed with. He learns. He uses other people's systems until they turn on them. "Sirens," Wednesday said, picking up her pen. "They're warding resonance. If Bianca's mother built cult infrastructure with sound, she could coerce, blackmail, or break anyone with a voice inside a radius." She wrote as she spoke. A targeted false note at the right frequency would destabilize a lattice keyed to that family line. A saboteur, not a demolitions expert. Harry stared at the reliquary. The red eyes, Voldemort's. Or something wearing his wand. And charcoal under the nails, Wednesday said. Artist. Or someone who pretended to be one long enough to be convincing. A blueprint error planted like a thorn. He didn't say Xavier. She didn't either. Saying a name was an act you couldn't walk back without stepping on your tongue. "Tell Weems," Harry asked. "Not yet," Wednesday said, decisive. Weems acts on proof, not premonition. She would tighten rules, interrogate the wrong people, posture. By the time we convinced her, we'd be dodging green fire. Bianca. "She's a potential solution and a probable tripwire," Wednesday said. "We'll need her. Because her voice can hold the wards together when they fail. Which means we tell her before she learns from an enemy. But we tell her without telling her why you exist." She flicked him a look. "Your anonymity is still a resource. I don't waste resources." "Thanks," Harry said dryly. Glad to be cost-effective. A corner of her mouth shifted by a millimeter. "Don't get sentimental, Evans. It doesn't suit your eyebrows." She tapped the notebook. "We set tasks. Clarity prevents tragedy." He nodded. "Shoot. You will map your magic against our infrastructure," Wednesday said, sliding into command without flourish. "Range, speed, precision, interference tolerance. You will also test for detection. How much can you do before our hall monitors, our staff, and our wards notice you've done anything? We need to know if you can work under their noses." "Ethically gray," he said. "Morally efficient," she corrected. "I'll secure us access to ward schematics. I'll ask Bianca questions that will make her think the answers were her idea. I'll corner Varma for sigil theory. Her chalk squeaks when she lies, and I will watch our resident artists for ink stains they shouldn't have. Harry's eyes narrowed. You think it's Xavier? I think Xavier is vain, lonely, and susceptible to anyone who will stroke both without paying for them. Wednesday said, cool and unsparing. I do not mistake those traits for malice. I also don't trust them with a singing school. Fair. He scrubbed a hand through his hair, then remembered to drop it. Nervous tells were lessons with bills later. If Voldemort is pushing through, he will test first, Wednesday said. He will send a hand into our room before he enters it. He will look for the weak lock, not the strong door, so we set bait. Harry raised an eyebrow. You have bait lying around. I have an excellent reputation for ferreting out forbidden corridors, she said blandly. We leak one rumor, accurate enough to smell true to anyone who knows ward, work, wrong enough to make a saboteur greedy. We watch who tries to access the flaw. We don't stop them. We follow them to their handler. You're enjoying this. I enjoy solving puzzles that bleed, Wednesday said simply. It makes the bleeding justify itself. She glanced at him again, a quick check. How are you? Harry considered the floor, his scar, the part of his lungs that always felt a little singed the first week in a new war. He chose honesty because lying here would give her bad data. Angry, he said. Tired. A little relieved that I'm not imagining the feeling that something's coming. And I hate this, almost glad to have a job. You need purpose like some people need salt, Wednesday said. Too much will desiccate you. The right amount will keep you from rotting. Your metaphors stab, he said. They're sterilized, she replied. Hold out your hands. He did before he could stop himself. She took his wrists, not gently, not cruelly, just a firm clinical pressure, fingers exactly on the radial pulse. The candles made twin moons in her eyes. Your pulse races when you talk about him, she said. It evens when you describe processes. You're safer in a plan than in memory. Plans feel like doors you can open, he said. Memories don't. Then we plan. She released him and wrote 3 clean columns you, me, allies. Me, Harry said, reading. Train silent magic until it's boring. Map out blind spots in the building. Test what happens to my anomaly near siren resonance. See if Bianca's song makes it wobble. I'll borrow a tuning fork from the choir loft, Wednesday said, and a decibel meter. Do you own a decibel meter? I own 5, she said. Of course you do. Under allies, Wednesday went on. We add Enid, because when things go wrong in a hallway at night, you want someone who can smell fear and bite worse than it does. We add Bianca with caveats because she's a shield in the shape of a person when she chooses to be. We do not add Weems. Not yet. What about Ajax, Kent? He asked, thinking of kindness and cruelty both. Ajax can't keep secrets when he's happy, Wednesday said. He turns to stone when he's stressed. That combination has charms. It also has drawbacks. Kent is a hazard to himself and possibly others when bored. I prefer my hazards selected, not ambient. Harry almost smiled. You've thought about all of us like chess pieces. Like organ systems. Wednesday corrected. Chess pieces pretend they act alone. The watch on her lectern ticked 3 more times. Somewhere above, boards squeaked. The school settled into a different hour. Harry's shoulder ached. His scar throbbed with the stubbornness of an old complaint that didn't want to be ignored. He looked at the reliquary again. Do the visions hurt? He asked, surprising himself. He'd meant to ask it gently and had no gentle voice left, so it came out plain. They cost, Wednesday said. I am not a poet. I am a ledger. Touch takes. Sometimes memory. Sometimes heat from my hands for an hour. Sometimes nothing but disgust. A flicker of something like humor. Occasionally delight. That's irritating. If you need to stop, I don't, she said. Not yet. Pain is information. I like information. the edge in her voice softened by half a grain. "If I say stop, you stop. Deal." She closed the notebook with a clean click. "We're done with confession. We move to commitment." She held out her hand. He glanced at it, then at her face. "You want me to shake on an Addams pact? Should I sign in blood?" "Please don't," she said. "It stains the paper and attracts small, annoying demons. Words suffice." She kept her hand out. Harry took it. Her grip was cool and dry, and as decisive as everything else about her. For one extra beat, she didn't let go, and he realized she was watching his face for the way touch altered it. Then she released him, as if she'd acquired the data she needed. "Say it," she ordered, not unkindly. He swallowed once. "We accept he's coming," he said quietly. The crypt didn't echo, it absorbed Voldemort, or his hand through a crack he found. "And we prepare," Wednesday said, not with panic, with precision. "We'll be outnumbered." "We already are," she said. And yet. Her chin lifted that fractional amount that looked like defiance trained to pass as posture. "We will choose our ground, our moment, our knives." Harry breathed, and it didn't hurt as much as it had at the start of the hour. "Wednesday." "Yes?" "Thank you," he said. "For the terrible truth?" she asked, one eyebrow drawing a small neat arc. "For taking it like a plan, not a confession," he said. "For not making me a charity." "I don't do charity," she said. "I do partnerships that unsettle fate." She picked up the watch, snapped it shut, and pinched out one candle. 11 tomorrow. Bring your anomaly. Bring your temper. Leave your self-pity. He huffed. "I don't pack self-pity. You misplace it in dark rooms," she said. "I'll return it to the lost, and found if I see it." They climbed the narrow steps, stone sweating under their palms. At the door, she paused and angled her head toward the long, quiet corridor. "Listen." He did. Far away, the building's wards sang their low, sub-audible hum, the kind of sound you only noticed when it changed. "Remember that note," Wednesday said. "When it goes wrong, your body will lie to you. The sound won't." "Wednesday," he said, because there was one more thing that needed saying, even if it was obvious now. "Yes, if your visions get worse, if he tries to use them, tell me," he said. "I can handle green fire. I can't handle watching you burn without doing anything." For a fraction, her expression shifted from weapon to something with a pulse. It wasn't tenderness. It wasn't approval. It was a precise, silent acknowledgement that two people had chosen to stand in the same blast radius on purpose. "If he tries to use me," she said, "I'll make sure he regrets the logistics." She opened the door. "Good night, Evans. Good night." He watched her black and white shape slide away into the violet dark hall and, for the first time since falling through a hole in the world, felt the particular steadiness that comes when the worst thing has been named aloud. Upstairs, a bell marked the hour. In the crypt below, the chalk circle waited, unjudging. Between those two facts, Harry set his jaw around a simple truth the night had forced on them, and it fit. Voldemort is coming. We prepare. The crypt felt warmer tonight, as if the stone had decided not to bite. Wednesday had already drawn her chalk circle and lined the lectern with her instruments of inquiry. Notebook, tuning fork, a metronome she swore wasn't for music, and a tape measure that snapped back like a tongue. "Topic," she said, flipping to a fresh page. "Burden. Identify it, weigh it, redistribute it if possible." Harry eased his jacket off and set it on the back of a chair. "Redistribute to whom?" "Preferably not to me," Wednesday said dryly, "but to processes, habits, and other containers that don't bleed." He stepped into the circle. His shoulder acted in a familiar way. His scar felt like a coin under the skin. "All right. How do you weigh guilt?" "By its lies," Wednesday said, clicking the metronome to life. "Tick, tick. Guilt says, you could have saved all of them. Truth says, you are not God. You are a person with limits. Guilt says, pain makes you meaningful. Truth says, Pain makes you hurt. Say one guilt. I will answer with one truth. He squinted at her. We're playing call and response with trauma. We're practicing a script, she corrected. Scripts keep your nervous system occupied until your rational mind catches up. Dr. Anand's trick adjusted for my attention span. Harry let out a breath through his nose. Fine. Guilt I left them. Ron and Hermione. Everyone. Truth. Wednesday said without blink. You were pulled through a dimensional wound by a mythological herbivore, and if you had stayed, you would be dead. Comforting. Accurate. Tick. Tick. Another. That I should have died in their place. Truth, your death would not bring them back. Also, you are uncooperative. I have observed this. Dying on command is not your style. His mouth twitched. More. Everything I touch becomes a target. Truth. Your enemies choose your friends as targets because they cannot touch you otherwise. That is not romance. It's strategy. He stared at the metronome's nickel arm as it swung. Tick. Tick. Sometimes I think the prophecy turned me into a weapon, and I never set it down. Wednesday's gaze softened by half a degree. Truth. You were made into a weapon by adults who could not imagine a world without war. But I have watched you put yourself between danger and a hallway full of children twice in 3 days. Weapons don't do that of their own accord. People do. The tick seemed to move to the pace of his breath. He leaned his palms on the lectern's edge until the wood remembered his hands. Your turn, he said, surprising himself. Wednesday blinked once. I don't do vulnerability for sport. Neither do I, Harry said. But this is supposed to be a partnership, not a one-way inventory. She tilted her head, weighing something. Then she set the pen down and laced her fingers. Guilt. It is easier to watch than to care. Truth, Harry said quietly. Caring never made you less precise. It just made the cut matter. Guilt. When I feel wrong. Truth, you feel in the language you were given. People who love you can learn to translate. Guilt. If I allow attachment, someone will use it. Truth, they will try. You will make them regret the logistics. He nodded toward her notebook. Your words. Something micro shifted at the edge of her mouth. Acceptable, she said, as if grading a paper. They worked the script until the metronome stopped feeling like a judge and started feeling like a handrail. When Wednesday finally clicked it shut, the crypt seemed to exhale. Better, she asked. Not fixed, Harry said, honest, but quieter. Quieter is the second best we get. She capped her pen. No, practical matters. Your anomaly. Progress, he asked. Consistent, she said. You can move objects within 20 meters without incantation if your shoulder isn't screaming and your... She flicked her eyes toward his scar. Barometer isn't spiking. Pain reduces precision. Anger increases speed. Fear shortens range. She flipped a page and tapped a line of notes. Also, you telegraph when you're about to do something stupid. Everyone does. You do it with your left wrist, she said. It flexes. Stop it. I'll alert my left wrist. He deadpanned. She held his gaze for an extra beat. Their now familiar non-smile. Well, try the tuning fork tonight. I want to see whether sustained resonance disrupts your control. She raised the fork and struck it against the lectern. A clean, low note filled the room, felt more in bone than ear. On my mark. Candle. Left. Harry held still, letting the vibration settle into him like a hum he could ride. Then he beckoned with intent alone. The candle shivered but slid obediently across the stone to the chalk ring's edge. Again. Wednesday said, adjusting the frequency. Higher. This time the wax skated, then skittered, then jerked to a stop like it had hit a ripple. His scar tingled. Noted, Wednesday murmured. Siren frequencies above X interfere. Bianca could blast you out of a room if she wanted to. I'll be polite, Harry said. You'll be strategic. Wednesday lowered the fork, satisfied. Enough testing. Eat. She produced a thermos and 2 contraband mugs. Enid disguised them as shampoo bottles. Resourceful, Harry said, accepting coffee that tasted like smoke and sugar. She is an optimist with claws, Wednesday said, useful in a siege. He drank, grateful for heat, and for the quiet company that didn't demand he filled every silence with explanation. Tell me something not about war, Wednesday said suddenly. Harry blinked. Like what? Like who you were when you weren't a weapon. He almost said I don't know, but that would be a lie of laziness, not ignorance. I like flying, he said. Not brooms, the feeling, the quiet above everything. The way problems shrink when the ground pulls away. He took another sip. I like bad jokes. I like waking up early when no one else is up. Makes the world feel survivable. Sometimes I like cooking, when I'm not making food for people who treat me like a house elf. I like... He stopped before I like when someone says my name like they mean me, and not the shape of me could escape. Wednesday listened like a scientist, not a therapist. Good, she said simply. Catalog. And you? He asked. Something not about blades. I play the cello, she said. Poorly when watched, beautifully when no one is listening. A small pause. I keep a book of names of people I've decided deserve revenge. I do not act on it unless the ledger balances in more than blood. I like thunderstorms because they do not pretend to be anything else. I like when ravens bring me shiny things that don't belong to me. Do they often? Often enough, she said, perfectly serious. Their eyes held a moment longer than usual. Harry could feel the shape of this. What they were building. Click into another notch. Not romance. Not yet. An alliance that felt like consent, not desperation. Evans, Wednesday said, businesslike again. We are going to be interrupted. He blinked. Am I supposed to say by what? No. By whom? She lifted her chin toward the stairs. He has been stalking our routine for 2 days. He will choose tonight because he believes he has found a speech sharp enough to cut me loose. Footsteps arrived a beat later. Wednesday's timing would have made a conductor jealous. Xavier Thorpe's shadow hit the door first, long, hesitant, self-edited, and then the boy himself stepped down into the crypt, charcoal under his nails, a sketchbook clamped under one arm, like a shield. Wednesday, Xavier said, mouth already tight. We need to talk. We are, Wednesday said, regrettably. His eyes cut to Harry. Alone. No, she said. Xavier's gaze snapped back to her. He's the problem. Not a novel thesis, Wednesday said, unbothered. Support with evidence. You've disappeared every night since he showed up. Xavier's jaw worked. You don't answer texts. You cut practice. He broke off, struggling for a word that didn't make him sound like every jealous boy in every school. He failed and used it anyway. Different. Wednesday's mouth didn't move, but something sharpened behind her eyes. I am doing a project. On him, Xavier said, chin jerking toward Harry. On whatever he is. Harry kept his posture easy and his face empty, because being bait did not require expression. I am doing a project on ethics of interference, Wednesday said evenly. He is the case study, I am the investigator. You may refrain from dying of curiosity. Xavier ignored her and addressed Harry. What are you? A student, Harry said. Don't, Xavier snapped. Don't do the laconic mysterious thing. It works on girls who want homework to be a personality. This is Wednesday. Harry's cheek twitched. I noticed. Xavier took 2 steps into the room, hands flexing against the sketchbook. She's not a lab to run your tricks in. She's capable of saying no. Wednesday cut in. I haven't. That's the part I don't get, Xavier said, looking at her as if the angles of her face had been redrawn without his consent. You hate people. You hate noise. You hate this. He waved a hand at Harry. You don't collect strays. I collect anomalies, Wednesday said. He is one. So are you, occasionally, when you stop narrating your loneliness as if the rest of us are too stupid to read it. Xavier flinched like she'd slapped him. There it is, the hit. It is not a hit, Wednesday said without heat. It's a diagnosis. And what's my treatment? Xavier demanded. Go home. Stop breathing so loud in your air. Stop making my attention a treat, she said. Earn it. Bring me data, not drama. Harry almost respected the composure it took for Xavier not to throw the sketchbook. He swallowed something visible and turned back to Harry, because anger needed a safer target. I've seen you, he said. In the library. Books float to your hand. You didn't even look at them. That's not outcast work. That's... He groped for a label that fit nothing in his taxonomy. That's something else. It's focus, Harry said. It's a lie, Xavier said. And Wednesday loves lies she can dissect. Xavier, Wednesday said, voice low. Enough. No, he said. Like a boy picking a fight, because a fight would at least prove he existed. He's making you different. You don't look at me like that when I talk about my art. Because your art is about you, Wednesday said. He's talking about a war. Try to hear the difference. Xavier's mouth trembled and went hard. I know what a war looks like. Do you? Wednesday asked. Or do you sketch the uniforms because you can't stand to see the blood? Harry felt it then, the flicker of something in Xavier that wasn't pure jealousy, fear, maybe. Or a need to matter heavy enough to bend metal. You want her to pick, Xavier said to Harry, as if bargaining with a god he didn't believe in. Me or you. Harry blinked. No. Xavier barked a laugh, ugly with relief and disbelief and something older. Of course you don't. Because you already think you've won. Harry kept his tone flat. I don't want to win anything. I want to not die. Xavier stared, breathing too fast. He looked at Wednesday again, softer, rawer. I keep trying to be enough for you. Then stop trying. Wednesday said, be interesting. The rest will attend to itself. She moved a half-step forward, and her voice gentled in a way Harry hadn't heard often. Xavier, listen to me. You are not my rival with him. He is not your rival with me. My attention is not a ration. Xavier rubbed the heel of his hand across one eye, like a kid who hadn't slept. Feels like it. That's your scarcity, Wednesday said. Not my ledger. She cut a look toward the stairs. Go upstairs. Punch a wall in the fencing room. Or better, draw. Draw me something that isn't your hurt disguised as a monster. He stared another heartbeat. Then he set his jaw, turned, and left with the dignity of a boy who had remembered how to walk. The crypt breathed again. Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been bracing against his teeth. Jealousy, Wednesday said, noting nothing down. A stupid emotion with occasionally useful information. Useful how? Harry asked. It tells you where people think their power lives, she said. Xavier thinks his lives in my gaze. That makes him malleable. Harry rubbed the crease between his brows. Malleable into what? Into being used. Wednesday said calmly. Be anyone who promises him attention in exchange for access. She met his eyes. We watch him. Harry nodded. We don't blame him. Not until he earns it, she said. Come. We need air. The courtyard had boiled itself down to dew and crickets. The violet lamps smeared light across the flagstones. The raven on the roof had opinions, but kept them to itself. Walk, Wednesday said. If you sit, your thoughts will eat you. I thought you liked that. I like when they eat other people, she said. Yours I prefer alive. They crossed under the arch toward the reflecting pool, where a scatter of coins made wishes look cheap. Harry rolled up his sleeves and leaned on the cool stone rim. Their shoulders almost touched. Almost. I don't want to be the reason Xavier breaks, he said after a while. You aren't, Wednesday said. You're the excuse he'll use if he chooses to. There's a difference. Feels like splitting hairs. It is, she said. Welcome to my favorite pastime. Footsteps brushed the grass behind them. Bare and careful like someone who knew how to make sound when she wanted to, and not when she didn't. Bianca Barclay came into view in a black coat that looked like it knew the price of everything in town. Her hair caught the lamp glow and tossed it back prettier. "Evening, Wednesday," Bianca said. "Avans." Her voice skimmed the surface of their names, tasting them. "Bianca," Wednesday said. "If you've come to drown anyone, choose the freshman who keeps humming on the wrong note. I can hear him in my sleep." Bianca smiled like a saint who had misplaced her halo. "I came to make sure your stray hasn't learned to bite." "I can set my own teeth," Harry said. "I don't doubt it," Bianca said easily. She leaned on the pool edge opposite him, as if flanking a chessboard. "Weems is twitchy. You've been doing late nights, and late nights make administrators dream about lawsuits." "I'm heartbroken," Wednesday said. Bianca's eyes cut to Harry, and the humor went out of her voice like a matched flame. "News travels," she said low. "Around here, it always does. Yours traveled faster." She tapped the pool's rim twice, a simple rhythm that nonetheless made Harry's skin pick up a thrum. "You don't smell like us." "I keep hearing that," Harry said. "Get used to it," she said. "Outcasts can be cruel to outliers." Wednesday's mouth curved almost invisibly, and sirens are famously forgiving. Bianca ignored her. "I'm not here to scold. I'm here to warn." She looked at Harry steady and unblinking, and up close the shimmer in her eyes wasn't pretty. It was power that knew it. "There's a group in the world, the Morning Song Church, that sells belonging the way con artists sell time machines. My mother helped run it. She used what I can do to make marks open their wallets and call it salvation. She taught me 3 things. People want to be told what to feel. Power sounds sweeter when it sings, and truth doesn't keep you safe. I tore myself out of it. I got here. I stopped singing for anyone who didn't earn it." Harry didn't glance at Wednesday. He could feel her listening. Bianca tapped the stone again, a fraction sharper. "This school's wards were tuned by voices like mine. They hum when we're well. They crack when we aren't. If someone wanted to break Nevermore, they wouldn't bomb the wall. They'd make a girl like me sing the wrong note. Or they'd find a boy who wants to be seen and give him a reason to cut a hole where the humming's thin." "Subtle," Wednesday said, "and elegant." "I'm flattered," Bianca said dryly. "Except I'm not." She fixed Harry with a look that belonged in a courtroom. "You carry trouble. I don't know if you're the bomb or the fireman, but either way, keep your secrets clean. Weems will forgive a crime before she forgives a lie." "I'm not lying to her," Harry said. "It was technically true, which was the kind that kept you alive." Bianca's mouth tipped. "You're lying to everyone about something. I can hear it in your voice when you choose the wrong word." She glanced at Wednesday. "And you? You think the only way to keep him safe is to turn him into homework." "It's worked before," Wednesday said. "Then this one will be extra credit," Bianca said. She straightened from the pool in one smooth line. "Come by Chuar tomorrow, Evans. Sit in the back. Don't talk. I want to see if your magic wobbles when we do scales." Harry's eyebrow rose. "That an invitation or a test?" "Yes," Bianca said, and walked away on feet that seemed to know where the ground was going before it got there. Harry watched her go. "You believe her about the cult." "I believe every word and several she didn't say," Wednesday said. "I also believe she'll use information like a scalpel. We will collaborate carefully." They stood in quiet for a minute. A moth tapped the lamp glass like a finger on a door. Across the courtyard, the fencing room lights burned, and a thump-thump suggested a wall was taking a confession from someone's fists. "Xavier?" Harry asked. "Hopefully," Wednesday said. "Better he bleed his knuckles than his secrets." Harry pulled his sleeves down against the cool. The night smelled like damp stone and cut grass, and the faint metallic tang of magic sleeping. "I don't want to make your life complicated," he said. "You already have," Wednesday said, tone clinical and not unkind. Complication is not failure. It's a sign the story has a second act. He huffed. Your metaphors stab. We've established that. They turned back toward the arch. Wednesday didn't take his arm. He didn't offer. But their steps matched without trying, and sometimes that was more intimate than stumbling toward obvious gestures. At the dorm stairs, Wednesday stopped. Signal, she said. What? If something goes wrong, she said. If you're cornered, if your scar sings too loud, if you need a knife and not a conversation, what do you say? He thought, then chose without overthinking. Raven, he said. Simple. It belongs here. Fine, Wednesday said. If I say it, it means the same. She looked up toward the hallway where shadows lay like patient cats. And for you, if I say ledger, it means stop. We're making a mistake. Noted, he said. Her gaze flicked to his mouth, not as romance, as assessment. Was he steady? Would he shake? Could he be trusted not to tilt into sentiment at the wrong time? Whatever she found there didn't offend her. Tomorrow, she said. Schwer, he said, thinking of Bianca's scales and how his magic had skittered at the tuning fork. And then the crypt, Wednesday said, with new variables. They parted without a touch. It didn't feel cold. It felt like a promise no one had asked the night to witness. He couldn't sleep. The dorm hummed, a different note now that he knew to listen, and his thoughts chased themselves around the same corners. He gave up, pulled on his jacket, and went to the north hall to walk it into something quieter. He wasn't alone. Xavier sat on the floor outside the art studio with his back to a trophy case. The lights were on inside. Paper ghosts fluttered on a drying line. His hands were black up to the wrists, charcoal ground into the cuticles, as if he'd been trying to redraw his fingerprints. Hey, Harry said, because walking past would be a choice he'd regret. Xavier looked up like someone woken from bad sleep, came to gloat. About what? Breathing Wednesday's air, Xavier said. He laughed brittle. Sorry, that was cheap. Harry leaned against the opposite wall, mirror distance. You think I want to take something from you? I don't. You took something anyway, Xavier said. You'll tell me you didn't mean to. That's the worst part. Harry didn't argue. I know the feeling of watching someone's attention move and not being able to pull it back with anything you have. Xavier's jaw loosened a fraction. He rubbed black fingers together. She makes you feel like you could be a knife sharpened on the right stone. She makes me feel like the blood would at least count for something. Harry said. Xavier flinched. God. Yeah, they let that sit for a minute. Two boys who both wanted to matter and who hated themselves a little for the wanting. Look, Harry said finally. I'm not trying to make you my friend, but if you're ever going to do something stupid because you think it'll prove something to her, don't. Find me first. We can do something stupid together that doesn't get you killed. Xavier stared, then snorted a laugh despite himself. That's the worst sales pitch I've ever heard. I'm not selling anything, Harry said. I'm trying to keep the ward, humming school, from burning down. Xavier's eyes narrowed. What do you know about the wards? Enough to be worried, Harry said. Bianca's right, they're a song. Songs break in interesting ways. Xavier stared at his own blackened palms. Sometimes I draw doors, he said quietly. Like, if I can just sketch the right hinge, the right shadow, a good door will open, and I'll walk through, and the right version of me will be on the other side. Harry thought of his own falling. Sometimes doors don't ask permission, he said. When they do, be careful about what version of you they want as a toll. Xavier's mouth worked. He swallowed whatever he'd almost confessed. You're not what I expected. I'm not what I expected either, Harry said. He pushed off the wall. Good night, Thorpe. Xavier looked up, mouth forming a thanks he wasn't ready to say. Night. Harry left him with the lights and the ghosts. As he reached the stairwell, He glanced down at his own hands. Clean. He didn't know if that was true, but it was what they looked like. For now. Choir the next afternoon met in a hall with acoustics designed to make truth impossible to bury in the mix. Bianca stood at the front, like a general disguised as a soloist. 40 voices warmed up around her. The air vibrated at the edges. Harry slid into the back row, head down, ears open, every nerve measuring. Wednesday had taken a seat in the last pew on the side, arms folded, face impassive, eyes glittering with professional curiosity. Scales, Bianca said, simple as a threat. The room obeyed. Do, re, mi. At the third ladder, Harry felt it a tremor in his control, like a violin string tuned half a hair too high. His fingers tingled. The wand hidden in his boot hummed once, a wail, call no one else heard. Bianca glanced, once, quick, toward the back row without breaking rhythm. She shifted the pitch just enough to a frequency that vibrated in Harry's scar. It stung, then steadied, like a compass needle leaving panic for north. She's mapping me, he thought, and didn't hate it. He noted the exact notes that made his lungs want to sprint, and the ones that turned his brain into a calmer animal. When Bianca led them into a round, his magic tried to follow both lines at once and immediately tripped. Good to know. After, the choir spilled out in gossip and perfume. Bianca walked the aisle like a tide. She stopped by Harry without wasting a smile. Well, I wobble on E, he said. You and half the freshmen, she said, amused. But yes, keep out of the room when I anchor on it. Helpful, he said. Her eyes softened a fraction. Don't get killed because you didn't want to inconvenience me. I'm very comfortable inconveniencing you, he said, promising. Bianca tipped her head. Wednesday's waiting to turn you back into homework. Go. He found Wednesday exactly where he knew she'd be, the corners of her mouth holding secrets and statistics. Data, she asked. E is a problem, he said. You were right about frequency. I usually am, Wednesday said, rising. Tonight we test whether Weems's office wards notice you if you breathe near her filing cabinet. Exciting. I didn't say we were going inside, she said. We're not suicidal, we're ambitious. He fell into step with her. Wednesday, yes, thank you for earlier, with Xavier. You could have fed the jealousy, you didn't. I don't waste jealousy, she said. I bank it. It burns hotter later when aimed correctly. A beat. Also, you are becoming mine. He blinked. You're what? Not property, she said, mildly affronted. Project. Puzzle. Parameter. Choose any noun that begins with P and doesn't make me sound sentimental. She glanced at him sidelong. If people try to hurt my projects, I remove their hands. It's not love. It's logistics. Logistics, he echoed. Right. They reached the stairwell that would take them to the corridor outside Weems's office. Wednesday paused and looked at him, that same surgical assessment that had started to feel like a hand steadying rather than a blade weighing. Before we do something that will require nimble lying, if we're caught. She said, say it. Say what? That you trust me. He didn't rush it. He placed the words carefully, because some promises you could only make once without making them cheap. I trust you, he said. Good, Wednesday said, and touched 2 fingers briefly to the back of his wrist. A contact so quick it could have been an accident, and so deliberate it was not. Use it. He nodded, heart doing something idiotic and then remembering itself. They went up into the humming dark together, his secret steady under his ribs, her ledger open and hungry, their script tested, their signals agreed, and the school's song shifting by a note no one else yet heard. Outside the art room, charcoal smeared across a doorknob like a fingerprint someone had tried not to leave. Upstairs, a siren rehearsed a run that sounded too much like a fracture line. Down in the crypt, a chalk circle waited like a promise. Trust had deepened, quiet, unadorned, inconvenient, real, and somewhere, in a room with a blueprint, and the wrong hinge shaded darker than the rest, jealousy sharpened into a shape with edges. The storm arrived like a decision. Wind pressed its palms against Nevermore's windows until the lead groaned. Lightning stitched the clouds with white thread, and thunder rolled across the roofs, as if the sky had found a drum it liked too much. Harry tried to sleep and failed. The room was too full of weather and memory. Every flash wrote Godric's Hollow on the back of his eyelids. Every thunderclap was a door blown from its hinges. His scar started as a complaint and lurched into a siren. A hot nail hammered from inside. He sat up, breath too short for a room this big, in out. 4, 6. The numbers slipped. Another flash. Too bright, and the pain jumped from 8 to almost 10. He felt it coming, the thoughtless lunge toward his wand. The impulse to do something. Anything to make the world respond. His hand found the heel of his boot where the wand slept, steady and loyal. He froze. "Raven," he said hoarsely to the empty room, just in case the room had ears. The knock came less than a minute later. 2 light raps, 1 authoritative. He didn't ask how she'd crossed the dorm after curfew. Wednesday Addams collected rules like teeth. She stepped in when he opened the door, black hair braided, collar neat, rain freckles on her cheeks like punctuation. She took one exact look at him, shoulders high, pupils blown, the wrong color in his face, and shut the door behind her. "Sit," she said, already moving the small desk chair to face the window. Feet planted, hands open. "Look out." He sat. His hands wanted to fist. He made them lie flat on his thighs. "Name 5 things you see," Wednesday said, tone level, a metronome given a human voice. "Rain," he said, eyes on the glass. "The gargoyle with the broken ear. The violet lamp in the courtyard. The flagstone crack that looks like a lightning bolt. The raven, no, it's not there, just the wet roof. 4 things you feel. Cold air. Sweat on my neck. The splinter on this chair arm. The pressure." He tapped 2 fingers above his scar. "Like the storms trying to come in through my head. 3 things you hear. Thunder," he said. "The gutter. Your watch, barely. 2 things you smell. Wet stone," he said after a beat. "Your soap. Clove. 1 thing you can taste. Metal." Her shoulders loosened a millimeter. "Better. Now breathe on 6 out. Cheating is allowed if you count quickly." He let her voice hold his attention while the storm tried to take it. The pain didn't vanish. It downgraded from emergency broadcast to an angry neighbor pounding the wall. "Tell me the impulse," Wednesday said. "To pull the wand and split something." He admitted. "Door. Window. Night, I don't know. Just open and exit." "Exits chosen in pain are often entrances for worse things," she said. "Ledger." He nodded, "Stop," and unclenched his fingers. Lightning walked across the sky again, too close. The room flashed surgical white. He flinched hard enough to make the chair skid. "Harry," Wednesday said, clinical, unafraid, in the room with him without trying to be between him and the storm. "Stand up." He did. She stepped into his space, not touching, but close enough that he could use her face as a horizon. The pupils in her eyes were steady black coins. She lifted her hand and hovered it near his sternum. "Permission," she said. He swallowed. "Wes." Her palm settled flat against his chest. Cool through the cotton, the pressure precise. "You're here," she said. "In a stupidly decorated school, on an ugly chair, in a room with a window that doesn't open enough. Say it." "I'm here," he said. Again. I'm here." Her other hand found his wrist and pressed the pulse, exactly the way she had the night of confessions. "Match your breath to my watch," she said. "I'll count." "You don't have to." She counted, and he let his lungs obey. The scar still sang, but the edge dulled. The room returned to being a room instead of a memory factory. The storm, loud, unignorable, became weather instead of omen. "Good," she said, eventually. She didn't move her hand yet. "Now tell me what you think is happening." Voldemort, he said, because anything else would be a lie. Not here, but pressing, testing the hinge. Your body believes he owns part of you, Wednesday said. That belief is useful when you fight him. It makes you fast. It is disastrous when you sleep. We will replace it, not with nonsense, with data. Data, he echoed, trying to smile without losing the counts. Calculated risk, she said. We'll go to the cloister. Covered walkway. More storm, less echo. You will choose one test, small, contained. You will do it once, on my mark, and then you will stop on Ledger even if the world begs. His mouth went dry. If I can't stop, you will, she said. No softness. Confidence is structure. And I'll make you if you don't. Bring your tool. He took the wand from the heel, with hands that shook less than they had, and slid it along his forearm again. She noticed without looking. They walked the corridor. Night pressed its face to the panes. The cloister door complained, and then allowed them into the long L of stone arcade that ran the courtyard's edge. Wind shouldered through and slipped out again. Rain stitched bright lines where lightning flashed. They stopped where downspouts gushed into a gargoyle's open mouth. Wednesday pointed to a fallen oak leaf plastered to a flagstone 5 yards away. Object, she said. Small, light, unimportant. Telemetry test, 1 rep. On my count, 3, 2, 1. Harry made the reach in his head, a nudge, not a grab. The wand warmed against bone. The leaf lifted with a watery peel and skated toward them in a clean arc. Stop, Wednesday said. He did. The leaf dropped and pasted itself to the stone at her shoes. He looked at her face for the verdict. Again, she said. Harder. Then stop yourself before I ask. He nodded. The second nudge drew more power, enough that the water in the gutter rippled, and the gargoyle's mouth belched bubbles. His scar pricked. He released early, and the leaf settled without drama. Better, she said. Now non-line, of sight. She pointed to the corner where the cloister turned. Brick chip by the drain. He switched to feel instead of see, mapping the space like Professor Varma's sigils mapped grammar, curves, and counts. Their texture like a dry tooth. He beckoned and caught it mid-bounce, then set it down. Ledger, she said, for no reason except to practice. He straightened his hand and allowed the itch to fade. Anger? She asked. Quiet, he said, surprised to discover it was true. Fear? Smaller, he said. Despair, he breathed, and the word didn't find purchase. Not present. Good, she said. A slow nod. Storm used to force the door. Tonight you opened a window and closed it yourself. Another flash tore the sky. The thunder that followed ran through the stone under their feet. He didn't flinch. He let the timing move through him and out. Calculated risk complete, Wednesday said. Now we do the thing I actually came for. He raised an eyebrow. You're spiraling, she said. We ground spirals by naming them, or by tethering them. Her face, in the lightning smear, looked like it had been carved for this night. You want proof you're here. I'm not sentimental, but I am efficient. Efficient how? I am going to kiss you, she said, as if she were announcing a lab procedure. Not to fix you. To locate you. The faintest curve at the corner of her mouth. Consent. The absurdity and the rightness of the question hit him at once. His pulse jumped under her hand in a way that had nothing to do with panic. He didn't laugh. He didn't try to turn it into a joke he could hide behind. Yes, he said. Consent. Rules, she said, because of course there were. You will tell me stop if you need it. I will say Ledger if we're idiots. No dramatics. No roaming hands. We are not children with a stolen car. We are professionals stealing time. Understood, he said. Wednesday stepped closer. Rain freckled the air between them. Breath ghosted white. She lifted her hand from his chest slowly, as if lifting a stone lid, and set 2 fingers under his jaw, light touch, a surgeon's confidence without hurry. Look at me, she said. He did. Her eyes were steady and sharp, a horizon you could sail to. The first touch of her mouth was decisive, not soft, not cruel, present. She kissed like she did everything with attention. He answered without grabbing, without trying to turn the moment into proof of something, just meeting the pressure and the purpose. The storm obliged with a flash far away and a low roll, almost benevolent. He felt the lines of his body reassemble into a person instead of a collection of alarms. She pulled back first and studied him in that unsettling, wonderful way, cataloging pulse, breath, pupil spread, the quieting of the muscles around his eyes. "Report," she said. "Located," he said, a laugh caught under the word. "Again," she said, dry as chalk. He did the second kiss. He learned quickly her tempo, the caution that wasn't fear, the exact moment she wanted pressure to stop just shy of promise. She made a small sound in her throat, approval, not surrender, and it made him lightheaded for a second, before the ledger in his brain snapped the string and kept him upright. She ended it with a gentle tap of her fingers to his jaw. "Stop," and he obeyed. "What did that prove?" he asked when he could speak. "That your nervous system can carry two signals at once," she said, as if reviewing a lab result. "Pain and presence. The second was louder when we chose it. Calculated risk," he said, softer. "I didn't fall in." "You won't," she said. "Not if I'm there, and not if you keep your agreements with yourself." He looked at the courtyard. Rain carved it into different shapes, softer edges, cleaner lines. "What agreement?" he asked. "The one we make now?" she said. She stepped back half a pace, not gone, not coy, simply preserving the angle they could both think at. "We do not promise idiocies like 'I'll die for you.' That's a child's bargain, and we are not children. We promise 3 things that keep us alive." 3. He echoed, because counting helped. 1, she said. "We choose plans over panic. When panic arrives, we name it, out loud, briefly. Then we act." He nodded. "Name it, then act." 2, she said. "No martyrdom. If the choice is both of us live badly, or one of us dies beautifully, we pick the ugly life. Every time. Beauty is for funerals. We can be pretty later." He huffed a surprised laugh. "All right." 3, she said. "Check-ins. Before class. After dark. If one of us goes off-grid, the other doesn't assume betrayal or melodrama. We assume obstruction and do the next right thing." "Define next right thing," he asked. "Ask," Wednesday said simply. "If you're not there, I ask Enid if she saw you. If she didn't, I ask Bianca. If Bianca didn't, I break into Weems's office and read the ward logs. If Weems catches me, I lie. You, in reverse." "Efficient," he said again, and felt, absurdly, the urge to smile that wasn't a shield. "Naw you," Wednesday said. "Add 1. He thought, careful. "No secrets that can get the other killed," he said. "We can keep privacy. We don't keep structural secrets." She weighed it and nodded. "Accepted. I will not tell you my grandmother's favorite poison. I will tell you if a corridor will collapse at E-flat." Lightning crawled across a cloud like a spider made of wire. The thunder arrived a few beats later, diminished by distance. The worst had passed. The rain, though, kept up with stubborn, useful intent. "Harry," Wednesday said, voice lower. "Yes." "You did not grab at me when I offered you something you wanted," she said. "That is rare." "I don't want to turn you into proof," he said. "I want you to be you. Smart," she said. "And inconvenient." The corner of her mouth threatened to be a smile and changed its mind. He looked down at the leaf at their feet, the one he'd moved and set down. "Wednesday, I know we said no grand vows, but..." He searched for words that would not sound like someone else's story. "I will keep my side. Plans over panic. Ugly life over beautiful death. No structural secrets." And he tapped his sternum softly, where her hand had been. "If you say ledger, I stop. Even if the world begs." "Good," she said. "And if you say raven, I will collect you." "Fair deal." They walked the cloister once. quietly, to prove they could be in the storm without being of it. He practiced breathing without counting. She practiced not diagnosing aloud. The gargoyles drooled rain. The lamps made circles like coins on the wet flagstones. Halfway down the long side, the lightning struck the far field. A white lash, a single deafening crack, and the courtyard lights browned for a half-second before returning. Harry didn't flinch. Wednesday turned her head toward the flash, considered it, and returned to him. "We'll need to check the ward lattice in the morning," she said. "That hit will have made Weems paranoid and the choir flat." "Bianca will hate that," he said. "Then she'll fix it," Wednesday said, "and we'll watch who helps her, and who watches her hands more than her face." They reached the door. He held it for her. She arched an eyebrow, as if to say, "Don't domesticate me," and then walked through without complaint, as if to say, "Use manners, they cost nothing." Back in the corridor, the school smelled of wet wood and old paper. Students slept through the storm, mostly. The halls made their ordinary nocturnal noises, the window that rattled on certain winds, the stair that lied about being sturdy. At his door, Wednesday paused. The violet lamp through the glass cut her profile in inks and grays. "You're steadier," she said. "You engineered it," he said. "We engineered it," she corrected. "I don't do codependence. I do collaboration. Logistics," he said, because the joke had become theirs. "Logistics," she agreed. She looked at his mouth once, curiosity, not hunger, and then met his eyes. "Good night, Harry." "Good night." She turned, then stopped, and for the first time reached without asking for permission first. 2 fingers, a quick press to the inside of his wrist at the pulse. A brief, clean contact. Present. Then she was gone down the corridor. Soundless. Harry shut the door. The storm still rode at the windows, but the script had changed tense. It was weather again, not prophecy. He slipped the wand back into the heel's hollow and sealed it. He stood for a moment with his palm on the desk, feeling the grain, and let the last of the adrenaline drain. He lay down. He did not bargain with the ceiling or argue with his scar. Sleep arrived like a cautious animal that had decided his hands would not close around its throat. He dreamed, when he dreamed, not of green light, but of a chalk word on stone, ledger, and a white bird on a wet roof. That was only a raven being itself, and in the space where despair had been sitting with its heavy coat, something lighter, pulled up a chair, not joy, not even hope, just resolve, quiet and practical. They had kissed, intense, controlled, chosen. They had made a private pledge that didn't try to shout the storm. In the morning, there would be ward logs to read, choir notes to measure, an artist's hands to watch for the wrong smudge. There would be plans to make uglier than death and better than grief. For now, the storm spent itself on the roof. Inside, steadier than he would have believed a week ago, Harry slept. Quiet resolve had replaced despair, and it held. Harry woke to heat. Not the comforting kind that accumulates under blankets, but the surgical white, hot of his scar lighting like a fuse. It pulsed hard enough to wobble his sight. He sat up, palms braced on the mattress, and waited for the pain to crest. It didn't. It kept hammering. "Raven," he said once, just to prove to himself he could speak. The knock came 3 beats later, the same clipped rhythm as always. Wednesday stepped in with her hair still damp from a shower, watch on a chain. Black cardigan fitted like an argument that had already won. She took one look at his face and didn't waste greeting. "Walk," she said. "No." They crossed the corridor to the cloister. Morning rain had sanded last night's storm down to a fine gray. The courtyard lamps were off. Crows heckled the gargoyles as if for sport. "Describe the pain," Wednesday said, brisk. "Quality. Pattern. Not stabbing," he said. "Pulling, like a hook under skin. Direction." He tilted his head. "East, a little. Lower buildings. Choir Hall," Wednesday said. "Or the old wall behind it. They didn't run. Running would have made it look like panic. They walked fast enough to make the wind think twice. The old wall, a remnant from a previous incarnation of the campus, stood at the edge of the field like a memory the builders hadn't gotten around to erasing. Vine clung, pitted. It had hosted student pranks and secret kisses long before either of them were born. Today the stones wore marks that didn't belong. "What am I looking at?" Harry asked, voice low. "Scorches. Not random. 4 black sigils seared into the block, each the size of a hand, arranged in a loose diamond. One looked like an eye with a slit pupil, one like a hooked spiral, one like a forked tongue. The last, a circle broken by a precise gap at the bottom, as if inviting something in. Wednesday crouched. "Fresh," she said, "at least within the last 6 hours. The suit's still greasy." Harry's scar throbbed in agreement. "Your visions mentioned wrong notes and hinges. This is a door with bad grammar." Wednesday finished. She touched the stone without touching the scorch. "There's heat under the rock. Not from fire. From intent." Her jaw tightened. "We're not the only ones writing here. Is it a dark mark variation?" "Not precisely," she said. "That would be theatrical. This feels like instruction. A key drawn for a fool." "For who?" Harry asked. Wednesday stood. "The person who wants to be seen making things better." He didn't say Xavier. She didn't either. "Team," she said. "No. We won't think sabotage alone." They gathered at a table under the Raven, swallowing, moon window. Same seat where they had first agreed to study. Enid arrived first, hair in a messy topknot with 3 pins, shaped like tiny wolves, eyes bright and already scanning both of them for damage. "Okay, who needs coffee and who needs cookies and who needs a time machine?" "Coffee," Harry said. "No time machines." Enid passed a contraband thermos and pressed a cookie into his hand like a prescription. "You look like last night got into a bar fight with this morning." "Scar," Harry said, singing E-flat. "Gross," she said, and squeezed his forearm, an Enid thing, friendly, brief, grounding. Bianca came next with a folder under her arm, and the air around her tuned a degree sharper, like a violin she hadn't played yet. "If this meeting becomes therapy, I'm billing both of you." "Congratulations," Wednesday said. "You're getting paid in gratitude." Bianca said. "I accept cash." Xavier arrived last, charcoal under his nails, hair finger, calmed, sketchbook tucked against his ribs like a rib of its own. He nodded at Harry, cautious, bruised from their late night truce, and sat opposite Wednesday, too proud to pick a less exposed spot. Wednesday set the relic of her notebook in the center of the table and drew a line down the page. Agenda. 1. Scorched sigils at the east wall. 2 ward lattice vulnerabilities. 3 portals. She looked at Bianca. "You get 1 sentence to say I told you so. Use it wisely." Bianca arched a brow. "I told you so." She slid the folder across. "These are the ward echoes from last night's storm." Lightning hit the far field. Weems bumped the core's anchor up a quarter step. That should have smoothed the hum. It didn't. Describe didn't, Wednesday said. Bianca tapped a graph. "We're getting intermittent antiphase, tiny moments when the secondary line cancel. Out's the primary, like 2 singers perfectly out of sync. It's too tidy to be random. It feels introduced." "Be the scorches," Harry said. "Possibly," Bianca said. "Or by someone who wanted the scorches to look like the culprit." Enid leaned on the table. "Could someone, draw a musical trap?" "Absolutely," Bianca said. "You can translate acoustics into geometry. Street buskers do it all the time without knowing. The way a tunnel eats certain notes. If you carve the geometry into stone and feed it the wrong pitch, you teach the wall to spit the song back at itself." Enid blinked. That was both terrifying and hot. "Focus," Wednesday said. Deadpan. "Xavier." He straightened halfway, like he'd been expecting to be sidelined and hated that he'd been wrong. "I can get us copies of the original architectural plans." he said. My dad donated the artist residency. There's a drawer in the studio with old site drawings. Do so, Wednesday said, and make a clean scan for Bianca to mark resonance points in red. Yeah, Xavier said, mouth tight. I can do that. Harry stayed neutral. It helped. Enid kicked his ankle gently under the table. Solidarity, not warning. Wednesday continued. Portals. We need to know where and how thresholds can be triggered artificially. The deer is a variable we can't summon on command. We need a human mechanism we can break. I hate those words together. Enid muttered. Docker. Varma has a treatise on manufactured thresholds, Bianca said. Most of them require blood bud. Lovely, Enid said. I'll bring snacks. Wednesday looked to Harry. You okay with research that talks about cutting things open? I've seen worse, he said, and it wasn't bravado. We're not cutting anything open. Wednesday said, and that was a promise she wasn't careless about. We're reading so we can avoid being cut open. Bianca slid a second sheet his way. Also, choir at 4. We're gonna sweep through intervals from C to F, then dips. If your magic wobbles at E again, I want to know if it's the pitch or the overtone. Understood, Harry said. Enid bit her cookie and talked around it. And I patrol at dusk. The freshmen are daring each other to go to the east wall, because someone on Finsta said it's haunted. I'll snarl at them nicely. Wednesday's pen moved, ledgering their plan. Xavier, when you get the plans, don't tell Mr. Gardner you're doing it for me. Why? Because he thinks we're a bad influence on each other, and I enjoy being efficient more than I enjoy being right. I can be subtle, Xavier said, prickling. Harry almost said, then take a shower before coming to a crime scene. You're broadcasting charcoal. He didn't. He could feel Wednesday clocking the same detail and choosing, for now, to leave it on the table like an uncut wire. Questions, Wednesday asked. Yeah, Enid said. What if Weems walks in on this and asks why the 5 of us look like we're building a bomb? We say we're doing a cross-disciplinary project, Wednesday said. Half true. The best kind. Bianca stretched like a cat. Fine. I'll go flirt with the Ward Stones. Enid stood. I'll go flirt with the freshmen. Go flirt with the security cameras, Wednesday said. Smile. Make them adore you. If anyone later asks why we were near the wall, they will remember you being charming and not remember me measuring suit. Enid flashed fangs. On it, she squeezed Harry's shoulder on her way out. You need anything, raven me. Will do. Bianca paused at the door. Evans. Yeah. Don't pull anything until I'm in the building, she said. If this antiphase jumps, we'll all hear it. I'd like to hear it with you, not at your funeral. Harry nodded once. Noted. Xavier rose, sketchbook tucked tight. He lingered. Wednesday, he said, tone almost soft. You were at choir yesterday. Correct. Did you hate it? I hate everything, she said. It's a comfortable baseline. He cracked a laugh despite himself, then closed it off. I'll get the plans. When he was gone, Harry said, You're handling him lightly. I was a child once, Wednesday said. I didn't enjoy being slammed against walls I was already leaning on. Harry looked at the notebook with its neat columns. And if he slides the wrong way, then I stop being gentle, she said, equally gentle. And I make sure the wrong people don't get to use him as a knife. The art studio's planned drawer smelled like paste and old drafts. Xavier eased it open, careful to look like a boy with permission. Mr. Gardner, beard like an academic moss, sweater cereal, colored, glanced up from a still life of decaying fruit. Looking for something, Thorpe. Yeah, Xavier said, casual as he could make it. Old site plans. I'm doing a series on negative space. Gardner softened. Artists love the word series. Knock yourself out. Xavier thumbed through brittle sheets until he found the campus grid layered with hand. Drawn annotations. Different hands, different years. He took photos with a phone that needed a new case and told himself He wasn't doing anything wrong. Then, he peeled back a second layer and found a pencil sketch labeled Ward Anchors, preliminary in a fine, crabbed script. His stomach tightened. He took that photo too. He slid the drawer back. Gardner had gone back to his fruit. The studio door clicked behind him louder than it should have. "Nice hands," a voice said from the corridor. Xavier pivoted. A man leaned against the cinder block wall 20 feet down. Not a teacher. Not a parent. Nondescript coat, gray as the hallway. Hair cropped tidy, face unremarkable the way knives are. Every line meant to be overlooked. He wore a janitor's badge with a name that wasn't a name Clark. Xavier's mouth went dry. "Can I help you?" "Perhaps," the man said pleasantly. "You're Xavier Thorpe?" "Not a question." Xavier swallowed. "We're not supposed to talk to strangers." "I'm not a stranger," Clark said. "I work here." He tapped the badge and smiled. The smile contained nothing. "And I appreciate students who take initiative." Xavier's skin prickled. He took a step back without looking like he was. "I don't know what you mean." "I think you do," Clark said. He crooked his finger. Xavier didn't move. Clark came to him instead, easy as a cat that has decided the bird wants to be petted. He lowered his voice. "You love this place. You love it the way artists love empty walls. You want to make it better." Xavier clenched his jaw. "I want it to be safe." "Exactly," Clark said. "And you see what the principal refuses to see, that new variables require new calculations." He tilted his head. "That boy, the new one, he isn't like you. He doesn't belong in your equations. He will break your work." The back of Xavier's neck burned. "You don't know anything about your drawings," Clark murmured. "Your night walks. The way you stand outside rooms you aren't invited into and imagine yourself inside. You're good with lines. You see hinges where everyone else sees walls." Xavier's heartbeat climbed. "Do you want a commission?" "I don't sell to—" He flailed for a category. "Facilities." Clark smiled again, patient, paternal, terrible. "The wards are out of date," he said. "They hum along faithfully, but the resonance is bad in weather. And the east side was never properly tuned." He tapped the pocket where Xavier's phone hid the photos. "You know this because you've looked." Xavier didn't say yes. He didn't have to. "I have a blueprint," Clark said, drawing a thin roll from his coat like a magician who enjoyed his work. "A simple correction. It would take a hand like yours 5 minutes to pencil in. The choir could reinforce it with a single note. You'd be helping. You'd be fixing what your friend refuses to admit is broken." Friend. The word cut sideways. "Wednesday isn't my—" "Of course not," Clark said, almost kindly. "She isn't anyone's. That's why she likes to keep broken boys near her, so she can catalog the hurt and pretend it isn't a hobby." He shook the blueprint lightly, paper crackling. "But you, Xavier, this could be your moment. You adjust one hinge, and everyone hears the door sing. She'll have to admit you were right. She'll have to look at you." Xavier stared at the roll. It had gravity. "What do you get?" he asked. Clark's eyes didn't warm. "A safer school. No more hiccups. No more brand-damaging incidents in the middle of the night." He leaned in a fraction. "Weems would reward quiet heroes. She always has." Xavier's fingers twitched. Clark's voice lowered to something thin as a filigree wire. "The fix goes at the east wall anchor. The old stones prefer pencil rubbings to nails. You draw the glyph. The wall sings. The resonance smooths. It's clean. No blood. No risk." Xavier's brain pinged one warning. Too easy. But his ribs were already opening for the breath he wanted then. "She'll see me." He licked his lip. "Why me?" "Because you can get there without being noticed," Clark said. "Because you can draw straight when you're angry. Because you want to prove to the girl who uses you as an anecdote that you mean more than her notebook." He put the roll in Xavier's hand, light as an idea. "This is between you and the wall. What if it's wrong?" Xavier asked. Then I'll have wasted a sheet of paper, and you'll have wasted 5 minutes. Clark said. Nothing bad will happen. He smiled again. On the contrary, things will stop happening. Xavier looked up. Who are you? A man with a broom and a distaste for broken things, Clark said. Go on. Fix something. Xavier didn't remember walking away. He only remembered the blueprint heavy in his hand like a choice. Research slimed the brain like too much sugar if you didn't move your body. Wednesday knew this and sent them out in pairs to collect facts with their feet. Harry and Bianca walked the perimeter with a tuning fork and a decibel meter Bianca had produced from nowhere. She struck the fork and held it near each anchor stone, eyes on the meter. Hums clean here, she said. Sour here. Very sour here. Define sour, Harry said. Like a choir that hates each other, Bianca said. It's not the note, it's the intent. You can hear intent. I can hear effort, Bianca said. And when someone is smiling in a way that hurts their face. Specific. My whole personality, she said, and struck the fork again. They paused at the east wall. Bianca's jaw tightened. Show me. Harry lifted the vine. She looked. She didn't swear. It would have wasted breath. Someone taught a rock to hum anti-wards, she said. Cute. Can you sing against it? He asked. For a second, she said. Not forever. Not without reshaping the lattice. She knelt and touched the stone lightly with 2 fingers. If I pull on it now, I'll alert whoever said it. They'll feel the wobble. Ledger, Harry said. Exactly. Bianca rose. We log it. We don't bruise it. Back in the library, Enid dumped a stack of gossip. Okay? So, rumor mill says the east wall is haunted. Someone saw a bark mark, which is either the dark mark or a tree. Weems yelled at 2 sophomores for smuggling a Ouija board in their sock drawer, and Coach Sato put up new cameras. Angles, Wednesday asked. 4, Enid said, tapping her phone. But there's a blind spot where the ivy drapes. If I were a bad person, I'd stand there and draw runes. You're very good at this, Wednesday said. I was an only child, Enid said. The house taught me to snoop. Xavier arrived late, breath high, a faint smear of graphite near his temple like a secret trying to become public. He slid the plan copies to Bianca without ceremony. Anchors in black triangles, secondary in gray, choir nodes in circles. Bianca's mouth tightened. Cute maps, she said. I'll add where the hum dies. He sat, hands sewing themselves together under the table. He didn't look at Wednesday. He didn't look at Harry. He asked too casually, do we have to tell Weems? Eventually. Wednesday said, after we have proof. Xavier's shoulders fell. Relief looked strange on him. Good. Harry filed that away, not wanting Weems. Either Xavier hated authority, understandable, or he didn't want anyone to stop him doing something he'd already decided to do. Shower at 4, Bianca said briskly. We test vibrations and we pretend it's homework. Evans, back row. Wednesday, don't look at me like you're dissecting my larynx. I am, Wednesday said. Then buy me dinner first. No, Enid clapped. Break. They scattered. Wednesday caught Harry's sleeve and drew him into the shadow between stacks. Read me, she said. He kept his voice low. He's hiding something. He flicked a glance at the doorway where Xavier had gone. New graphite. Plans. Won't look at you. Too eager to keep Weems out. Agreed, Wednesday said. Also, his pupils went a hair wide when Bianca said antiphase. Either because he didn't know the word and wanted to, or because he knew exactly what it meant. Which way are you leaning? I don't lean, she said. I collect gravity. Her mouth thinned. We let him leave. We follow at the right distance. Calculated risk, he said. Always, she said. And Harry, If he goes to the wall, we don't tackle him, she said. We record. We see who meets him there. He nodded. He hated it. He nodded again. Choir thrummed. Bianca drove them through scales with a general's patience and a conductor's threat. Harry felt his control wobble at E and steadied it, the way Wednesday had taught him name, breathe, choose. Bianca altered intervals mid-phrase, her kind of mischief, and tossed a smile toward the back row when Harry did not flinch. Approval felt like a correctly solved equation, not a handout. After Wednesday waited at the side aisle, walk. They drifted through the hall like smoke. Xavier peeled off, Enid sidled naturally into a different corridor, her phone up like a girl who was baffled by directions, and incidentally filming. Bianca forgot her folder on a bench and doubled back, buying them 30 seconds alone. Wednesday slid a black notebook into Harry's palm. The cover looked normal. The inside contained a layered charm that would record, faintly, any whispered conversation within 4 feet for 5 minutes. Hold it sideways if we're near a stone, she said. It'll pick up vibration. Harry nodded. I hate this. Or might too, she said. Hate is not a plan. They reached the stairwell to the east lawn. Wednesday didn't speak. She pointed. Xavier, small at a distance, moved along the ivy like a boy in a dream of being useful. He checked his phone dialer for time, for a map, then slid behind the drape of leaves into Enid's blind spot. Harry's heart did a stupid thing. Wednesday's hand touched his sleeve. We observe, she said, soft enough for his bones. They stepped into shadow and went still. Wednesday's fingers counted beats silently. Harry measured breaths the way she'd taught him, 4 in, 6 out, 5 times, then reset. 2 minutes later, a second figure joined Xavier. Not Bianca, not a student. Taller, under a hood, badge glint. The man from the corridor, Clark. Though Clark looked smaller outside the bright corridor lights. The hood shortened his outline. It also pulled his face into shadow. The notebook in Harry's hand woke to the low scratch of charcoal on stone. Just a hinge. The man murmured. A hair's breadth, here. You'll feel the stone give. I see it, Xavier whispered. It wants to turn. Yes, the man said. Stones love being helpful when someone finally asks the right way. Harry glanced at Wednesday. Her jaw set. He angled the book. The vibration hummed in his hand and became sound, thin, high, the bite of graphite on grit. Careful, Clark said. Don't close the circle. Leave the mouth. Let the song flow. It's humming, Xavier said, awed and horrified. You're fixing it, Clark said soothingly. You're making it right. Harry's scar burned like a brand. He touched it once, briefly. Wednesday noticed and didn't flinch. She leaned in half an inch toward the wall, as if she could hold it with thought. Stop, she whispered. Harry couldn't tell whether she meant him or Xavier or the world. Then Bianca's voice, miles away and right here, cut the air with a clean E that threaded the courtyard like a wire. The wall answered. Not loud, not dramatic. A low antiphase murmur like a breath taken the wrong way. Harry felt it before he heard it. The word hum went uneven, like a runner who had stumbled. The ivy shook without wind. The scorch marks breathed. Clark made a satisfied noise. There, he said. Do you hear it smooth? It doesn't sound smoother. Xavier said, doubt furring the edges of the word. It will when the whole lattice accepts the correction. Clark said. Some systems hold grudges. You did well. Xavier exhaled, the kind of breath boys give when they think they've finally arrived somewhere. Wednesday will appreciate results, Clark said smoothly. She's a scientist, isn't she? A tiny pause. For now, don't tell her. She hates premature celebration. Xavier's silence said, I want to tell her. Then I won't. Then if I tell her later and it works, she'll forgive me for waiting. The two shapes peeled apart. Clark vanished the way useful men vanish, when they need to. Xavier stood another moment with his palm on the stone like a priest. He left. Wednesday didn't move for 3 heartbeats. Then she exhaled, and the breath sounded like a blade put back in a sheath you didn't want to use. Decision. Harry asked, low. We'll let it sit, Wednesday said. If we rip it up now, he learns he did a thing. He digs in. He gets defensive. If it stands, we see what it calls. We prepare Bianca. We chart the antiphase. We set a backstop. I hate it, Harry said again. I do too, she said. You can hold hate and intelligence at the same time. It's called adulthood. He huffed, unwilling to laugh. She touched the notebook. Good capture, she said. We don't play it for Weems, not yet. For who? For Bianca, she said. She'll hear exactly what the stone is doing. She'll tell us how long before it cracks. Harry looked at the ivy. In the leaves, a spider had sewn a web that trembled with the wrong note. Clark, he said. You saw him. I saw the absence, Wednesday said. A man who moves like a maintenance worker and smells like new paper. The badge wasn't real. His face won't stay in your memory if you don't hold it with your hands. Death Eater? Harry asked. Wednesday lifted a shoulder. Agent of someone who enjoys taking credit for other people's mistakes. Voldemort, Harry said. He didn't dress the name in fear. He left it naked. Or a man who wants us to think so, Wednesday said, clinical. Either way, we behave as if it's a wolf, not a dog. They didn't sleep much. Bianca listened to the recording in the choir loft with the door locked and her hand flat against the wall like a doctor with a stethoscope. She didn't talk while she listened. When it ended, she closed her eyes and swore in a language the school didn't teach. It changed the mouth, she said. He made the wall a throat. If I sing wrong, if anyone sings wrong near this, it will chew the song. Can you hold it? Wednesday asked. For a night, Bianca said. Maybe two. Then I'll be fried, and the wall will learn the wrong habit. We undo it. Enid said from her post by the door. We grab a scraper, and we do nothing rash, Wednesday said. Rash is my brand, Enid said, but the edge in her voice came from fear, not theater. Bianca turned to Harry. E is still your wobble. Yes. Then don't be near the east lawn except on my mark, she said. Your magic will reach for the wrong thing. It's how you're built. Harry nodded. Understood. Bianca rubbed her eyes. For a second, without the performance, she looked very young and very tired. I'll tell Weems tomorrow, she said. In my language, not yours. She doesn't value prophecy, she values maintenance. Don't say threshold, Wednesday advised. Say liability. Bianca's mouth twisted. Of course. Enid slid a granola bar into Bianca's pocket. For after you save the world, she said. Bianca didn't smile. She touched Enid's wrist. Thanks. Xavier didn't come to the loft. He sent a text to the group thread Enid had made. Study nah be late. Working? And a second to Wednesday, unsent for a full minute, and then sent fixed a thing. Can show oot murder W. Wednesday stared at the screen like it had insulted her. She typed no. She deleted it. She typed show me and didn't send it either. She put the phone face down. Choice, Harry asked. I let him believe he is unseen, she said. It will make him sloppy. When the second node falls, he will think it's his job to balance it. He will show us the handler he's protecting without meaning to. Harry's jaw worked. And if balancing breaks it, we'll be standing there with Bianca's throat and your wand, she said. Calculated risk? He nodded. It was becoming their liturgy. At 2 a.m, Xavier lay awake, blueprint unrolled on his bed, eyes stung red. He had not expected the wall to hum. He had not expected the hum to make him feel like God and a thief at once. He lifted his phone twice to text Wednesday and put it down. Put it down twice because he didn't want no, and he didn't want to read proud if she wrote it out of politeness. He wanted see me. He thought of Clark's face, blank, pleasant, forgettable, and tried to build it in his head the way he built anything he didn't understand line by line. It slid away like oil on water. He thought of Harry's hand steady on the table while Bianca talked about antiphase. He thought of Enid's easy kindness and how people like her were always first to burn when wolves came. He thought of Weems's voice saying good initiative and felt both sick and electric. He rolled the pencil between his fingers. It left a faint mark on his skin that looked like a promise and felt like ash. He stood up. He put on his shoes. He told himself he was going to the studio to draw because drawing kept him from doing worse things. He didn't go to the studio. He went to the east wall. He knew the camera blind spots because Wednesday had taught him to learn them. And he hated that. He hated using her lessons against her. He ducked into the ivy anyway and pressed his fingers to the stone. The scorch marks had cooled. The mouth he had left open was a darker shade than the rest of the circle. It looked like a pupil. He took out the pencil Clark had given him, slightly waxier than his own charcoal, slight chemical smell, and sketched the second glyph from the blueprint into the soft mortar between two stones. The wall made a sound too low for ears, more felt than heard. The hairs on his arms lifted. "You're being stupid," he whispered. The wall didn't answer. The air did. It pressed subtly toward the stone like breath gathering for a note. Xavier pulled his hand back. "Tomorrow," he said to no one. "I'll show her tomorrow." He slid the pencil into his pocket and left the ivy with his heart thudding and his skin ringing like he'd stood too close to a bell. He didn't see the man in the maintenance coat watch him from the shadow of a tool shed. He didn't see the faint shimmer along the wall as if heat had walked through it. He did feel, when he slid back into bed, the smallest, stupidest bit of triumph. He buried his face in the pillow so the room wouldn't hear it. In the crypt, chalk dust settled on the word protocol like frost. In the choir loft, Bianca drank water like it was medicine and practiced holding an impossible note under her breath. In her bed, Wednesday didn't sleep so much as defragment, mind clicking through contingencies and worst cases. Harry slept. Not well, not long, but enough to dream of a circle with a mouth and of a deer planting one white hoof on the wrong threshold, as if to hold it shut. Morning would bring choices and math. The team had formed. The plan had weight. So did the sabotage. By sunrise, one truth had hardened into shape. Xavier had decided to act in secret. The choir loft smelled like lemon oil and secrets. From up here, the nave was a rib cage, the rafters a throat, and the school's ward hum. When Bianca wasn't singing, it felt like a heartbeat you noticed only after someone said, "Listen." Bianca didn't say listen. She closed the door, threw the bolt, and moved as if every step had a pitch value. "Phone's off," she said. On the floor, face down. Harry did it. Wednesday did it without looking at her own screen, which was its own kind of power. Enid, who had come because Bianca said come in a tone that canceled plans, slid hers into a sneaker as if technology might eat it if left unsupervised. Bianca put her hands on the rail, palms splayed as if she could read the wood. It didn't look like dramatics. It looked like necessity. "You asked how the words sing," she said. "You didn't ask who taught them." Wednesday asked, dry as chalk. "My mother," Bianca said. The words fell flatly, a coin dropped on stone. "And I helped." Enid's mouth opened in a small, pure O. Wednesday blinked, the only outward sign she'd allowed herself in weeks. Harry stood, very still because the air wanted to lean. Bianca's face was blank in the way people make it when expression will cost more than the information is worth. We'll call it resonance. She nodded toward the rose window, where glass ravens drank the light. "It's just math wrapped in myth. You map frequencies to space, map space to boundary, teach the boundary to push back when sung. Nevermore's lattice is keyed to 3 anchor notes and a set of overtones. Siren voices laid the pattern because sirens can hold a pitch the way stone holds heat." Harry's scar ticked, low and distrustful. "And that makes us protected. It makes us dependent," Bianca corrected. "On breath, on bodies, on people you can threaten." She looked at the vaulted ceiling like it had once called her by a nicer name. Morning Song found that delicious. Wednesday's eyes sharpened, like she'd slid a lens into place. Say it plain. Bianca took a breath she didn't quite need for speaking. The Morning Song Church is a business with hymnals. They sell safety and selfhood to people who like the sound of scripted purpose. The prophetess, my mother, uses what we can do to manufacture awe. She pitches rooms until they tremble, then calls the trembling God. Harry felt heat crawl his throat, not magic anger. And you? I sang, Bianca said. At 12, 13, 14, entrance ceremonies, fundraisers. Ascents. That's what they call it when someone pays 20 grand to be told they've been lifted out of ordinary time. It works because the body doesn't know the difference between sound engineered to move you and meaning that earned it. A bitter smile bit her mouth. I was very good. Enid moved, quiet, a hand landing on Bianca's shoulder, with the care of someone touching a candle. Bianca didn't shrug it off. She didn't lean into it either. She kept her eyes on Wednesday, because she knew what audience she needed. When I ran, Bianca continued, I brought enough truth to buy entrance here and enough lies to make sure no one would send me back. But the lattice had already been tuned. Sirens tuned it. Sirens keep it. That's the debt. You wanted the truth, Wednesday. There it is. Wednesday's voice, when it came, had the delicate courtesy of a scalpel. Did Weems know your mother tuned our bones? She knows the early work was contracted. Bianca's mouth tipped. Weems doesn't like thinking in verbs that start with con. She calls it historic partnership. She calls me indispensable. She gives me a scholarship and tells me I'm free. And you believe her? Wednesday asked. No. Bianca said simply. I like her anyway. Harry glanced at the massive tuning fork Bianca had leaned against the organ. The dependence, if someone got into the lattice and sang the wrong note on purpose. You could make the boundary cancel itself, Bianca said. Not collapse, not yet. Detune. Turn the hum into a math problem that subtracts instead of adds. Enid shivered. I hate math. You hate subtraction, Wednesday amended. So do I. She tipped her head. If you were your mother, where would you pull first? Bianca didn't flinch at your mother. East wall, she said. The old stones remember well and forgive poorly. The anchor there carries one of the primary overtones. Warp it a hair and the whole lattice compensates until it starts eating itself. Which is exactly what the Scorches wanted, Harry said, and exactly what the man in the bad badge started, Wednesday added. Clark, Bianca said. The name was an absence more than a sound. I can hold the line with my throat for hours. Days, maybe? But then, she rubbed thumb to forefinger as if measuring grit. I fry, and the lattice will have learned a bad habit. Solutions, Wednesday said. The word landed like a command. Options that don't require your vocal cords as sandbags. Bianca lifted a folder from the bench and spread sketches that were half music, half masonry. Stabilizers exist, she said. Dampers? Really. You can sink a passive device into an anchor point to absorb overtone wobble. It works if it's precisely tuned. If it's off by a breath, you give the antiphase a home. Enid's nose wrinkled. So, an air freshener, but for ghost sound. Bianca almost smiled. Sure. But if you hang it crooked, the room smells worse and you go nose blind. Wednesday picked up a drawing, eyes narrowing. Who here can tune rock with this precision? You. May. Varma. Maybe Gardner if he had music in him and not just paint. Bianca's gaze flicked toward the door, toward a boy who was not in the room. Xavier could carve something to spec if I gave him a pattern. He's good with his hands and better when he needs to impress me. You won't? Wednesday said. I didn't say I would, Bianca said. I'm saying the possibility exists. That's how sabotage works. It feels like a fix. Harry rubbed the scar. It hummed in wary agreement. Let's assume someone offers Xavier a fix that looks like art. Then he'll build it. Bianca said bluntly. If it makes Wednesday look at him the right way, he'll do it twice. Enid blew out a breath. Okay. We can be mad later. Today we plan. What does a sabotage stabilizer look like? Elegant, Bianca said. Black. Minimal. A conversation piece you could hide in plain sight. Graphite inlays to conduct harmony. Her mouth twisted. Graphite carries cursed work better than steel if you whisper to it. Don't look at me like that, Wednesday. I grew up around men who wrote spells with pencils. Wednesday didn't flinch. Thank you for the specificity. Bianca tapped a drawing of a simple standing helix with a notch at the top. If a Death Eater wanted to smuggle a phase knife into our choir, he'd do it like this. She slid the paper toward Harry, and he'd tell Xavier we'd all be grateful. Would it work? Harry asked. Briefly, Bianca said. Then the lattice would lean. Half a day. A day if we're lucky. Long enough for a breach to choose a door. Wednesday's fingers rapped once on the rail, a metronome deciding the next bar. We set a net. Let the stabilizer hang, measure the lean, pull it at the last safe moment. And Xavier, Enid asked, softer. We don't destroy him to save a wall, Wednesday said. We also don't let him turn a wall into a throat. She met Bianca's eyes. Can you feel detune before it's visible? Bianca's jaw ticked. Every hair on my arms will stand. Birds will stutter. She swallowed a word like children and replaced it with freshmen will get headaches and call it vibes. Then we need 3 watches, Wednesday said. Schweier loft, east wall, ward logs. I'll take logs. Bianca, your ears. Harry, east. Harry nodded. Enid floats. Wednesday added. You do charm and teeth. If someone asks what you're doing a fundraiser. For what? Enid asked brightly. Banishing bad music. Wednesday said without moving her mouth. Bianca huffed, almost a laugh, and then it was gone. She straightened, mask back on. I'm gonna tell Weems, she said. Not the whole truth. The part she can use. Anchor's stressed. Need a damper. She'll sign a requisition and feel competent. When the fake arrives, I'll hear it before anyone else. Will you say cult? Wednesday asked. No, Bianca said. She hears cult, and her jaw locks. She hears liability, and we get new cameras. Correct, Wednesday said, satisfied. Bianca looked at Harry like he was a tuning fork she'd been skeptical of, and had decided to trust for this bar at least. If he offers Xavier an install window, it'll be between 8 and 10 tonight. The wall likes night. How do you know? Because it used to like us, Bianca said, so soft it nearly wasn't sarcasm. Xavier told himself he wasn't waiting for Clark. He was walking, which is what you call wandering a perimeter, so the part of your brain that needs a task won't gnaw your ribs. The tool shed door, the one by the east lawn, had a lock that remembered hands. It clicked. It opened. A man in a maintenance coat slid out. The coat slightly too long, the badge slightly wrong. Clark had the kind of face you forget when more interesting facts present themselves. He smiled like he'd read a book on smiling and memorized the pictures. Thorpe, he said in that pleasant, harmless register that sets off alarms if you've lived around predators. Good timing. Xavier's pride stood up straight. I didn't agree to anything. Of course not, Clark said, as if they were discussing weather. You have standards. He held out a canvas roll. It had the weight of work. Stabilizer. Unmarked. You install. I leave. Harmony returns. Your choir friend stops bleeding her throat for a school that doesn't deserve her. The phrase your choir friend landed like bait with expensive perfume. What's the catch? Xavier asked. Precision, Clark said. Place it exactly at the east anchor's vertical midline. Don't close the mouth. The device will handle the damping. Xavier frowned. The mouth. Clark's lips curved. You've been diligent, he said. Good. You're the right hands. Xavier took the roll to get the weight out of Clark's, and because taking is easier than refusing in corridors where you have been praised. He unrolled it. The object was exactly what Bianca had drawn hours earlier. A slim, standing helix of black steel, no ornament. Graphite channels inlaid, almost invisible, a notch at the top like a listening ear. "It's art," Xavier said, relief and ego pouring in through the same door. "It looks like art." "It is art," Clark said. "Beauty that functions. You'll be proud to have built it when people ask where it came from." "I didn't build it," Xavier said. Clark tilted his head. "You installed it. That's all anyone remembers. You were there when the school needed hands. The rest is typography in a memo." Xavier's mouth went dry. "Wednesday will." "Thank you," Clark said smoothly. "Eventually. She's stern, but she loves competence." The thought touched something electric and starving in Xavier's chest. He swallowed. "Weems will sign a receipt for a damper she thinks she ordered," Clark said. "She'll congratulate herself on responsive leadership and write a newsletter." This is how institutions survive. Paperwork. Xavier's fingers tightened on the helix. It felt expensive. It felt like a door. "What happens if I don't?" "Then your friends keep holding back a river with teeth," Clark said. "And the cracks widen. And, when they do, the principal will file a report with your name in the paragraph, labeled witness statements, not solution." He took one small step closer. "You said you wanted to be safe. You said you wanted her to see you. This is how." Xavier breathed through a lie he'd told himself. "I don't care if she sees me." The helix was cold. It fit his hand too well. "After curfew," Clark murmured. "There's a maintenance hatch behind the risers. No cameras. 5 minutes." Xavier nodded once. He hated himself for the way the nod felt like relief. Clark's hand hovered, not touching his shoulder. "Good boy," he said warmly, and left like a shadow changing its mind. Weems signed the requisition because Bianca used the right nouns. "Damping stabilizer," Bianca said, crisp and non-apologetic. "Precautionary. East anchor, only. Budget." Weems asked without looking up from a stack of forms that had learned to multiply. "Facilities," Bianca said. "Not arts, not choir. If the lattice falls, it won't be because I cheaped out." Weems's mouth did something a person might call a smile if they were generous. "Procure it. Install it. Send me the memo. I want a ready student's safe, school sound." She set her pen down. "Bianca." "Yes?" "Principal?" "You don't owe us," Weems said, voice sanding down an edge Bianca had not presented. "You're here because you are exceptional, not because you are useful." Bianca let the lie be kind. "Of course," she said, and left before the line could go brittle. In the hall, Wednesday stepped from a faculty alcove with timing that would have gotten her hired by any petty god. "Did she bless the purchase order?" she asked. "She baptized it," Bianca said. "It'll look sanctioned when it hangs. That's what your bad man wants." Wednesday's eyes cooled. "He can have optics, not outcomes." Harry took the East Lawn watch at dusk. His scar burned with a steadiness that had become almost companionable in its wrongness. The ivy breathed. The wrong mouth in the wall felt like a gap in a smile. He did not touch it. Enid looped past twice, walking a freshman, which is what you say when you mean making the most dangerous girl on campus look like a babysitter for optics. She tossed Harry a pack of gum. "Chew. It makes you look normal." "Define normal," Harry said. "Less like a haunted barometer," Enid said, then glanced up at the clouds. "Also, don't be near the risers at 9. The janitor gods love 9. "The what?" "Don't worry about it," she said, already pivoting into a wave at a camera. At 8:57, Harry felt the pressure change. Not magic. People. A movement with intentionality disguised as routine. He slipped into shadow and watched a maintenance hatch unhook and ease open. Xavier's outline slipped through, hunched in a way that would have read as guilt if Harry hadn't seen boys carry awe, like weight. Harry didn't move. He texted a single emoji to Wednesday, a raven, because words would be too slow. In the riser crawl space, smell of dust and old wood and the lemon oil the school used to make things seem cleaner than they were. Xavier set the helix in the niche Bianca had drawn months ago, when the school had last retuned the room. His breaths counted him into caution. He felt the wall like a living thing. He put the base down, fingers steady in the way they were when he was carving, and the world went away. The graphite inlay hummed faintly, almost like a cat deciding whether to purr. Xavier centered the notch. He hesitated. "Hey," a voice said behind him, conversational as a grocery store. "You're almost there." Xavier jerked, banged his wrist, swore. Clark was in the crawlspace with him, a miracle of smallness, as if the man could fold himself. "I don't need supervision." Xavier snapped, because anger is easier than admitting you're scared. Clark's smile contained no light. "Of course you don't. Consider this, company." Xavier turned back to the helix. He lifted it, reset the base, matched the notch to the mouth he had been instructed to leave in the circle. He breathed once. Twice. He let go. The device settled against the stone with a kiss that sounded almost human. The lattice didn't wail. It didn't flare. It relaxed, like a muscle you hadn't realized was clenched. Xavier's shoulders dropped, his head tipped back against the beam. "Yes." He breathed. "Yes." Clark's hand touched the helix in a gesture that managed to be both blessing and claim. "Better?" he said. "You did a good thing." Xavier wanted to live in that for 1 minute. He swallowed the instinct to text Wednesday a photo, and opted for the imagined look on her face. When he showed her in person, Clark's eyes had gone to the wall. His nostrils flared. "Hear it." "Hear what?" Xavier asked, too happy to be cautious. "The unison," Clark said softly. "It's so beautiful when a system agrees to disagree with itself." Xavier blinked. "I don't." Clark's hand left the helix. He slipped back into the dark like a thought you regret having. "Get some sleep, Thorpe. You've earned it." Xavier stayed until the crawlspace stopped feeling like a question and started feeling like a place with air. Then, he slipped out, rights his jacket, and walked into a night that had no idea anything had changed. Harry watched him go. He didn't follow. He texted Wednesday a single period, which is what they had agreed meant installed. He felt it 10 minutes later. A detune is not a sound. It's a failure of an expectation. The ward hum missed itself by maybe a breath, maybe less. Birds that had been arguing about nothing on the north copse went silent, as if insulted. The lamp above the chapel hiccuped, and then remembered its job. Harry's scar pulled, not sharp, sure. Bianca came out of the shadow of a buttress like a cat, eyes up. She didn't need instruments. She raised one hand and held it a quarter-inch from the stone. "There," she said, voice smaller. "They've given it a target." "They?" Harry echoed. "Saboteurs. Death Eaters. Core kids with Pinterest boards." Bianca's jaw hardened. "Pick a noun." "The lattice doesn't care who holds the pencil." Wednesday arrived 10 seconds later. Hair slightly wind, tossed from a speed. Walk the cameras would call dignified. She put her ear to the wall like a doctor at a farmhouse. She didn't waste words asking what. She said how much. 14 cents flat on the anchor. Bianca said. "Drifts to 23 when the wind hits the west tower. Stable enough to lull. Wrong enough to kill. Can you cancel?" Wednesday asked. "For hours." Bianca said. "A day if I hate myself. Then I'll crack. And when I do, the lattice will lunge and the breach will open where it's been taught to." "Which is where?" Harry asked. Bianca fined her hearing to a point and followed the line as if it trailed smoke. "Between the east wall and the choir risers. A throat. They're building a throat." Wednesday's eyes went almost gentle. "Prophets fall," she murmured. Bianca's mouth moved around something older than pride. "I left her. I didn't leave the physics." She shook her head hard enough to scatter the thought. "We have time." "Not much. Weems will sleep until I give her numbers. The agent will wait because performance art requires an audience. Thorpe will, Imagine he saved us. Harry swallowed. He didn't mean. Meaning isn't an immunity. Bianca snapped, then breathed, then softened by degrees. No, he didn't mean. He wanted to be useful. That's how they pinch you. Wednesday set her jaw in a line Harry had learned meant the plan is cruel, because the opponent is. We'll keep the stabilizer in place until dawn, she said. Bianca holds. I watch logs. Harry shadows the wall and does not play hero. Enid smiles. Enid said from the path, breathless, cheeks pink from running a patrol in circles. And makes sure the cameras love me, but don't remember who else was here. Wednesday nodded once, a conductor trusting a section. At first light, we cut the damper's throat. Not you. Bianca said, the words out fast and fierce. Me. If I break it, I'll feel the backlash first and harder. I can take it. Wednesday studied her, scientist and friend, in one gaze. You're not a martyr. I'm a singer, Bianca said. We pay in breath, and this is my debt. Enid's eyes shone. You don't owe. I do, Bianca said, not unkindly. But even if I didn't, I'd choose it. That's the difference between debt and duty. One is a shackle, one is a choice. Harry felt something in his chest unknot in the face of that precision. What can I do? Count, Bianca said. You hear the hum like a bruise. When it deepens, tell me. When it brightens, tell me. When your scar says now, say Raven? Raven? He echoed. The night settled around them, tuned a hair off. Somewhere a door closed and sounded like a question mark. Wednesday's watch ticked like a metronome, cutting the bar into manageable parts. They stood their posts. Bianca hummed under her breath, a low counter, melody that held the lattice back from leaning too far. Her eyes unfocused, her fingers fluttered occasionally like she was feeling wind inside stone. Harry walked the lawn in long oblongs and tasted metal on the back of his tongue when the wrong overtone slipped. He texted numbers, 14th, 19, 17 as if reporting weather. Wednesday's face glowed briefly in the light of the ward console down in facilities where she had charmed a login from a guilt-stricken night custodian. She traced patterns, traced edits, watched the signature of the stabilizer bleed into the log with an official seal that would make Weems comfortable later. She screen captured the lie. Enid waved at a camera, yawned dramatically for whoever would scrub footage tomorrow, and then sank fangs, figurative, into a senior who thought now was a good time to try a seance at the wall. Babe, she whispered, all glitter and threat, you can call the dead tomorrow. Tonight we're full. 2 hours. 3. The hum held wrong. The wind shifted and the wrongness shifted with it. A patient predator changing couches to test the view. Harry's scar slid from H to steady heat. Bianca's shoulders trembled once and then stilled as she adjusted her internal scaffolding. Now, Bianca breathed finally as dawn ghosted gray at the edges of the courtyard. Before the school wakes up enough to pretend this is normal. Wednesday's hand touched Harry's sleeve, as if to remind both of them not to run toward a knife. You'll catch? She said to him, not romantic, entirely practical. If it breaks wrong. I'll catch, he said. Bianca stepped to the helix hidden under the risers. She didn't kneel. She didn't pray. She reached into the crawl space like a surgeon into a chest and set 2 fingers on the graphite seam. Your prophet fell the day I decided your voice wasn't God, she whispered and snapped the damper free. It came away too easily. The lattice coughed, hiccuped, and for a thin, terrible second the antiphase didn't cancel. It agreed. Harry's skull rang. The east wall shivered, the scorch marks brightening like breath on glass. Raven, he said. He didn't yell. He didn't need to. They all knew the word by flavor now. Bianca slammed the helix onto the stone like a metronome slammed shut. Not reinstalling. Just shocking. The wrongness stuttered. Wednesday's palm hit Harry's chest. A familiar press. You're here. And he let the impulse to do become a clean reach the mouth, in the circle pinched closed, not erased, not healed, held. the hum even by a degree barely noticeable to anyone who didn't sleep with the music under their pillow. Birds exhaled. The lamp above the chapel decided to behave. Bianca backed out of the crawlspace, breath shaking once, as if her ribs had been a bell. "That was a test," she said, voice flat. "They wanted to see whether we heard it. Now they'll know we do." "Good," Wednesday said. "Let them bring an audience next time. I like catching hands in spotlights." Harry swallowed sour breath and tasted the shape of what had changed. Not victory. A new level of the game. "What now?" Enid asked, eyes wide and furious and hopeful. "Now we put the damper back in," Bianca said, to everyone's surprise, including her own. "Wrong buys us warning. Without it, we could all sleep through punctual death. With it, we'll hear the knife before we see it." Wednesday's eyes went bright in the way they did when someone else offered cruelty. She didn't have to invent. "Calculated risk. The only kind I like," Bianca said. She slid the helix back into its notch, not perfect, wrong, and made a face like someone putting a splinter back in on purpose. "I hate this." "So do I," Wednesday said. "Would do it anyway." They stepped into the open air. Dawn had decided to be the kind that didn't cheer. The campus stretched, yawned, pretended not to notice its jaw had been dislocated and set again. Bianca looked at the choir hall, her throat, then at her friends, her choice. "I'll tell Weems we're detuning to test response," she said. "She'll sign a memo. She'll believe she's in control. It'll keep her out from under the falling things for one more day." Wednesday nodded. "And Thorpe?" Bianca's face closed like a book. "He will show me what he did when he thinks I'll forgive him for doing it without asking." A muscle jumped in her cheek. "And I will, if he helps me rip the hand off the man who told him to." Harry blew out a breath, and the cold made it a cloud. "Subtle detune," he said. "Primed breach." "Exactly," Wednesday said. Her gaze cut east, where the old stones looked innocent, in morning light. "And we'll be ready when the knife becomes a door." They dispersed, not because they wanted to, because they had to move through the school, like people who had slept. Bianca swept her hair back with the calculated care of a professional and went to warm her choir with lies about testing the anchor. Enid went to be sunshine with teeth. Wednesday went to facilities to plant evidence. That would make sense after it needed to. Harry went to class with a notebook that said codependency on the inside cover in Wednesday's neat hand, and "don't be a hero" in his own. At the east wall, the humming stayed half a breath wrong. A raven hopped on the parapet and tilted its head as if the morning had told a joke in a language it almost understood. Under the risers, graphite slept in a helix, ready to become a throat when asked. Far away, a man folded a maintenance coat into a locker he did not own and smiled without creasing his eyes. He had measured a school for its quietest failure and found its pitch. He would return with an audience. The siren had paid her debt in breath and chose to pay more. The false prophet in her past could not claim her song. The new prophet, the smiling one, would fall too. For now the music lied harmlessly enough to pass. The breach wasn't open, but the lattice leaned like a door not latched, and the world on the other side had begun to press. The moon rose the color of a wound. From the choir loft Bianca felt it before she saw it, pressure in the larynx, a metallic taste. The ward hum slipping a breath farther from true. She had stayed after rehearsal to file music, which meant she'd been listening with every bone she owned. Now the wrongness resolved into pattern, not collapse, agreement. The lattice had decided to harmonize with its own sickness. She snapped her tuning fork and held it to the east window. The fork's clean pitch died a foot shy of the glass. Ledger. She whispered to herself and took the stairs two at a time. Down the corridor the maintenance door stood ajar. The helix damper hummed like a smug lie. "Evans," Bianca said into the empty stairwell, letting the name carry the way her song carried, front of the chapel. Now, she didn't wait to hear if he'd heard. He always did. Harry reached the front steps as the last of the daylight curdled to red. The air itself had gone wrong, thicker, the way rooms feel a second before a storm sets its furniture sliding. "Report," he said, because the plan said say what's true, then act. Detoon climbed by 8 cents in 11 minutes. Bianca said, not wasting breath. The lattice is echoing the error on purpose now. Someone's pushing from outside. How many? Doesn't matter, Bianca said flatly. They found a mouth. She tilted her chin toward the east wall. Across the lawn, ivy rippled, though there was no wind. Heat shimmer stood up in a long seam, as if the night had been unzipped. Wednesday's footsteps arrived with the clipped certainty of an answer. She didn't say hello. She took one look at the sky, one at the helix hidden beneath the risers, and one at Harry's face. Positions, she said. No panic. Enid. A blur of color and intent rounded the corner. Enid skidded to a halt. Sunglasses perched absurdly on her head like she'd forgotten it was night. 20 freshmen to the sub. Basement. Coach Sato with them. I stashed the thumb suckers with snacks. Her nostrils flared toward the lawn, went feral. I hate that smell. What smell? Harry asked. Old grave, Enid said, and pulled the sunglasses down, because the moon was doing the kind of things light shouldn't do to eyes. Ready when you are. Wednesday's voice clicked into command. Bianca, crowd control on my cadence. Evans, shield duty. You're a moving wall until I say you're a sword. Enid, kids in corridors, you are our hinge. Thorpe. I'm here, Xavier said, out of breath. Guilt lay under his voice like graphite under nails. He didn't look at the risers. He looked at Wednesday and he looked at the wall. What do you? You animate and obstruct? Wednesday said, make the halls hate intruders. If you see Clark, stall him with love and then kill him with a door. Xavier swallowed. Got it. And me. Principal Weems said, composed fury on 2-inch heels. She'd arrived with Dr. Varma and 2 faculty who had been pretending all semester that their jobs were merely jobs. You have been very busy without me. We've been very busy for you. Wednesday said, clinical. Please make that memo true. Get to facilities. Lock the West Wing. You'll have 2 minutes of power and then none. Use them. Weems held Wednesday's gaze longer than was polite. Then she nodded once. Don't get yourselves killed. That's line 2 in our plan, Wednesday said. Move. The first strike came sideways. The red moon did something to shadow that made it pool, not fall. Out of the pooling shade a spell scythed. The wrong green, too clean, Harry didn't think. Protego Maxima! The shield bloomed without flourish, clear, massive, domed, biting the spell and turning its light into streaming motes that sank to the lawn like dead lightning. Ice up, Harry shouted. They're not throwing warnings. Death Eaters stepped out of the seam in the wall with the measured calm of men who rehearse cruelty. Black masks. Wanslow from habit and arrogance. Behind them came shapes that didn't wear masks because they had never had faces. Shadows with teeth. The suggestion of wolves stitched from fog, something like a centipede made of smoke. The weakened ward had invited more than men. At their center, not hiding, not rushing, walked a figure whose edges unblurred the moment you looked at him. Tom Riddle had never been handsome, but he had known how to make people believe he was closer to beauty than he was to death. Voldemort didn't bother. His eyes were the red of the moon, and not at all like it. His mouth was a line written by a man who took pleasure correcting the work of other men. Harry, he said conversationally, as if they stood in line at a train station and not at the mouth of war. You have a talent for finding schools. Hebbit, Harry said, and leveled his wand at that blank, elegant face. I also have a talent for leaving them with you on the floor. Voldemort's smile didn't move his eyes. We'll correct that. A flick of wrist, A bloom of fiendfire coiled out like a living question mark. Harry shoved the shield hard, left, felt heat score the air where his head had been, and snapped his own answer, exploding the thin air above the Death Eaters' heads into a hail of glassy sleet. 3 masks went down, slipping, swearing. Now, Wednesday said, the word a scalpel. Bianca drew breath, closed her eyes, and sang. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't meant to be. Siren song leaned on the room like a weight, dragging minds a half step to the left. Death Eaters staggered as arithmetic in their heads rewrote itself. The smoky creatures rippled like bad reflections. Again, Wednesday said, and through caltrops she had absolutely not stolen from the fencing room across the mouth of the east path. She yanked a cord, a set of trip, lines she'd strung between the stone benches, snapped up like honest snakes. 2 masked wizards went down hard. A third impaled his robe and swore in a language that had never done him wrong before. Left flank. Enid's voice, lower than usual, fanged with the moon's pull. She bounded, bone and tendon rearranging under human skin with the steadiness of practice. The black and white clothes tore. Fur took their place. Enid hit a shadow, wolf mid-lunge, and slammed it into the chapel steps, like she was introducing it to consequences. A panicked sophomore behind her sobbed, then hiccup, laughed when Enid bared her teeth and wagged at him like a golden retriever with bad news. Go! Enid barked, human words woven through animal sound. Sub-basement. Now! Harry pivoted, wand a metronome. Immobilis! A trio of masked men froze mid-stride, eyes furious. Expelliarmus! Their wands tore free and thudded against the chapel door, neat as nails. Confringo! A burst shivered the ground at the edge of the pool and threw back a sheet of water, slicking the stones. Voldemort flicked contempt, and the water turned to steam, and the steam to a hand that reached for Harry's throat. Agumenti. Arc. Harry slashed, the word an old friend, and the fountain turned into a pressure cutter. The water hand broke with a hiss. Harry, Voldemort said, amused. Do you remember when we spoke in libraries and pretended to be teachers and boys? I preferred that game, but I suppose we all grow up. I didn't, Harry said. I got shorter. Bombarda hit the gravel near Voldemort's feet, showering him with stones. A shield of his own turned the debris aside like indifferent rain. DNS Day! And its voice banged down the corridor like a thrown pan. Right hall. 4 more. I hear them, Wednesday said, already moving. She vaulted a bench, black skirt slicing air, and slid on her knees to kick a trip wire into place. Doctor. Varma burst out of a side door with a stack of chalk sigils and flung a handful across the floor. The symbols lit like fireflies and then like flares. Warding glyphs? Varma cried, hair wild. Do not step on the ones that look like eyes! Noted. Wednesday said, calm amid forced fireworks. She tied a fallen Death Eater's wrists with his own belt and snatched his wand with the clinical disdain of someone clearing a table. Harry, 10 o'clock. He didn't look. He trusted. Prodigo. The shield snapped up where she'd been half a second ago. A sickly hex splashed, and the shield held with a high, ringing whine. Bianca's song deepened. Harry felt his spine try to flex to the note. He wanted to cry and laugh and sleep. He wanted to rip out his own heart just to stop it from beating in time with the world's wrong rhythm. He breathed, counted, and wrote above it. You okay? He threw at her. Define okay, Bianca said through her teeth. 2 minutes. Then I go hoarse. Take one, Wednesday said. I prefer you ambulatory. Something awful uncoiled out of the seam. Not a dementor. Worse for not having a name. The air around it tasted of tin and old apologies. It dove for the cluster of small bodies funneling toward the sub-basement door. Raven. A first-year squealed. Enid didn't need the code. She hurled her body into the thing's path. It recoiled like it had hit sunlight. Back. She snarled at the children, tail lashing. Ah, yes, on me! Go, go, go! Xavier slapped a fresh sheet onto the chapel wall, charcoal moving like a spell. A door appeared in smudged black where there had been none. He grabbed the handle he'd just drawn and tore it open. A hallway materialized to no physical address anyone living knew. "This way," he shouted, voice cracking. "It's real for 5 minutes." "5 is plenty," Enid barked. She herded the last of the kids into the drawn corridor. "Save your pencils," she told Xavier without anger. "You're going to need them." Clark stood on the lawn, finally honest enough to be unmasked. Not a janitor. A man with a wand and a smile that made charity into an alibi. He stepped lightly over Bianca's caltrops and clapped politely as 5 of his fellows fumbled. "Xlever girl," he called to Wednesday. "I did say you liked puzzles." "And I said I'd remove your hands," Wednesday replied. She tugged on a cord stretched between 2 trees. A net dropped, simple and effective. Clark blurred and was elsewhere, as if the night had decided to sponsor him. "Harry," Voldemort said, almost gently, as if coaxing a child to eat. "Come out where we can see you die properly." "Not feeling very coachable," Harry said, and switched to silencers, no incantations, pure intent. A banishing hex pried a chunk of flagstone from the ground and sent it scything toward a group trying to flank Bianca. They sprang back. Bianca didn't stop singing. Blood beaded along her throat, a thin thread. "Ledger?" Wednesday snapped. Bianca cut her power by half. The air groaned. 4 Death Eaters surged into the pocket that loss created. Harry ran. He slammed Protego between Bianca and the oncoming blades. A curse struck the shield, screaming. He felt the recoil in every bone. He took it. "You're not a martyr," he said, breathless. "I'm a singer," Bianca rasped. "We've covered this. Then sing smarter," he said. He shoved the shield forward like a riot line. Death Eaters stumbled, and Wednesday's trip. Wire caught their ankles. Enid hit one from the side, a blur of fur and fury, and the man went down with a bone, sound that wasn't a bone Harry needed later. The ground bucked as Fiendfire kissed it, and a curtain of living flame rose. Its head turned toward the nearest warm body with the curiosity of a toddler and the appetite of a sea. "On me," Harry shouted. "On me. Now." He'd fought this fire once before, and learned the one thing it wanted: attention. He gave it his, and then an answer. "Glacius Maxima!" Frost bloomed out of nowhere, Stone cried, the fire hesitated. "Wednesday, North Bench!" he yelled. She was already there, striking a flare to a canister of something she'd labeled in a hand only she could read. Smoke billowed, not random, not breathing. It swirled into a dense, ugly column that fire didn't like to learn. The Fiendfire curled, seeking new curiosity. "Harry," Voldemort said softly. His voice carried through the sand of the smoke. "You die at my convenience." Harry's scar flared like it had small ideas about exploding. "No," he said. "I die when I'm done." He flung an overpowered repello toward the Death Eaters on their right. It hit harder than it should have. 2 bodies pinwheeled, one losing a mask. A pale young face, startled and too human, flashed. "Just a boy." Harry's stomach lurched. Wednesday's voice cut that hesitation clean. "Don't count them," she said. "Count doors." "Copy," he said, and forced his brain back into math. "Enid, 20 degrees!" Bianca. "On 3, shift to dissonance!" Xavier. "Ink the south egress and draw it shut behind the kids. If Clark tries to follow, trap him in his own corridor." 3, 2, now. Bianca's voice changed. It dropped the pure pitch and poured dissonance into the space like vinegar. The Death Eaters flinched as equilibrium betrayed them. For a priceless second, all footsteps stuttered. "Mauve." Wednesday cried. And they did. 1 unit, messy, but not broken. Harry shoved a shield ahead like a plow. Enid flanked. Bianca wove sound to slow. Xavier splashed doors wherever a wall agreed to pretend it had one. They made the arch by the reflecting pool, and nearly died anyway. A killing curse took the corner off the arch, stone shrieking. Shards scythed. Harry threw a shield backward. a blind bubble, and caught enough of the blast to make the remaining pieces only hurt. Xavier went down on one knee, breath punched out. Wednesday grabbed his collar and yanked him upright with more strength than she had right to have. "If you die, do it on purpose," she said, not unkind. He wheezed a laugh that was almost sobbing. "Yes, ma'am." Weems's voice pealed above the chaos, amplified by something Varma had invented and Wednesday had borrowed. "All students to the courtyard! Staff to your stations!" "Now, retreat," Harry asked, already easing the shield toward the center. "Not rout," Wednesday said, eyes tracking the chessboard no one else could see. "We collapse lines inward. We choose ground with fewer doors to betray us." Bianca's song thinned. She was going gray around the mouth. 2 minutes, she said, already too hoarse to lie. "You've already given us 5, Wednesday said. "I humbly request 6. Bianca bared her teeth. "Pay me in villains." Enid's ears, shaggy and absurd and dear, flicked as more students poured into the courtyard from the dorm wing. She planted herself at the mouth of the hallway and became a door with heart. "You over there?" She shouted at a small, weeping boy who had lost one shoe. "You have very good knees for running. Use them." Voldemort stepped through the seam and into the courtyard proper, as if he had been waiting for the curtain to go up on a better stage. Harry's shield hit him like a wall. It didn't knock him down. It made him pause. And that pause, thin as a hair and wide as a life, gave Weems time to shove 2 more first years through the final gap and slam the basement door. Voldemort's eyes flicked down to the scuff Harry's shield left on his robe. When he looked up, the anger was small and pure. "You?" he said, intimate. "You keep choosing strangers. Keep monologuing." Wednesday called. "It gives us time to count where you'll be dead from." Clark laughed, delighted, because men like him think wit is flirtation. He lifted his wand. Wednesday's knife spun from her sleeve, a neat arc of inevitability, and pinned his coat to a tree. Not flesh. She did not waste a kill if she did not have to. Yet. "Raven!" someone screamed, upper voice, female, down by the gym door. Enid moved without looking for permission and Harry rotated cover to the hole she left. Wednesday tossed him a look. "Good," and then signaled 2 sophomores forward with hand signs she'd taught them in detention rope. Lamp, trip. The Fiendfire had found a new curiosity, the helix under the risers. It licked the graphite with a child's grin. "Bianca, no," Harry snapped. Bianca didn't stop to be told. She broke into a run so ugly and fierce, and beautiful Harry swallowed blood to keep from yelling. She hit the risers at a slide, reached under and ripped the damper out by its throat. The fire lunged. Harry dragged the biggest prodigo he had left over her like a lid. Heat clawed his bones. The shield held. Bianca rolled, coughed, spiked the helix into the reflecting pool. It hissed and went black and uninteresting. "Clark!" she shouted, voice stripped to wreckage. "Tell your prophetess you owe me interest." "I will," Clark said, sound bright with pleasure. "Let her." A blade of green light sliced the air where her head had been. Bianca dropped. It took a curl from her hair and the steadiness out of Harry's breath. "Ledger," Wednesday said, not to Bianca. To Harry. He let it go. The want to become weapon only, and stayed in the plan. Voldemort lifted his wand, and the ground answered, the way ground will when a man like him teaches it a new definition of obedience. Cobblestones lifted, turned, became shrapnel. Harry countered, stone froze mid-air, Varma's sigils flared and jammed them like bad notes. Enid came back covered in other people's mistakes and planted herself under the arch again. "Status?" Wednesday said, breathing hard but still the clearest mind in the room. "Sirens down to gravel and pride." Bianca croaked, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Kids down," Enid panted. One sprain, one panic, no bites. "Art department breathing," Xavier said, voice threadbare. Doors holding. He caught Wednesday's eye like a boy begging. to be told he hadn't ended the world. She didn't give him absolution. She gave him a task. Ravens, she said, 100, above the courtyard. Beak to eye on anything in a mask. He drew with something savage. Black birds sprang from paper and tore into the sky, a storm that liked their team better. They dived on masks and claws raked skin. A woman shrieked as a cloud of charcoal beaks went for her eyes. Good boy, Wednesday said, and he flinched because Clark had used the same words. Voldemort lifted his wand, and the ravens fell like cut paper. They hit the stone and turned to ash. Harry, Voldemort said, you've learned parlor tricks. I'm almost proud. Tell your mirror, Harry said. He had seconds left. He could feel it. Shields frayed where they had held too long. Bianca had one song in her throat, and it would cost her dearly. Enid's breath sawed. Xavier's charcoal shook. Wednesday still calculated. Fall back, she said, decision clean. Courtyard center. Weems, open the bleachers. We make a circle and we hold. Weems's voice came from nowhere, everywhere, righteous, with a principal's best and final fury. Alstaff, form on the courtyard! Defenders to the inner ring! Students behind the benches! Move. Harry slammed his shield wide to make a corridor. Move. They moved. All of them. Not orderly, schools don't do orderly under fire, but with intent. Bianca stumbled. Enid shouldered her upright. Xavier's hand went white, knuckled on Wednesday's sleeve, and she shook him off without cruelty. Walk. They reached the center as the moon tipped higher, as if it wanted a whole red stage for this. Harry set the last of his wall. It was thin now. He felt it. He could hold for a minute, maybe two if he burned parts of himself he'd need later. Harry, Wednesday said, just once. I'm here, he said. I know. She looked at the circle, teachers, students, friends, idiots. Her mouth flattened, then cut. Bianca, left arc on me. Enid, right arc on Weems. Varma, sigils north and south. Thorpe, eyes up. Harry, ready to be a sword when I say. He nodded. He could be a sword. For a minute. He could be anything for a minute. Voldemort stepped forward, delighted. He raised his wand like a man about to conduct. Retreat to the courtyard. Weems boomed again, for the stragglers, for the cameras, for history. The circle contracted. The enemy widened. The moon watched. Harry adjusted his aching grip, squared his shoulders under the weight of the shield, and waited for Wednesday's next word. They had not won. They had not broken. They had retreated to the courtyard, the stage the enemy wanted, and the only place left where the school could hold itself together with breath and spells and teeth. The first wave had been theirs to survive. The next would decide whether they did more than that. The courtyard held. Barely. Shields stacked like panes, sigils burned underfoot, the smell of wet stone and scorched air braided with Bianca's gone, raw voice. Enid crouched at the right arc of their ragged circle, hackles high, blood on her muzzle, not her own, and not all of it human. Xavier's charcoal, stained fingers hovered over a wall that now believed doors were an opinion. Principal Weems stood tall with a wand. She probably hadn't used for anything but ceremony in years, jaw set like a locked drawer. And then the world made a space for a single voice. Voldemort walked into the open as if he were stepping onto a veranda to look at the weather. The moon made him a silhouette before it made him a man, thin, impeccable, wrong. He surveyed the circle the way one glances over flowers sent by a persistent admirer. Harry, he said, perfectly cordial. You do gather schools. Harry did not lower his wand. Habit. Compulsion. Voldemort corrected, with the care of a good tutor. Haven't you noticed? You flee home and build another mess to die in. Yet here you are? Wednesday murmured to Harry, tone bone, dry. Stop building and kill the contractor. The ghost of a grin tugged one corner of his mouth. He didn't look at her, because looking was how you gave him your throat. He looked at the man who had ruined his childhood and kept meticulous notes. Today, Voldemort continued, is simpler than you fear. The door you've primed will open. I'll walk through. We'll winnow the tall children from the short. The ones who sing will be retrained. The ones who bite will be put down. His red eyes moved across faces. A's for you. Harry, I confess I worried you'd insist on dying in your first school like a romantic. But I find I prefer you here. Cleaner lines. Wednesday's voice never rose, but it cut. He monologues when he needs time. Count seconds. Bianca, white-faced, counted under her breath. Enid's ears flicked to the rhythm. The ward hum-dipped, came back wrong, held. Harry bent his knees and brought the shield forward another inch, the way you would edge a riot line. Voldemort waited until the courtyard's breath sensed to him. Then he put his final stone on the board. Did you know? He asked pleasantly. That rubble and silence taste the same. Harry's scar sang, his stomach turned to ice. Don't, Wednesday said, quick, ledger without the word. Voldemort smiled. Hogwarts, he said, letting the name be delicate in his mouth. A disappointing fortress. Sentimental masonry. I grew attached, once. One shouldn't. I brought friends who don't get attached. He tilted his head toward the moon, as if complimenting its color. Mountains are so obliging when you ask them to move in the correct language. A flick of his wand, and the air in front of Harry rolled like a curtain. Illusion, no memory, poured across stone, broken teeth of towers against a white sky. The viaduct missing 2 ribs. The great hall roof blackened and open like an eye. The grounds charred to the edges of the lake. Names rose in the smoke like gossip. McGonagall, Longbottom, Weasley, and were swallowed again before Harry's shaking breath could say no. Lies, Bianca rasped, as if the word were an incantation. They are not, Voldemort said, enjoying the economy of the cut. Your castle fell, Harry. It made a very soft noise for something so proud. The first thing Harry felt was absence, as if someone had reached into his chest and snatched scaffolding. The second was heat, pure, clean, not the messy throb of panic, but rage lined up and loaded. Harry, Wednesday said, a surgeon calling a time of death that had not yet occurred. Yes. He found hers. Calm, black, the only horizon in this tilting world. Plans over panic, she said, as if they were discussing a recipe. Ugly life over beautiful death. I know, he said, and surprised himself that his voice still worked, that it could carry a promise without shattering. He broke the memory with his wand like snapping a cheap mirror. The pieces fell, not glass but ash, dispersed on a breath. He didn't ask, are they dead? He could not afford the answer before the next minute was over. Good, Voldemort said, softly, genuinely pleased. No, you can stop trying to save imaginary houses and participate in the only true conversation we've ever had. Conversation noted, Harry said, and moved. No shout, no flourish. He cut sideways and low, blasting the cobbles under the front rank of masks with a confringo that lifted stone and legs, while a second, silent banisher flipped a bench up as cover. He was a wall. He became a sword. He moved like a boy who had decided his body no longer needed to keep score. Voldemort answered not with a shield, but with a turn. His magic pushed through Harry's spell as if permission had been granted. Green light licked where the curse had been. Stone sang. Tiles split. Protego! Harry barked, not to block a curse, those he flicked aside with small movements now, but to give Wednesday a clean left flank. He kept himself between the man with red eyes and the girl with black ones, without looking. He did not let the distance become a door someone else could walk through. Wednesday filled the glance with actions. Enid, switch, she snapped, and Enid slid behind 2 panicking sophomores and became gentle long enough to shove them toward Weems. Varma. Sigils wide, no eyes! Chalk flashed. Bianca, 3 tones down. Make them slow, don't make them sleep. We need them stupid, not still. Bianca coughed blood out of her voice and gave them a sound like wading through wet linen. Three Death Eaters stumbled as their feet forgot how floors worked. Wednesday's knife whispered and tied a belt around a wrist. She fought like she studied. Notes, pressures, inevitabilities. "Comb, Harry," Voldemort crooned, almost tender. "Show me what rage has taught you." Harry obliged. He carved space with wand and intent. The spells he'd learned under Lumos and fear now pulled without words. He threw a chain of blasting curses low and long. He slung a cutting hex that bit stone like bone. He timed his banishers to the breath, pressing, never letting the older man own the rhythm. "Better," Voldemort murmured. "So much better when you're honest." Honesty tasted of metal and ash. Harry used the honesty. He did not let it steer. Ventus. He snapped, and the whirlwind ripped Fiendfire from near a fallen bench and flung it toward the seam. It stuck and crawled instead of thought.
"Aguamenti! Line!"
A white blade of water snarled, green hissed. The air changed. A pressure he knew, legilimency. Voldemort came into his head the way a polished shoe enters a old house arrogantly, as if the floor should shine for it. Harry met the first push with occlumency that had never been pretty but had learned to be mean. He did not give him Hogwarts. He gave him stone. He gave him the crypt's chalk circle. He gave him the stag's white hoof, pinning a threshold shut. He gave him Wednesday's hand on his chest. Cool you're here pressed into bone. "Who is she?" Voldemort asked, curiosity slicing between two attacks. The little archivist with the mouth like a knife. "Your mistake," Harry said, and blew apart a curse midair with a reductive snap that shook his wand arm to the shoulder. His scar flared. He forced the pain to be a statistic. Voldemort moved as if the world were an extension of his wrist. Stone reassembled under his feet. A transfiguration unspooled, a garden of serpents snapped awake by the warmth of blood, and slammed toward Harry's boots. "Serpensorcha?" Voldemort said lazily, even though the snakes were already there, as if adding the word to the world made it his property. Harry did not leap. He banished, not the snakes, but the ground under them, flipping it like a rug. They flew backward in a beautiful, furious line. He scorched the air where their bodies had been with a sweeping incendio, blazing a narrow moat that would not wander like Fiendfire did. A mask shrieked in surprise as the flames touched his hem. "Left." Wednesday snapped. Harry threw a shield at the hiss in his ear without looking. A sickly hex splashed and died. "Why, yes," she reminded, and he saw her, hair loose, braid coming undone, face bright with that terrifying, cool focus. Take 3 steps and do 3 things: heal a rune into suit, jam a fallen wand through a Death Eater's boot into wood, throw a caltrop of glass that turned another's next step into regret.
"Sorry,"
Voldemort said as if they were old men watching the sea. "When I finish here, I'll visit your first school again." It cried when it fell. "I want to see whether it whimpers when I kick the ash." Harry's mind flattened into a line. Stupefy, stupefy! The third hit. The man he hit slammed into 2 others and took them down like badly stacked chairs. "Good," Wednesday said, praise uselessly efficient. "Now think?" He did. He yanked the fountain's column of water hard sideways and let it fall, not at Voldemort, who would turn it to steam with a sorrowed sigh, but at the lacquered mask cluster trying to flank Bianca. They went down choking. Bianca's song snapped a net around their knees the way air sometimes becomes rope in dreams. "Thank you," she croaked without turning. "Harry," came the soft poison again. "All that music in you and still you bang on pots. Your mother had better hands. Your father had better jokes. Your mother had better choices," Harry said, and almost enjoyed the fractional pause that bought him. "Don't chat," Wednesday cut in. "He's measuring your breath." The duel chopped itself into uglier pieces. He and Voldemort carved and countered, while the courtyard did a different kind of arithmetic. Weems moving students like chess pawns into safer squares. "Doctor." Varma sketching blocking sigils with chalk and blood, and wiping them with her sleeve when they blew. Enid slamming shadows apart with her shoulders, then licking a terrified first. Ears cheek to make her laugh despite herself. Xavier drawing a door under a falling beam and coaxing it shut with both hands when the world tried to forget. It was a door. Harry, Voldemort said in that intimate teacher tone. If you were to transfigure the boy with the charcoal into a door holder, I would forgive you the aesthetic. Harry's wand snapped toward his own throat, a reflex to keep heartbreak in. Expelliarmus. Voldemort laughed, parried, returned the move with insultingly surgical precision. The wand tug nearly took Harry's wand from his fingers, until his hand remembered that he didn't surrender anymore. He locked his grip until his bones complained. Better, Voldemort said again, almost paternal. I like you angry. I like you on fire, Harry said, and because Wednesday had rotated into his peripheral, because Enid had just thrown herself between a dagger and a child, because Bianca was still singing with blood in the corner of her mouth, he permitted himself the thing he had sworn to resist. He let his rage touch his magic like a match touches thread. The world brightened. He did not notice the heat. He noticed clarity. He walked. Every time Voldemort's wrist twitched, Harry's wand had already arrived. Curse for curse, break for break. He banned hexes out of the air and slammed them into the stone underfoot, where they went off like temper. He turned 2 shields into knives, and 2 knives into rails for a falling student to slide along safely to Enid's waiting arms. He moved the way storms look when you're under a roof, inevitable, magnificent, uncontainable. Harry, Wednesday said, slicing a Death Eater's mask off clean to blind him with his own panic. Stay with me. I am, he said, and he was, to the degree that a person can be with someone when part of him is burning. Voldemort's face changed. No fear. He'd forgotten how to own that. Something colder calculation finally forced to stop admiring itself and work. Nuff, he said, voice thin and bright. He stopped playing. He did not raise his wand. He spoke, a word Harry did not know, older than Hogwarts. Older than the books that had survived men like this, and the air leapt into a geometry that had been outlawed by people who did not think rules applied to true things. The courtyard tasted of copper. Every shield shrieked down a note. Counter, Wednesday, barked. I don't know it, Harry said, and hated it. Then turn, she snapped. Misdirect. He did the ugliest possible thing. He banished Weems's toppled music stand into the path of the geometry. It shattered the shape just enough to smear it. The next breath came back to them like water after choking. Voldemort's eyes returned to him. You do learn when motivated. Harry was past words. He drove a chain of reducto into the flagstones at Voldemort's feet, pulverizing rock into knives, then threw Depulso low to whip the debris up like a scythe. A green lash cleared a strip in the middle, the flanks bit. Blood, someone's, perhaps even his, spattered stone. Voldemort's expression flattened. He lifted his wand in a way that made the world lean. The moon felt suddenly too close. Harry? Wednesday said, not as a command, as a touch. It pulled his head 1 degree. It saved him. The killing curse went by his left ear and put a hole in the night where stars should have been. Raven. 3 voices shouted at once. Enid, Bianca, Weems, all now excellent at identifying shades of green. On me? Harry called, and slammed a shield into place so hard his lungs forgot how to be lungs for a beat. It held. Barely. Hold, Wednesday said, voice tight. Then, lower so only he could hear. Ugly life. He nodded fractionally. He could still nod. Voldemort's breath had not changed. He strode 2 steps forward as if to bring the conversation in closer and flicked his wand. Harry parried the first curse, broke the second. Bled from the third, did not fall. He took another step, they closed. The circle of fight shrank until it was as small as the space between 2 sentences. A beam behind them shrieked down. Xavier's graphite door opened and swallowed it. Enid, ridiculous and glorious, shoved 2 crying second, years behind Weems's legs and barked until they smiled despite snot. Bianca sucked air around a note and made everyone with a mask forget how to untie their own shoes. The courtyard was 100 little survivals. It might not be enough. Finish it, Voldemort said softly, almost kindly, and pointed his wand at Harry's heart. Harry moved first. "Bombarda Maxima!" he roared, and the ground jumped like a struck drum. The blast tore a crater between them, fire wolfed out. He flung a shield over the blast the way you'd flip a lid on a boiling pot. It made a pressure wave that threw both men back. Harry hit stone, rolled, came up, wand high, heart higher, ready to break and be broken. He met Wednesday's eyes across smoke and screaming. Her chin dipped. Here. Voldemort stood without using his hands. He smoothed his robe as if embarrassed by physics. "Harry Potter?" he said, conversational, bored with the delay. Avada Kedavra. Time didn't slow. It stayed the same, terrible speed. The green left the wand with that obscene silence. The curve of it too elegant for something that only ever said no. The light took the short distance between 2 human beings like it had rehearsed. Wednesday moved. But the curse was already in the air. The curse left Voldemort's wand with that obscene quiet, green uncoiling like a perfect sentence. Harry saw it coming and still didn't, because seeing and stopping are different religions. Wednesday moved. He felt her hand first, sharp, flat. The same precise pressure she used on his sternum when she said, "You're here." It slammed into his shoulder and spun him, half, turn, half, throw. The green crossed the space his ribs had been poised to occupy. It struck her center mass, clean as arithmetic. For an instant the courtyard made a sound like a breath taken too late. Light, then nothing. No thunder, no shatter. Just the wrong quiet that follows the worst word. Wednesday crumpled in a way that wasn't falling. It was a decision withdrawn. She went down on her side, braid unspooling, palm open as if she still meant to count the seconds for him. Wednesday. Harry was on his knees without remembering the path. The shield he'd been holding blew itself to glass, somewhere far away, the rest of the battle detuned, blurred. He reached for her and flinched once at his own hands, as if they might bruise her more. Then he took her face in his palms with the gentleness you use for a relic and said her name again, like the only spell left. Wednesday. Her eyes were open, black and lucid and already further away than he could stand. There was no noise in her chest. No rise. The skin at the corner of her mouth was unbitten. The way she kept it when she'd won an argument, and was pretending that pleased her less than it did. Oogly life. She had breathed at him a heartbeat before she shoved him. Now there was no breath. "Harry," Voldemort said softly, almost tender, as if coaxing a child away from a dead pet. "You of all people know what comes next." What came next was a sound he didn't know he could make. It ripped out of him without consonants, a long animal thing that tried to split him from clavicle to stomach before splitting the air. The nearest windows cracked in sympathetic pain. Dust shivered from the chapel stones. His magic threw itself outward, without words, without the way grief leaps toward breaking. A ring of force hit the nearest Death Eaters and flattened them to the cobbles. The helix under the risers rattled in its drowned grave. Water lipped from the reflecting pool and froze into a skin that broke as soon as it formed. The world wobbled toward becoming a weapon. "Bind him," Voldemort said, still with that conversational ease, as if discussing seating charts. Now. Rope sprang from nothing, no? Not rope, black lengths that behaved like living iron, incarcerous turned cruel. They hit Harry's wrists and elbows and torso in swift coils. He fought without manners, with elbows and subtractive swears, until his arms went dead with magical constriction. A second lash snapped around his throat, loose enough to breathe, tight enough to promise otherwise. He tried to wrench his wand hand. It might as well have been stone inside a vice. The bindings tightened with every heartbeat like a petty god taking pleasure. Silencio. Voldemort murmured, lazy. Harry's next roar came out a whisper. The world went quieter inside his head too, as if the curse had reached for that volume and pinched. Enid howled, the kind of howl that puts old fear in younger bones, and launched herself at the circle's broken edge. Two masked men hit the ground under her. She would have kept going, would have died there, would have eaten the boot that broke her ribs just to say she had not gone gentle. Weems. Harry forced the whisper through the curse, a dry leaf of a voice. Don't let them buy heroics with freshmen. But the principal had already moved. One's down. Weems's voice cracked through the courtyard like a rigid rule. Amplification charm blown to bright, it reached walls and throats. Students, drop them. Staff, drop them. Now. Don't. Enid choked, hackles high. Pupils blown into gold moons. She bared her teeth at anyone who would look at her instead of the enemy. We can... Enid. Weems didn't take her gaze off Voldemort to say the name. She made it sound like authority's real purpose not to control, to shelter. He will kill them for sport if we give him a second wind. Not today. Bianca spat blood, straightened from where she'd half, collapsed against the risers, and caught Enid's forearm with fingers carved out of stubborn. Her voice came gravel deep, wrecked. I hate it, she rasped. But she's right. Wednesday would have said when the coin is between righteous and alive, take the ugly side. Wednesday would have said a lot of things, but she wasn't. Enid stared at Harry, wrecked, and then at Wednesday on the stone. She made a sound no throat should know and forced her hands open. Claws slid back into fingers. She sank to her knees, shuddering, and laid her palms flat empty. Around the circle the noise slurred into compliance. Slender wands kissed stone and rolled. The students cried without making it dramatic, which was worse. Xavier took 2 steps forward, lips shaping I'm sorry at the air like a man trying to bribe gravity. Clark, no pretense left, black coat, mask lifted to show a face so tidy it didn't seem to require a name, laid a hand on Xavier's shoulder, as if bestowing absolution. Xavier flinched as if touched by a cold spoon and did not shake him off. Finally, Voldemort said, almost with relief. He crossed the space, as if he were walking from one chalkboard to another. He stopped an arm's length from Harry. He didn't look at Wednesday. He didn't have to men like him move around the missing with ease. Harry lifted his head until the iron bit his throat. He didn't try to make his face brave. He made it honest. The grief in it would have been a better man than the one regarding him. Move her. Harry whispered, which is how please comes out when your teeth don't know the word. Let me? Don't. He ground against the bind, and it tightened. Petty again, he swallowed. Just let me hold her. Voldemort considered this as if he truly were a teacher again, and not the absence that wore a wand. No, he said. Courteous. You might try something regrettable? Like breathing, Harry said. He did not recognize his own voice. Like remembering. Voldemort returned, bored. You get sentimental when you hold dead things. You call it meaning, I call it hygiene failure. He angled his head, listening to some interior tick. Time presses. I have another errand. Potter, after you watch this house fall, you and I will finish our conversation somewhere quieter. He let his eyes drift, lazily, to the small cluster of students still out under Weems's arms, 3 first years, and a taller girl who was trying, stupidly, to make herself wider. Children first, he said abstractly. They always give the best screams. I'll unmake you, Harry said, some calm center opening under the howl. It was not a promise, it was exemplification. Perhaps, Voldemort said, amused, but not today. Enough. Weems stepped forward into the center with her hands visible. She had the face of someone using up the last good thing on a shelf, because the house is on fire. You have what you came for. Bind the boy. Take him, go. The school surrenders. What a sad, honest sentence, Voldemort said, delighting in the precise bitter. He looked at her with the interest of a collector. Genevieve Weems. They called you the Iron Chaperone. I called you dull. I revise myself. You are a steward. I have some use for stewards. You'll have none of me, Weems said. It cost her something to keep her chin level, but you can put your feet on my stone and call it victory if it stops them from choking on curses. Well bargained. Voldemort aloud. Very well. Disarm them, bind them, silence the ones who like to sing. Clark moved on that last instruction with enthusiasm. He gestured and ropes jumped to Bianca's torso and throat. Her ruined voice hitched. Enid snarled and took 2 sliding, involuntary steps. A Death Eater prodded her with a wand, tip that crackled and left holes of hurt in her skin. She held. She held. The moon painted it everything in the color of bad meat. Xavier said, small and strangled, I can help, I can fix, and then stop, because the sentence had turned to ash in his mouth. He was shaking almost as badly as his hands had the night he drew the first mouth in the wall. He looked at Wednesday, then at his own palms, charcoal ground deep in the whorls, and made a sound that was half prayer, half dry have. Harry would have wanted. Later, to tell him, not now, later we find the hinge where you turn back. But his lungs were busy remembering that breath is not a luxury, and his vision contained exactly one thing, a girl in black and white who had solved him like an equation and then chosen to be its constant. Don't look, Bianca rasped, turning her wrecked voice toward him. The silencio on Harry didn't catch his eyes. Harry, please, don't watch him look at her and not see her. Don't give him the souvenir. He dragged his gaze to Bianca because she asked. It took everything. For a heartbeat, he saw her not as weapon or strategy, but as a person with a throat that hurt for a living, and a past that wanted to collect on debts. And he wanted, fiercely, irrationally, to protect that, because Wednesday had decided this girl mattered enough to count. You told me not to count bodies, he whispered, thinking of Wednesday's knife. Edged advice in battle. Just doors. Good boy, Bianca said, ruined and kind. Count 1 door. Make it the only math you let survive tonight. Voldemort had lost interest in grief for the moment. He walked a slow circle around the fallen, the bound, the surrendered, watching how fear laid itself in different faces. Here a twitching lip. There a small smile that had cracked off a boy and hadn't learned it wasn't welcome. He sighed. Bureaucracy, he said to Clark, faintly disgusted. Send someone to fetch parchment. We'll need receipts. Clark bowed a fraction, his tidy face pleasant. The prophetess sends her regards, he said to Bianca as he passed. She'll be pleased to hear you've returned to your calling. Bianca stared through him, with such precise loathing that for one heartbeat he flickered, as if a woman's hatred could be physics. Tell her I tuned the gates so well that hell itself sings in key, she said, and tell her to put her hand on the next stone she meets with her ear, so it breaks her fingers. Clark's smile cooled. I prefer not to touch work. It keeps one's hands clean. You don't have hands, Wednesday would have said. Harry said it for her in his head, and somehow, perversely, it made him steady. Do it. Weems said quietly to Varma, to Enid, to anybody in reach. If you can live, live. This is not the hill for your hero memoirs. Enid swallowed fury and brought her breathing under control by force. Kids, she asked, hoarse. Hands, show me your hands, finger wiggles now. A trembling cluster of small palms obeyed. Good. You're also good. Don't look at the bad magic. Eyes on me. I've got you. Xavier breathed like a man who had swallowed a broken ornament. He edged toward Wednesday and then stopped as if the air around her had razors in it. I didn't, he began, and Harry, Small mercy, shook his head once. Not absolution. Not accusation. Stay. Take him, Voldemort said, turning back to Harry. Bind his ankles. Hood him. I want to see whether his voice or his eyes make the better leverage in the next conversation. Two Death Eaters stepped in. The bindings at Harry's throat tightened as if pleased. A rough sack descended. The world became canvas and breath and the smell of someone else's laundry. Stop, Weems said, like a teacher to a boy who has stolen lab acid. Let him say goodbye. Her voice wavered exactly once, on say, and then fixed. You have what you came for. Take it with a little grace. Voldemort paused. It cost him nothing. He was a gracious man when cruelty had already done its work. Lift it, he said. The hood came up. The world returned ugly as it was. Harry looked down. There was nothing to do. No spell under his tongue that could undo a perfect sentence. No last potion in a heal. He had never learned any magic that could reverse no. He put his bound hands against Wednesday's hair, stupidly careful not to tangle it. He said her name again as if context might bring her back. She had the faintest smile on her mouth, a yes saved for something she had done correctly. She had, of course, taken the geometry of the moment and put her body in his place. Ledger, 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 he whispered, and did not know if he was promising or begging. I will make the numbers hurt him. He bent, because that was the only motion left that might leave the world improved, and pressed his forehead to hers. Not a kiss, a lay of claim and gratitude, a seal on a pact she had made unilaterally, and he had no standing to sign. I'll find you, he said into her hair, even though he did not yet know what find would mean. Across walls, across bad math, across anyone's heaven you don't want. I'll find you. He straightened before he had to be pulled. Pride is the last thing boys like him get to keep. Sometimes it has to do the work of oxygen. Put it back on, Voldemort said, bored. The hood dropped. Rope bit. Hands lifted him with efficient disrespect. His boots skidded once on stone. Someone, Enid, made a sound that would haunt any child lucky enough to live to old nightmares. Bianca said, low and harsh, like a promise sworn bloody. We will collect this debt with interest. Quiet, siren. Clark murmured happily, and tightened her gag just enough to please himself. The world jostled. Harry counted breaths because numbers were the handrail Wednesday had left him. 1. The rope jolted. 2. A boot knocked his shin. 3. The hood dragged on his ear. He did not hear her name on anyone's lips. That was cruel and appropriate. Names weigh the mouth. Weems spoke, still to her people, still doing her job after it had been stolen. On my mark, down, she said, voice low, soldier flat. On my mark, shake. On my mark, look away. No one gives them a scream they'll enjoy. Principle, Enid said, throat tearing on the word. I know, Weems said, and for once something almost mothered in her voice. Me too. They did as they were told. The circle knelt. Wands away. Hands visible. Eyes down. Surrender done like a spell that might, if performed perfectly, make the Reaper bored enough to go elsewhere. Voldemort lifted his wand once, lazily, and painted the sky, with the old skull, a dark mark rendered ridiculous by the red moon. It looked like a clown's grin. It looked like history, refusing to be over. Come, he said to his people. We've acquired the boy. We'll decorate the rest later. Our friend has another choir to visit. Clark bowed something between a curtsy and a nod. He had the satisfaction of men who are useful to monsters until monsters finish their chores. I'll mind the door, he said, and touched the east wall with two careful fingertips, as if it were fine art he had smuggled and not a mouth he had cut. The seam shuddered. Waidened, agreed to be an exit. The air tasted of thresholds. Harry felt the moment the courtyard, decided the night had become morning. It wasn't light, it was temperature. Wind changed angle. Somewhere far away, a bird cleared its throat and thought better of it. They dragged him toward the mouth, He did not fight. Not yet. He made not fighting a weapon he would spend later. As he crossed the spot where Wednesday had fallen, he twisted small, enough to bring the hood's edge askew. For the length of half a heartbeat, he saw her again. Braid loosened, palm open. The candles she'd left in the crypt would go cold without her. The chalkword ledger would wait on stone. The watch in her pocket would tick until someone rewound it out of courtesy or grief. Harry. Weems's voice, this time soft, and he couldn't tell if she said it aloud or into the air, live. The hood went straight again. He laughed once, without noise. Yes, ma'am, he thought, because living had just become an ugly order he would follow. They went through. The pressure inside the binding tightened at the threshold, like doors hate being asked to make room for wolves. Harry felt the school itself resist, then remember it had been taught to be polite. The seam closed around his shoulders, and then there was only the taste of iron, an old winter, and a floor he did not recognize beneath his boots. Behind him, the courtyard. Bianca let her head drop forward and held her breath for 5 counts 10, until her ribs believed her again. Enid crawled to Wednesday on stone knees and lay down with her head against Wednesday's shoulder like a child in a pew. Xavier curled on himself 2 feet away and did not touch either of them. He pressed his blackened fingers against his eyelids until he saw stars, because the body will give you something if you insist. Weems stood. She had to. She stepped into the exact center of the bodies and grief and smoke and said, "Into the ruins." A live roll call. "Now, speak if you can." They did. The courtyard became a bruised litany of names. Varma's hand shook as she drew 3 new sigils: shelter, warmth, delay, into suit. She set one under Wednesday's still palm out of superstition she would later deny, then pressed the heel of her hand to her own mouth until the skin went white. Dawn found them like that. It had forgiven nothing. It laid gray light across the benches and the chalk and the crater where Harry had tried to put physics between 2 sentences. The red drained out of the moon until it was only a tired coin. The dark mark faded with the inferior theatrics of men who always overestimated their poetry. Smoke twisted glacial in the still air. The reflecting pool had cracked cleanly, a line right down the middle, as if it had decided to be 2 smaller, sadder mirrors. Enid sat up at last. She wiped her face with the back of one hand, like a kid wearing her mother's lipstick wrong, and said, simple, bare, "We don't leave her alone." "We don't," Weems said, voice frayed but intact. "We lay her out with respect. We inform no one yet. We give the school time to make sense of its own throat." "And Potter?" Varma asked. Weems's mouth did something that would be remembered in faculty lounges for a decade. "He can be hunted," she said. "He can be hurt. He can be bait. He cannot be kept." She looked east, where the seam had been. "We will put our house in order, and then we will look for where the door went." Bianca touched her own wrecked throat and made a face like a vow. "I'll hear it," she said. "Where the song went wrong. I'll hear it anywhere on earth." Xavier pressed his forehead to the stone by Wednesday's hand and said, without asking anyone to absolve him, "I gave them a hinge. I will spend the rest of my life unlearning that." "No," Enid said, quiet, almost gentle. "You'll spend the rest of your life paying it back." She set 2 fingers on Wednesday's braid and straightened it, because doing less would have been blasphemy. "We all will." They lifted Wednesday with the care of pallbearers who knew the dead had enemies. Weems led, because she understood ceremony is a law that keeps floods from insisting they are rivers. They carried Wednesday through the corridor like contraband the night had failed to steal entirely, and laid her on a table they cleared of music and maps. Dawn trickled in through the windows. Somewhere a first year woke in the sub-basement and began to cry, and somewhere else a camera's little red eye blinked, as if embarrassed by what it had recorded. the sky went the thin white of milk poured over ashes. In the courtyard, a single set of hoof-shaped dents marked a patch of soft soot by the east wall. 1, 2. Too neat to be from any living animal on school grounds. Enid saw them first. She blinked, wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand, and when she looked again they were gone, or perhaps they had never been. She didn't mention them. She tucked the image away in a pocket where later could borrow it. The academy had fallen. The wards hummed off, key, then petered out to the kind of silence that arrives after a cry. The teachers who could stand did. The students who could sleep tried. The moon slunk away from its red crime and pretended to be ordinary. Weems closed her eyes for a count of 5, the last luxury, and opened them with a list already forming. She would catalog broken stone. She would draft letters she could not send yet. She would do the math Wednesday had left half, elaborated in a chalk circle underground. "Make your faces ready," she said to no one in particular and to everyone present. When the children come up, they see competence. Grief later. Work now. They obeyed. They always had, when the instruction was hard and true. Harry was gone. Wednesday was still. The door had learned to be a mouth, and the world had eaten. Dawn laid its thin hand over the ruins and found, in the cracks, the shape of a next sentence waiting. Wednesday stood in the pale gray hush that comes just before sunrise, her black silhouette stark against the debris-strewn courtyard of Nevermore Academy. The air was damp and cool, carrying the metallic tang of spent magic and the earthy scent of scorched grass. Statues and stone benches lay toppled or cracked around her, silent evidence of the fierce battle that had raged through the night. In the distance, the Gothic spires of Nevermore cast long, jagged shadows across the quad. A faint glow on the eastern horizon heralded dawn. In that liminal light, Wednesday Addams took a slow, measured breath. Her chest ached with exertion, and a shallow cut across her left cheek stung in the cold air. But she remained eerily composed, with her face smudged with dirt and a few strands of her dark braid coming loose. She might have appeared fragile to an onlooker, but her posture was upright, chin lifted defiantly as ever. She absently adjusted the collar of her raven, black Nevermore uniform blazer, torn and sinned at the edges, and surveyed the scene with midnight eyes that missed nothing. A few paces away, Harry Potter was catching his breath. He leaned on his knees, wand still clenched tightly in his right hand, its tip glowing faintly before the illumination dimmed. His glasses were askew and one lens cracked. A bruise was blooming above his brow. Yet in the creeping morning light, his green eyes were alive with cautious hope as they flickered over their surroundings. Sensing Wednesday's gaze, he straightened up, pushing his broken glasses up the bridge of his nose with a grimy finger. Despite the exhaustion lining his face, Harry offered a slight, grateful smile. That was... He began between breaths. Quite a night. His voice was warm with relief, tinted by the faintest edge of humor. In typical fashion, Harry attempted to lighten the heaviness that hung in the air. Wednesday arched one brow and cast a slow look around the ruined courtyard. Chunks of marble lay scattered from where an ornate archway had been blasted apart. Sparks of residual magic still fizzled in a puddle from some curse that had missed its mark. The once pristine stone walls of Nevermore's courtyard were blackened with soot in places, and patches of grass were charred black. She gave a small, considering nod. "I've had worse," she deadpanned. Despite her flat tone, there was a glint in Wednesday's dark eyes as she glanced back at Harry, perhaps the closest thing to mirth one could expect from her. Harry huffed a breath that might have been a laugh, wiping sweat and dirt from his forehead with his sleeve. The adrenaline of battle was ebbing, leaving behind the weight of everything that had happened. For a moment, neither spoke. They simply listened to the dawn chorus of birds tentatively, resuming their songs in the surrounding woods, as if nature itself had been holding its breath and could finally exhale. A pale haze of smoke drifted above the courtyard, the last vestiges of fires and spells now dying out. The stone gargoyles perched along Nevermore's roof peered down through the dissipating gloom, as if astonished by the damage below. Yet the world was calm now, nature already beginning to reassert itself in birdsong, and in the pink and gold glow that gently spread on the horizon. A cool breeze whispered through the charred quad, carrying away the final wisps of acrid smoke from the battle. Blackened leaves fluttered down from scorched branches, a quiet reminder that the night's terror had passed, and a new day was coming. At their feet lay remnants of the conflict, a shattered wand that had belonged to one of Voldemort's followers, a black cloak torn to ribbons, and a pale Death Eater mask split in two. Near a cracked flagstone, a dark stain of blood showed how close the fighting had gotten. Harry's gaze lingered on that mark, and a shadow crossed his face. He got away, he said quietly, voice tight with frustration. He didn't need to name who. Voldemort's presence still clung to the air like a cold, sour odor. Harry's knuckles whitened around his wand, the scars on the back of his hand standing out starkly. Wednesday followed his gaze to the bloodstain. She recalled the cloaked figure of the Dark Lord dueling Harry. Amidst the chaos only minutes ago, his gaunt face contorted in rage when Nevermore's outcast students and staff swarmed to defend their school. Even in the dim light, Wednesday could still picture the flash of Bianca's ocean, blue siren eyes, as the once rival siren stood shoulder to shoulder with her, fearlessly casting a barrier charm to protect a group of younger students. And the way Enid, in full werewolf glory, had launched herself at a masked Death Eater, fangs bared in a snarl, to protect her friends. It had been an alliance of unlikely worlds, the gothic peculiarities of Nevermore, and the wizarding world colliding in a battle for survival. Yet Voldemort had escaped, vanishing into the dark before the killing blow could be struck. Wednesday's lips pressed together in a hard line. Soured, she said softly, the words slicing through the silence. Her tone was devoid of pity, only cold contempt. She had seen many monsters in her life, both human and otherwise, and to her eyes, Voldemort was just another creature scuttling away when the light of dawn found him. Harry let out a weary sigh, the fight briefly draining from his posture. "He'll be back," he murmured. It wasn't a question. The Dark Lord's obsession with Harry virtually guaranteed he would try again. Harry's face was drawn, a combination of lingering fear and steely determination. "And I'll be ready." Wednesday tilted her head slightly, studying him. There was something inscrutable in her stare, but Harry had grown used to that. Over the past days, or had it been weeks now, he had learned that Wednesday Addams had her own way of expressing concern or care. Deeply buried under sarcasm and a stoic mask, he sensed it now in the way she watched him, eyes flicking over him, as if to make sure he was truly unhurt. She wouldn't ask aloud. Emotions, especially sympathy, were not something Wednesday often gave voice to. Instead, she remarked matter-of-factly, "Your hands are shaking." Sure enough, Harry noticed that his wand hand trembled ever so slightly in the aftermath of adrenaline and near misses. He gave a half shrug, half chuckle as he tried to steady himself. "I suppose they are." He flexed his fingers and finally lowered his wand, sliding it back into his jacket. "It's nothing. I'm fine." Wednesday's eyes narrowed just a fraction, as if weighing the truth of his words. A dried cut on Harry's chin, and the bruises forming along his jawline did not escape her scrutiny. His Hogwarts attire, a white shirt and sweater under a travel-stained jacket, was splattered with mud and flecks of blood. Not all of it his own, she deduced. Fine was a relative term. He caught her examining him and offered a reassuring grin. "Really, nothing a week's worth of sleep and a dozen chocolate bars won't fix." Harry attempted levity, referencing the restorative powers of chocolate after Dementor encounters. A bit of wisdom he'd shared with Wednesday before, but at the thought of home and the people waiting for him there, his voice faltered slightly. It had been far too long since he'd vanished from his world into hers. He glanced toward the brightening sky. By now, Dumbledore, the Order of the Phoenix, his friends, everyone back home would know something was wrong. He had effectively disappeared from their world. Were they searching for him? He felt a pang thinking of Ron and Hermione. He could imagine Hermione frantically combing through books for a way to find him, and Ron pestering every Auror and professor for answers. They must be worried sick. They probably think I'm dead. Wednesday finished bluntly. Harry winced, but nodded. Perhaps. She allowed, but if they know you at all, they'll assume you're saving the world, or getting yourself into mortal peril as usual. Not a corpse in a ditch. Harry couldn't help a faint laugh at that. Dark as the sentiment was, coming from Wednesday, it was practically optimistic. You're not wrong. They know my habit of finding trouble. He glanced around at the ruined courtyard. This might be a record even for me, though. Crossing into another dimension was not exactly on my 5th-year syllabus. His attempt at a joke couldn't quite mask the crack of longing in his voice for home. Wednesday crossed her arms, studying him with a piercing look. Her eyes, large and dark, seemed to see right through Harry's brave front. "We'll get you home," she reiterated as if sheer determination could will it so. Then her tone took on a dry, almost threatening edge. "And then you'll make that necrophilic excuse for a wizard regret ever coming after you." Harry nearly choked. Necro. Wednesday. A startled grin broke across his face, equal parts amusement and amazement at her morbid phrasing. Trust Wednesday to describe Voldemort's obsession with conquering death in the most macabre terms possible. "Merlin, I've missed your way with words," he said, rubbing the back of his neck with his free hand. Wednesday's eyes gleamed with a rare hint of dark humor. "I speak the truth. Men who fear mortality tend to surround themselves with death. My parents taught me that." Harry nodded slowly. "Your parents sound like very wise people." He had heard enough about the Addamses to be both intrigued and slightly terrified by the prospect of meeting them. But the genuine respect in Wednesday's voice when she spoke of her family was unmistakable. A tiny flicker of pride crossed Wednesday's face. "Indeed, perhaps one day you'll meet them. If the universe ever stops throwing monsters at us long enough for a family dinner." Before Harry could respond, a sudden silence fell over the quad. The birds, which moments ago had been chirping bravely in the new light, abruptly went quiet again. The fine hairs on the back of Harry's neck prickled. He and Wednesday both sensed it, a shift in the atmosphere, a hum of magic that was different from the leftover traces of curses and jinxes still dissipating around them. Wednesday's chin lifted, her eyes narrowing. The rising sun cast a golden halo around her pale face. In that hush, the crunch of a distant footstep or the rustle of a cloak would have been obvious, but there was nothing. Only that strange, electric expectancy. Harry's hand drifted instinctively to his wand. His voice was low. "Do you feel that?" It was a familiar tingling, reminiscent of magic working nearby, not the cold dread of dark magic, but something warmer, more hopeful. It reminded him of the feeling right before a Patronus burst from his wand, or the moment he'd first touched the resurrection stone and felt love stirring in the air. Wednesday closed her eyes for a brief moment, attuning her senses. She felt it too, a watchful presence brimming with ancient power. Slowly, she exhaled and opened her eyes again, breath a faint puff in the cold dawn air. "We're not alone," she murmured. On instinct, the two moved closer, standing back without needing to discuss it, each scanning one half of the courtyard. The camaraderie forged in battle moved them in sync. If danger approached, they would meet it as a united front. Harry's heart thudded against his ribs. Was it Voldemort, returned so soon? No, this energy felt nothing like the Dark Lord's malevolence. This was different. Familiar even, in a comforting way he couldn't yet name. "Look," Wednesday said suddenly, her voice still hushed, but carrying a note of curiosity. She nodded toward the western edge of the courtyard, where the tree line of the nearby woods cast long blue shadows. Harry pivoted to follow her line of sight. From between the dark trunks, something white was emerging. At first, it was just a suggestion of light between the trees. Then it stepped forward, into an amber beam of early sun, and the figure became clear. A deer. It was a radiant white deer, ethereal in the morning glow. The creature stepped soundlessly from the forest onto the edge of the lawn, its hooves not so much as stirring a leaf. Its coat was the pure, pearlescent white of moonlight, and it shimmered softly with an inner luminescence, as if a piece of the dawn had taken animal shape. A pair of graceful antlers crowned its proud head. Harry's breath caught. Those antlers marked it as a stag. The deer's stance was regal yet gentle. Harry's throat tightened. He had seen this being before, only hours earlier in the darkest stretch of night's battle. That same shining stag had appeared at the forest's edge. Amidst the screams and the curses flying, Harry had caught a glimpse of glowing antlers and felt the soothing radiance of the creature. And for a brief moment, he thought he'd seen his father's spirit watching over him. The Dementor's Voldemort had unleashed recoiled from the stag's presence, and a surge of warmth had filled Harry's heart when the Patronus turned its gaze on him. A wordless assurance that he wasn't alone. Now here it was again. The white deer had returned just as the sun was rising. Harry's voice came out a whisper. "It's him, the Patronus." His mind raced. This stag wasn't Harry's own Patronus. A stag required his casting, and he hadn't cast one tonight. It had to be someone else's Patronus. In Harry's world, only a couple of people could summon a stag or doe Patronus that he knew of. One had been his father's friend. Another, he swallowed, thinking of a silver doe that had once guided him through a dark forest much like this. Could it be? Beside him, Wednesday watched the deer with unblinking fascination. In her experience, animals, even spectral ones, often served as omens or guides. The Addams family had no shortage of encounters with the supernatural, but this creature was unlike any she'd seen. It radiated not malice or doom, but calm protection. It didn't belong to her macabre world of spooks and curses. It felt pure, hopeful. "Is that what you told me about?" "A Patronus?" Wednesday asked softly. They had spoken of the charm once, Harry describing how powerful positive memories could be given form. Wednesday had privately scoffed at the notion that she harbored any memory joyful enough to conjure such a guardian. But seeing this now, she felt a pang of reverence. "Yes?" Harry breathed. "It's a Patronus, a protector." The stag Patronus regarded them serenely with deep, silver blue eyes. It took a few steps forward, each movement soundless and graceful. It seemed to glide rather than walk. Harry noted the way its form wavered slightly at the edges, like mist held together by willpower. Yet unlike most Patronuses Harry had seen, this one felt almost alive, as if it were more than just a spell. Slowly, the stag lowered its head and antlers in a beckoning motion, its gaze now locked onto Wednesday. She felt her pulse quicken, though outwardly she remained as still as a statue. Why was it focusing on her? The stag's earlier appearance had aided them all, but she distinctly remembered how it had interposed itself between her and a Dementor during the fray, saving her from the creature's soul-draining kiss. In the heat of battle, when her knees almost buckled from the sudden onslaught of despair, the white stag had charged, antlers blazing, and driven the Dementor off. Its presence had felt oddly personal, as if it knew her. Their eyes had met for a split second before it vanished to chase off another Dementor. Now its gentle insistence on approaching her stirred that memory. Wednesday lifted a staying hand toward Harry, signaling him not to interfere. Intuition told her this patroness meant no harm. The deer closed the distance, coming to a halt directly before Wednesday. It stood nearly as tall as she was. She could have reached out and touched the soft, looking white fur of its shoulder. Wednesday's dark eyes met the Patroness's luminous gaze. The air around them crackled faintly with magic. Up close, the stag smelled of nothing at all, just a cool freshness, like the air after a storm. Harry watched in rapt silence. The Patronus was behaving unusually, almost as though it were sentient beyond its caster's intent. His heart pounded. Perhaps whoever cast it was attempting to communicate or to guide them. Tentatively, Wednesday lifted a hand. She moved slowly, giving the stag every chance to shy away if it wished. But it did not flinch. Her fingers brushed its muzzle, and a tingling warmth shot up her arm. It wasn't quite like touching a solid creature. It was like running her hand through dense fog that offered a slight resistance. The stag exhaled a soft puff of light that danced in the air like tiny fireflies. It closed its eyes for an instant, leaning into her touch. Wednesday felt something then, an emotion not entirely her own. A gentle reassurance flooded through her, as if the Patronus were sharing a sliver of its caster's feelings: relief, urgency, hope. Wednesday's throat tightened unexpectedly. It had been a long night of suppressing fear and doling out courage to others. To feel comfort directed at her was unusual, but she savored it quietly, committing the sensation to memory. Harry took a half-step forward. "Can you tell us something?" He whispered toward the patroness, feeling a little foolish speaking to a spell, but sensing that it might understand. "Are you here to guide us?" At Harry's voice, the stag opened its eyes and turned its head slightly toward him. It regarded Harry kindly, but then its ears flicked, and it drew back a pace. Wednesday's hand fell back to her side as the stag straightened to its full height, antlers gleaming. It pawed the ground once, as if in emphasis. The air pressure around them dropped. Wednesday's ears popped. Harry felt the hair on his arms stand on end with static. The Patronus was building up magical energy, the way one might draw breath before a shout. Suddenly, the stag burst into motion, not attacking, but running straight through Wednesday. She gasped, instinctively bracing, but there was no impact. The deer's form dissolved into a streak of blinding silver light that passed right through her chest, warm and tingling, and then it reformed behind her on the other side. Wednesday spun around to follow it, and Harry did the same. The stag now stood a few yards away, antlers lowered toward the ground. Right where it pointed, a pool of silver light began to blossom, swirling like liquid mercury. Harry's eyes widened. It was creating a portal. He recognized the signs from when the deer's magic had overtaken Wednesday earlier. But this portal looked more controlled, more intentional. The air rippled with a low humming sound. "Wednesday, get back!" Harry shouted, grabbing her arm and yanking her a couple of steps away. He wasn't about to see her snatched by a portal again without warning. She allowed herself to be moved, but her gaze remained fixed on the spectacle before them. Within the swirling silver pool, images flashed for a second, at a time a hint of dark trees, the glint of water, then the interior of some stone hall lit by candles. Hogwarts, it had to be. The stag patroness stepped aside, its role seemingly done, as the portal stabilized into a circular doorway hovering a foot above the grass. Within its rippling surface, one could glimpse vague shapes moving on the other side, blurred and indistinct, like figures through frosted glass. Harry's heart leapt into his throat. Could it be someone from Hogwarts coming through? A rescue party? He clutched his wand, suddenly unsure whether to point it in defense or to lower it in welcome. A moment later, the decision was made for him. A tall form crossed through the portal, emerging onto Nevermore's grounds in a swirl of robes and long silver beard. "Professor Dumbledore?" Harry exclaimed, relief and astonishment flooding him. Albus Dumbledore stood before them, looking exactly as Harry remembered, half-moon glasses perched on his crooked nose, eyes twinkling behind them, and long silver beard shimmering with dew in the early light. He radiated a calm, formidable power that instantly put Harry at ease. Wednesday felt, at once the weight of his presence, a gentle, overwhelming authority that seemed to fill the courtyard. This was the wizard Harry had spoken of in reverent tones, and in that moment Wednesday understood why. The very air around the headmaster hummed with quiet strength. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes swept the courtyard and softened with immense relief when they landed on Harry. "Harry, my boy," he breathed, voice reverberating with emotion. In two great strides, Dumbledore closed the distance and pulled Harry into a swift, tight embrace. Harry, caught off guard, felt a wave of childlike reassurance wash over him at the familiar scent of the headmaster's robes, a mix of parchment, lemon drops, and powerful magic. "Professor, Harry stammered, still processing this sudden salvation. Before he could form words, another figure stepped through the portal, a stern witch, in emerald, green robes, and a pointed hat, her square spectacles slightly askew with worry. Professor McGonagall's composure broke the moment she saw Harry. With a sharp intake of breath, she hurried forward and, quite out of character, wrapped Harry in a brief, fierce hug the second Dumbledore released him. "Potter, thank heavens," she whispered, then cleared her throat and held him at arm's length, regaining her usual briskness. "We've been worried sick, young man." Close behind McGonagall strode a hook-nosed man in billowing black robes, Professor Snape. He hung back at the portal's threshold, his dark eyes sweeping the scene warily. Even Snape seemed momentarily relieved to see Harry alive, though he masked it with a scowl as he stepped fully into the courtyard, wand in hand as if expecting trouble. In the span of half a minute, the quiet Nevermore dawn had become crowded with newcomers. Behind Snape, a sandy, haired wizard with tired, kind eyes, Professor Lupin. Harry, realized with joy, appeared out of the portal's glow, followed by a hulking, disabled figure who could only be Hagrid. The gentle giant's beetle, black eyes were already glistening with tears as they found Harry.
Hera!
Hagrid boomed, voice choked with emotion. He barreled forward, scooping Harry into a bone-crushing hug that lifted him off his feet for a moment. Wednesday stepped aside, watching in silent fascination as this parade of Hogwarts faculty and friends enveloped Harry in welcomes and relief. These were the people he had spoken of by firelight, the mentors who were like family. They had torn open reality itself to find him. When Hagrid finally set Harry down after many pats that would bruise later, Harry was short. Dumbledore turned to truly regard Wednesday. The portal behind him flickered and closed with a soft pop, the stag Patronus vanishing along with it. Dumbledore's gaze was intense yet infinitely kind. "And you must be Miss Wednesday Addams," he said softly, inclining his head to her. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Though I regret, it's under such harrowing circumstances. I owe you a great debt for looking after Harry." Wednesday met the legendary wizard's eyes steadily. There was immense power behind those eyes, tempered by genuine concern. "He looked after me as much as I did him," she replied coolly. "One make a good team." At that, Dumbledore smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling. "So it would seem." He surveyed the courtyard's devastation, his expression turning somber. "I regret that our two worlds had to meet under such violent conditions, but I'm deeply grateful for what you and your school have done." Snape, who had been casting a suspicious eye over the surrounding trees, stepped forward now, impatience creeping into his tone. Headmaster, perhaps we should continue this reunion back at Hogwarts. Lingering here courts further disaster. Dumbledore gave a curt nod. Quite right, Severus. He gently rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry, it's time to go home. Harry felt a swell of emotion at those words. Home. Hogwarts. It was all he'd wanted for what felt like ages. Yet, he cast a quick glance at Wednesday, who stood quietly a short distance away, observing the exchange with her arms crossed over her chest. If he left, what would become of her? Of Nevermore? Now exposed to his world's dangers. As if sensing his hesitation, Wednesday offered him one of her very rare, very small smiles. Go, she said softly. You've earned a peaceful year in that castle of yours. Harry's stomach flipped. I don't want to leave you with the mess Voldemort made here. He began, guilt evident in his eyes. But she shook her head curtly. We'll clean up. Wednesday replied firmly. Her monotone belayed a fierce pride. We outcasts are good at mending broken things. She paused, then added with her trademark dry honesty. Besides, I can handle whatever's left of that coward if he shows his face again. A ghost of a laugh escaped Harry, half disbelief and half admiration. Of course Wednesday would claim she could handle Voldemort like an unruly housegist. Dumbledore's gaze darted between them, understanding dawning. He laid a gentle hand on Wednesday's shoulder. Miss Addams, would you care to accompany us? Given everything, perhaps it's best you see Hogwarts for yourself, at least until we sort out this world situation. You would be our honored guest. There was a twinkle in his eye that suggested he already knew her answer. Wednesday didn't hesitate. I'll go, she said simply. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, an enormous weight lifting from his heart. A broad smile, a genuine, happy smile, broke across his face, leaving him looking younger and brighter, despite the grime and bruises. Brilliant, he murmured. Snape muttered something about bringing another student into this. But McGonagall silenced him with a sharp look. Lupin beamed kindly at Wednesday, and Hagrid nodded in approval, wiping at an emotional tear on his beard. Without further ado, Dumbledore raised his wand and, with a graceful swirl, reopened the portal, this time a steady, mirror-like oval about the height of a door, shimmering in the morning air. He gestured toward it. After you, Miss Addams. Harry. Harry moved to Wednesday's side. On impulse, he reached out and briefly took her hand, giving it a grateful squeeze. Her eyes widened slightly at the contact, but she did not pull away. Together, side by side, they stepped through the portal. Sunlight was streaming through tall, arched windows when Wednesday woke. The last thing she remembered was the stag's light consuming her, and the ground disappearing beneath her feet. Weightlessness, a cacophony of wind and distant voices as she hurtled between worlds. Now, quite suddenly, she was here. She blinked slowly, her mind swimming up from unconsciousness. For a disoriented moment, she thought she was back in Nevermore's infirmary after a particularly rough fencing match. But the bed she lay in was far softer, and the scents in the air were different, sharply clean with a hint of something sweet. Sitting up cautiously, she realized with a jolt where she must be. The room around her was long and grand, unlike any infirmary she'd seen. Stone columns supported a high, vaulted ceiling, and rows of narrow beds stretched out on either side, each neatly made with crisp white linens and fluffy pillows. Sunbeams danced with motes of dust in the still air. By her bedside, a polished wooden table bore an empty goblet and a jar of chocolate pastilles. A faint, soothing smell of antiseptic potion and something like vanilla floated on the breeze from an open window. Wednesday's muscles ached dully, and a faint yellowing bruise peeked from the edge of her rolled-up sleeve. A quick examination revealed all her worst injuries had been neatly mended. A small bandage was affixed just above her left eyebrow, where a cut had been closed. Whoever had brought her here had wasted no time in healing her. Only a general bone, deep fatigue remained, the souvenir of an utterly draining night. She swung her legs over the side of the bed. Her boots were gone, replaced by soft knit slippers, and her Nevermore uniform had been cleaned of blood and soot. The only jarring note was a tug of soreness in her ribs, likely a reminder of a close call with a blasting curse, and the faint stiffness in her limbs that spoke of all she'd endured in the past day. As she stood, a flicker of movement caught her eye. A painted portrait hung on the stone wall to her right, depicting a kindly looking witch in an old-fashioned healer's cap dozing in a chair. The moment Wednesday's slippers touched the floor, the witch in the portrait startled awake, blinking at her. "Oh, you're awake, dearie," the portrait exclaimed in a soft, echoey voice. The painted healer stood up from her chair within the frame. "I'll fetch Madame Pomfrey at once, shall I?" "Don't you move now." With that, the figure bustled out of the painted scene, literally disappearing from her canvas to presumably spread the word through the castle's network of portraits. Wednesday watched the empty frame for a heartbeat, both bewildered and impressed. Even after all she'd seen at Nevermore, animated portraits were a novelty. But there was little time to marvel. Her heart skipped as fractured memories crystallized. The white stag, the portal, the sensation of being yanked forward. Harry's outstretched hand vanishing from view. Harry. Ignoring the portrait's advice to stay put, Wednesday took a few tentative steps just as the infirmary doors flew open with a resonant creak. Madame Pomfrey bustled in, a mix of relief and worry on her face. She was a stocky witch with kind eyes, and a starched white apron over her robes. Clothes on the nurse's heels strode the tall witch in emerald green who had come through the portal, Professor McGonagall. McGonagall's expression was as taut as a bowstring, though immense relief flashed in her eyes at seeing Wednesday standing. "Good morning, Miss Addams," McGonagall greeted briskly, though her tone had warmth. "I'm glad to see you awake. How do you feel?" Wednesday cut straight to the point. She took one step forward, meeting McGonagall's gaze with urgent intensity. "Where is Harry? Did he—" Her voice, usually so steady, caught slightly. She forced it out. "Did he make it? Is he here?" Pomfrey and McGonagall exchanged a brief, telling glance. Wednesday's stomach clenched at the wordless communication. "You are at Hogwarts, my dear, in the hospital wing," Madame Pomfrey said gently as she reached Wednesday's side. She tried to usher the girl back toward the bed, but Wednesday resisted with a stubborn set of her jaw. The nurse sighed and continued, "Harry has not yet returned. You came through alone, I'm afraid. Alone." The word dropped like a stone in Wednesday's chest. Her fingers curled into fists at her sides. "Then where is he?" she demanded. Her voice was quiet but fierce, brooking no nonsense. The tremor underlying it was perceptible only to those who knew her well. McGonagall stepped forward, her face softening with compassion. "We don't know." "Not yet," she answered honestly. "Our spell was intended to retrieve Mr. Potter, but somehow—" Her eyes flickered over Wednesday's black attire and pale, determined face. "You were brought to us instead. Professor Dumbledore believes Harry may have been diverted, perhaps still in transit between worlds, or left somewhere near the veil we opened. But I promise you, every resource at our disposal is being used to find him." As if summoned by her words, the infirmary doors opened again and Albus Dumbledore swept in, robes of deep purple billowing behind him. He looked calm and composed, but worry etched faint lines around his eyes. Even so, a spark of hope ignited in his gaze to see Wednesday awake. Dumbledore's very presence seemed to subtly charge the air with warmth and authority. "Professor Dumbledore," Wednesday greeted him. Inclining her head, there was a note of urgency in her monotone. Dumbledore offered a gentle smile. "Miss Addams," he said kindly. First, let me say how relieved I am to see you safe. I apologize profoundly for the turmoil our attempt to retrieve Harry has caused you. Wednesday lifted a hand, cutting him off, not out of rudeness, but necessity. I'm fine, she said quickly. Formalities could wait, but Harry isn't here. We have to find him. Now. There was an unmistakable edge of desperation beneath her measured tone. Dumbledore nodded gravely. He stepped closer, and up close Wednesday could feel the quiet power radiating from him. A comforting, paternal aura. Quite right. Rest assured, we have been hard at work since the moment you appeared in Harry's place. I have Professor Snape and a team tracking the magical signature of the portal as we speak, and others combing the likely areas he could have arrived. We will find him. In Dumbledore's calm voice was an iron certainty that steadied the air. Tell me what I can do. Wednesday insisted. If there was any lead to pursue, any dark corner of either world to search, she was determined to be a part of it. Before Dumbledore could answer, a sudden brilliant flash of silver, blue light swept through the infirmary wall. A Patronus in the form of a lynx bounded into the ward, its luminous paws making no sound on the tiled floor. The spectral lynx opened its mouth, and a young wizard's voice echoed throughout the hall, urgent and breathless. Headmaster! Traces of magic spotted just outside the forbidden forest by the Whomping Willow. Something's happened. We think it's Potter. Harry. Wednesday's heart leapt. She was already moving before the Patronus voice finished its message. Without a word, she snatched her black coat from a nearby chair where someone had draped it and threw it over her shoulders. Dumbledore reacted instantly as well. Thank you, he addressed the Patronus calmly. The silvery lynx dipped its head and faded into vapor. The headmaster turned to McGonagall, eyes alight. Minerva, alert Poppy to prepare the ward for Harry's arrival, and then join us. And fetch Severus and Remus on your way. They should hear this. Yes, Albus. McGonagall was already hurrying off, determination in every line of her posture. Dumbledore then looked to Wednesday, who had finished buttoning her long coat and now stood poised like a raven about to take flight. Miss Addams, I'm coming. Wednesday stated before he could even ask. Her pale face was set, her dark eyes blazing with resolve. For the briefest second, Dumbledore's lips quirked as if he might object, but he simply nodded. The situation was extraordinary enough. He wasn't about to sideline the one person who had fought beside Harry in the other world. Stay close to me, was all he said, and be prepared for anything. Madame Pomfrey attempted a feeble protest. The poor girl should still be resting! But Wednesday was already following Dumbledore toward the doors, her boots. Someone had thoughtfully set her combat boots by the bed, tapping briskly on the stone floor. Within moments, Wednesday was racing alongside Albus Dumbledore down a broad corridor and out through the grand double doors of Hogwarts Castle. As they burst out onto the front steps, the early morning sun hit them full in the face. The sky was streaked with rose and gold, and the high turrets of Hogwarts cast long blue shadows over the dew-drenched lawns. They sprinted across the sprawling grounds, Dumbledore's long strides surprisingly swift and Wednesday keeping pace effortlessly, black coat flying behind her. As they ran, a few bleary-eyed early rising students in the courtyard gaped at the sight of the headmaster and a strange girl tearing past. By now, word of Harry's miraculous return and subsequent disappearance must be blazing through Hogwarts like wildfire. But none of that mattered to Wednesday in the slightest. She did notice, in some far corner of her awareness, that as they crossed the threshold of the castle's protective wards, a subtle tingle ran over her skin, a ripple of ancient magic. It was as if the castle itself recognized the urgency of their mission and opened the way. They dashed across the sloping lawn toward the distant shapes of people clustered at the edge of a dark wood. The forbidden forest. Wednesday recalled from Harry's stories. There, near a huge, ancient tree that crouched like a hulking beast, the infamous Whomping Willow. Chaos was unfolding, even from afar. Wednesday could hear the whoosh of air as one of the willow's gargantuan branches swung wildly. Dots of figures, wizards, danced around it. As they drew nearer, she saw jets of red and blue light streaking toward the thrashing tree. Snape's black cloak billowed as he stalked around the perimeter, wand slashing through the air, while Professor Lupin, a gaunt, sandy-haired wizard with a scarred, kindly face, darted in to stun the wildly flailing branches with well-placed spells. Not far from the base of the tree, Hagrid's unmistakable form, larger than life, even hunched low, was crouched over something on the ground. The half-giant was kneeling, grappling with a limp human form, trying to drag it clear of the willow's reach. Wednesday's blood turned cold. Some instinct told her at once that motionless figure was Harry. A strangled sound, half gasp, half Harry's name, caught in Wednesday's throat. She pumped her legs harder, sprinting ahead of Dumbledore in a blind dash. Up close, the scene was even more dire. Hagrid was desperately attempting to shield Harry's body with his own as the Whomping Willow flailed above them. One massive branch cracked like a whip, smashing a crater into the earth not 10 feet from Hagrid. The giant man bellowed, half in anger, half in terror. Wednesday skidded to a halt just outside the circle of mayhem, lungs burning. Professor Snape was on the opposite side of the tree and spotted her arrival. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Wednesday, get back!" he shouted, raising his wand to send a flashing, severing curse at a branch hurtling toward her. She hadn't even seen that branch coming. In the split second Snape's warning registered, a thick, knotted limb came swinging down at her from the right, fast as an arrow. She barely had time to flinch when a strong hand seized the collar of her coat and yanked her backward. Hard. The branch smashed into the ground where she'd stood, spraying dirt and grass. Wednesday stumbled into Professor Snape's chest. He had lunged forward and pulled her clear just in time. He steadied her for an instant, eyes flashing with something like concern, before releasing her roughly. "Foolish girl," he hissed, though there was more relief than anger in his tone. Before Wednesday could respond, a blur of movement behind Snape drew her gaze. Dumbledore had arrived. With a wave of the headmaster's wand, the Whomping Willow suddenly froze, every branch immobilized in mid-swing. Lupin's final stunning spell hit the now still trunk with a crackle of blue, and the ancient tree gave a shuddering groan and went quiet at last. Silence fell, broken only by Hagrid's ragged breaths and the rustle of settling leaves. Hagrid immediately turned his attention back to the figure lying in the trampled grass.
Harry, oh, God.
Harry. Wednesday heard him whisper in anguish as he cradled Harry's upper body off the ground. In 3 long strides, Wednesday crossed the remaining distance and dropped to her knees at Harry's side, heedless of the damp earth soaking through her skirt. Her heart plummeted at what she saw. Harry lay limp in Hagrid's enormous arms, head lolling to the side. His face was ashen, lips tinged an alarming blue. His glasses were gone, and a streak of blood marred his forehead where a jagged cut bled freely. His eyes were closed. For one terrible moment, Wednesday thought he wasn't breathing. Her vision tunneled. All the world narrowed to Harry's still form. She pressed trembling fingers to the side of his neck, searching frantically for a pulse. Nothing there. A faint flutter against her fingertips, so faint she might have imagined it, if not for the warm skin under her touch. Wednesday's lungs remembered to draw breath again. "His alive." She choked out, her voice rougher than she intended. Madame Pomfrey shouldered her way in at that exact moment, having sprinted the whole way from the castle with a satchel of supplies swinging at her side. "Out of the way, let me see him. Quickly now." she ordered, kneeling opposite Wednesday. Hagrid gently laid Harry flat on the grass, his massive hands visibly shaking as he relinquished the boy to the nurse. Wednesday stayed right where she was, hovering over Harry's head. She grabbed one of his cold, limp hands between both of hers and squeezed, as if her will alone could tether him to this world. Pomfrey's wand glowed a soft blue as she ran it over Harry's body from head to toe. Concussion, broken rib, severe magical exhaustion, she muttered, clucking her tongue in worry. Without missing a beat, she withdrew a vial of bright orange potion from her robes and uncorked it under Harry's nose. A sharp, spicy smell permeated the air. Enervate, Pomfrey incanted, tapping her wand to Harry's temple. No visible effect. Wednesday's heart slammed painfully against her ribs. She had never felt so helpless. "Harry, it's Wednesday," she said, her voice low and fierce as she leaned close to him. "We're here. You're safe now. Wake up. Do you hear me? Wake up." Her tone brooked no disobedience, as if sheer command might pull him back to consciousness. But Harry lay still, oblivious to entreaties or orders. Dumbledore stepped forward and rested a gentle hand on Wednesday's shoulder. "Give Poppy room to work, my dear," he urged quietly. Wednesday realized she was practically kneeling on Harry's arm in her frantic attempt to be close. With great reluctance, she shifted back a little, though she refused to let go of his hand. Pomfrey tilted the orange potion to Harry's lips and dribbled some in. "Come on, Mr. Potter, swallow," she whispered, lifting his chin. Harry's throat moved, reflexively swallowing the liquid. "Good. He's stable enough to move," Pomfrey announced after another sweep of diagnostic spells. "We'll need to get him to the hospital wing immediately. I can treat the rest of these injuries properly there." The nurse's voice was brisk, but everyone could hear the underlying urgency. Dumbledore stood at once. With a wave of his wand, he conjured a stretcher in mid-air beneath Harry's body. The young wizard's form was gently lifted by invisible hands onto the floating canvas. Wednesday rose to her feet alongside, never releasing Harry's fingers. "We've got you, Harry. You're going to be all right." Hermione Granger's voice rang out in the quiet dawn. Wednesday's head snapped up in surprise when had Hermione arrived, and Ron Weasley too, along with Professor McGonagall. In the haze of focus on Harry, she had not noticed the pair of teenagers sprinting across the lawn from the castle. Alerted by the commotion, and nearly tripping in Ron's case, Hermione was white-faced and breathing hard as she rushed to the stretcher's side opposite Wednesday, tears already streaming once she saw her friend's condition. Ron skidded to a stop, eyes wide and terrified, at the foot of the stretcher. Neither even acknowledged their own exhaustion. All attention was on Harry. As Ron began, voice breaking. "He's alive," Wednesday answered curtly. "Help us get him inside." Now, that was all Ron and Hermione needed to hear to spring into action. Ron nodded furiously and took charge of one end of the stretcher, Hermione the other, as they, along with Pomfrey and Dumbledore, began guiding it swiftly back toward the castle. The procession that hurried back across the Hogwarts grounds was a somber yet determined one. Dawn had fully broken by now, the sun climbing above the horizon and bathing the ancient castle in gentle morning light. As they passed through the great oak front doors and into the entrance hall, a hush fell. A handful of students and staff, those drawn by rumors or awakened by the Patronus alert, stood gathered by the stairs. They parted quickly, gasping and whispering as Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall escorted Harry, Potter's unconscious form, through on a floating stretcher. Wednesday barely noticed them. She walked beside the stretcher without ever loosening her grip on Harry's hand. The castle's halls blurred by moving portraits craning their necks to watch, ghosts pausing mid-air with concern. She vaguely registered nearly headless Nick darting off, presumably to spread word that Harry had been found. As they passed under an archway, a subtle warmth washed over Wednesday. She could have sworn the castle's ancient wards gave a quiet sigh of relief, as if welcoming its wayward son home at last. They reached the hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey shooed the onlookers away as they maneuvered Harry into a bed. The moment the stretcher settled, Wednesday was at Harry's side again, pale hands still clasping his. Hermione took up position on the other side, gently brushing sweaty strands of hair off Harry's forehead with trembling fingers. Ron hovered at the foot of the bed, fretting uselessly. Dumbledore and McGonagall stood a respectful distance away, conversing in low, urgent tones about reinforcing wards and notifying certain members of the Order Harry was home, but not out of danger yet. Hours later, mid-morning sunlight slanted through the infirmary windows, but Harry Potter had yet to open his eyes. The frantic rush back into the castle was a blur in Wednesday's memory. She dimly remembered the wide-eyed stares of those early risers as Dumbledore and the professors raced past, bearing Harry's unconscious form on a floating stretcher. None of that mattered to her now. Now there was only the vigil. Wednesday sat at Harry's bedside, posture rigid with vigilance. She had not moved from that spot since they brought him in. Madame Pomfrey had fussed over Harry for what felt like an eternity, mending the cut on his head with a wave of her wand, checking his vitals every few minutes, forcing more potions down his throat. Now the nurse had retreated to her office to brew yet another restorative draught, leaving the wing quiet, but for the occasional clink of glass or the crackle of a spell fire under a cauldron in the distance. On the opposite side of the bed, Hermione dabbed a damp cloth gently over Harry's brow, wiping away the cold sweat that had broken out there. Her eyes were red, rimmed from crying, but her touch was steady and careful. Ron sat at the foot of the bed on a conjured stool, leaning forward with elbows on his knees, his face tight with worry. None of them had spoken for some time. Wednesday barely noticed the passing hours. She kept her gaze trained on Harry's face, willing him to stir. Each slow rise and fall of his chest was the only thing keeping her sane. He looked so pale against the white pillows, far too pale. But at least his breathing was deeper now, more even than when they'd found him. Her eyes drifted to a faint bruise along Harry's jaw, half hidden by the collar of his hospital gown. He'd earned that injury only hours ago, shoving her out of the path of a Death Eater's curse, and taking the hit himself. How characteristically foolish and noble of him. She could still recall the flash of green light, the force that sent them both tumbling behind a toppled statue. Just a scratch. Harry had rasped with a wry smile when she'd frantically checked him for wounds. Only Harry would grin through pain to reassure her. Now it was her turn to return the favor, by willing him back to health, with every fiber of her being. A treacherous whisper of a thought slithered through her mind. What if he doesn't wake up? Wednesday banished it immediately. She refused to consider any alternative. If death itself dared try to claim him now, it would find an Addams marching into the underworld to demand him back. According to family legend, great-great-grandmama Eudora once wrestled a reaper for the soul of a beloved cat. True or not, Wednesday was fully prepared to do the same for Harry. She glanced toward the sunlit window, almost expecting to catch a glimmer of ghostly antlers or a flash of silver eyes, perhaps that mystical stag watching over him still. But there was nothing there now except morning light and her own reflection, pale and resolute. Instead, she focused on the present. Harry's face had regained a touch of color. Madame Pomfrey's treatments were working. There was a light sheen of sweat on his brow, his body fighting its way back. Every so often, his eyes moved beneath the lids, as if dreaming. He's dreaming, I think, Hermione whispered, breaking the silence. There was hope in her voice as she carefully placed Harry's glasses. mended by McGonagall's spell, on the bedside table. That's a good sign, isn't it? Ron shifted, the chair creaking under him. Course it is, he said, attempting confidence. His stomach, however, betrayed him with a loud, anxious rumble. In the stillness of the ward, the sound was so unexpected that Hermione actually gave a wet little laugh before quickly clapping a hand over her mouth. Ron managed a sheepish half-smile. None of them had eaten since before the battle. Sorry, he mumbled. Hermione reached over and patted his arm. It's fine. A faint smile touched her lips for the first time in hours. After this, we'll all go down to the kitchen. Harry will need a proper meal when he wakes. She caught herself saying, when, not if, and squeezed Harry's hand a little tighter. Madame Pomfrey emerged from her office then, levitating a goblet of some smoking turquoise potion. Time for another dose, she announced quietly as she moved to the bedside. She gave the three of them a shrewd, fond look. She didn't have the heart to insist they leave. Not when they all looked so determined and frankly, pitiable. Pomfrey slid an arm under Harry's shoulders and propped him up just enough to dribble the potion between his lips. Even unconscious, Harry grimaced at the taste but managed to swallow. Wednesday's eyes never left his face, searching for any reaction. He's responding well, Pomfrey said softly. The worst of his injuries have been healed. Now it's just a matter of rest and time. She offered what she hoped was a reassuring smile. He's a strong young man. I've no doubt he'll be awake very soon. Hermione closed her eyes, a tear of relief slipping down her cheek. Thank you, she murmured to the nurse. Pomfrey patted Hermione's shoulder, then Ron's. I mean it. He'll be just fine, but you lot ought to rest too. You look fit to collapse. Indeed, Ron's face was haggard, and Hermione swayed on her feet from exhaustion. We're not leaving him, Ron said, with a stubbornness that earned an approving glimmer in Wednesday's eyes. Madame Pomfrey sighed, but not unkindly. No, I rather thought not. I'll be back in a few minutes. Call if there's any change. With that, she bustled away to tend to other patients. A few beds down. A Gryffindor first year slept with an ice pack over an unfortunately swollen nose. An accidental wand backfired. Silence settled again, softer this time. Wednesday broke it. He talked about you both, you know? She said, eyes still on Harry's relaxed face. Hermione and Ron looked up in surprise. In all the countless hours of fear and speculation while Harry was missing, they had never imagined Wednesday Addams, the mysterious girl who had somehow been with Harry in another dimension, would sit here with them, calmly speaking of shared stories. When we were at Nevermore, Wednesday went on quietly. Harry told me about his two best friends. He didn't use your names, but it was obvious. A tiny, almost fond smirk touched her lips. He was very worried you'd kill him for disappearing without a word. A tearful laugh burst from Hermione. That sounds like Harry, she said, shaking her head. More tears spilled, but they were cathartic now. Ron let out a shaky chuckle as well. Would ought to, the git, he muttered, swiping at his eyes under the pretense of scratching his nose. But maybe we'll let him off easy this time. Hermione sniffled and reached across Harry's unconscious form to squeeze Wednesday's free hand. Wednesday stiffened in surprise at the gesture. Thank you, Hermione said earnestly, for keeping him safe, for being there with him. I don't know what we'd have done if... Her voice choked off, unable to complete the thought. Wednesday looked down at Hermione's hand on hers, and for once did not pull away. It wasn't exactly a one-way street. She replied matter-of-factly. He saved me at least as many times as I saved him. Possibly more. Her gaze flickered back to Harry's face. He has a habit of throwing himself into danger for others, even people he barely knows. There was a complex blend of annoyance and admiration in her tone. Yeah, that sounds like our Harry, Ron said, a proud, exasperated grin briefly lighting his face. Saving people thing. Can't help himself. A soft, warm silence fell among them after that. They were united by one undeniable fact: Harry was here, alive, and healing and home. Wednesday's eyes never left Harry's face. She didn't realize her thumb was gently stroking the back of his hand. In time with the steady beat of his pulse she felt beneath her fingers. Suddenly, she felt that pulse quicken. Just slightly. If she hadn't been holding his wrist so intently, she might have missed it. As if in answer, Harry's hand twitched in Wednesday's grasp. All three of them leaned in, hope igniting in their chests. Harry's eyelids fluttered, a faint flicker of movement. His fingers curled, ever so slightly, around Wednesday's. Her heart leaped into her throat. "Harry," Hermione whispered, voice trembling with barely contained joy. Wednesday held her breath. Was he? A long moment passed in agony. The only sounds were the distant tick of the ward's clock and the thud of Wednesday's own heartbeat in her ears. Harry lay still save for the subtle tightening of his hand around Wednesday's. The tension was excruciating, the uncertainty like a held note in the air. And then, just as a soft sound escaped Harry's lips, almost forming a word, to be continued, far away, in the charred ruins of a desecrated hall, a figure in tattered black robes lashed out in fury, striking a crumbling pillar with his skeletal hand. Stone shattered and dust rained down in choking clouds. In the corner, a great coiled serpent lifted its head, tongue flickering nervously. Nagini watched her master's tantrum with unblinking golden eyes, but wisely kept to the shadows. Harry Potter had escaped. Lord Voldemort's scarlet eyes blazed with a murderous light as he paced amid the wreckage of his failed ritual. By all rights, the boy should have been groveling at his feet by dawn, broken, begging for mercy. Instead, Potter had slipped through his grasp, spirited away by that accursed magic at the last moment. Voldemort's pale, lipless face, more skull than living flesh, twisted into a hideous snarl, nostrils flaring. A chunk of stone, caught in his sweeping robes, cracked underfoot. He kicked it viciously aside.
No matter.
With a slow, hissing breath, Voldemort stilled his ire, forcing a terrible calm over himself. It was a temporary setback, nothing more. Potter might have found refuge back in his world, surrounded by his fools of friends and mentors, but he would not be safe for long. He knew exactly where to strike, whom to hurt, to make Harry Potter pay dearly for this defiance. That pale, raven-haired girl who had stood at Potter's side, yes, he remembered the insolent set of her eyes as she faced him. She, too, would meet a fate so terrible even her screams would echo in the void. Everyone who dared to help the boy would perish. A high, cold chuckle escaped him at the thought, sending Nagini slithering back further into the darkness. Plans coiled and uncoiled in Voldemort's mind like snakes. He would rip apart the very fabric of reality again, if need be, and drag Harry Potter back kicking and screaming. Perhaps he would make the boy watch that Addams girl and all his precious friends die, before finally granting him death. Yes, he would ensure the boy's entire world burned. Potter would beg for death by the time Lord Voldemort was through. Voldemort tilted his head back and let out a sibilant whisper of a laugh, the sound echoing through the devastated chamber. In that moment, he made a silent, unbreakable vow: enjoy your brief respite, Harry Potter. It will be your last.